Hello friends, welcome to everyone. Today in Pyramid Valley International is a great day because we are going to meet two great spiritual scientists in Pyramid Valley International, and Pyramid Valley International conducts many spiritual science programs like Global Congress of Spiritual Sciences. So till now 12 GFSS it has happened here, and in one of the events a great spiritual scientist from USA, Mr. Andrew Cohen, has attended, and he was one of the speakers in the program. So there, Mr. Andrew Cohen has met our Brahmarshi Subhash Patriji, who is a PSSM founder. So there, the first meet has happened. These two great spiritual scientists in Pyramid Valley International during the GFSS event, and this will be one more great meet of these two great spiritual scientists today, and it's a very great honor and opportunity for a whole PSSM, and especially today, Mr. Andrew Cohen sir would like to interact with a great master and PSSM founder Brahmarshi Patriji, and I will be having a great
chat.
Great chat you can say, and it's a great opportunity for me to introduce this great spiritual scientist.
Informal chat.
Informal chat. Because always Patri sir makes us so informal so that we'll be more open up, and this is a regular style of Patri sir, and this style and this whole interview will be happening now, and welcome sir, and welcome Andrew sir to Pyramid Valley International, and also for this great informal chat.
Thank you.
Yes sir.
Yes, Swamiji.
I have a question for you, Swamiji.
Already?
Yes.
Shoot.
So I said to you a few minutes ago, when we decided to have this dialogue, I said to you, shall we discuss consciousness? You replied, Andrew G., I don't know anything about consciousness. I'm a common sense man. So what I want to ask you is this. Vedanta tells us that consciousness is fundamental, consciousness is primary, consciousness is timeless, consciousness is formless, consciousness is beginningless and endless and eternal, and it is the foundation of reality. Vedanta tells us that the realization of consciousness, the conscious recognition and awakening to consciousness and its infinite nature is the source of Brahma Vidya, from spiritual liberation and enlightenment.
Yes.
So, being a common sense man, what's the common sense relationship to the discovery of consciousness?
It appeals to my common sense. See, all the spirituality, all the experience of spiritual masters like yourself, like Ramana Maharshi, like Buddha, like Mahavir, like Jesus, they appeal to me. They appeal to my common sense. These are all great masters who have dedicated themselves to the search for truth. I have not done like them. I am a reporter. I consider myself a reporter. See, what does a reporter do, journalist do? Something is happening somewhere, he will report it. I am a spiritual journalist. So I report. I take from the spiritual masters and report what they have done to the common masses.
With all respect, sir, this is not true.
It is true, Swamiji.
No, with all respect.
Why you want to fight with me?
Because you are a practitioner. You're not merely a reporter. You're not telling what other people are doing.
I am also a practitioner.
No, but you went to see what these other masters were doing, and now you're doing it yourself in a very big way. So you're not merely a humble reporter. You're a generator of awakened beings, awakened soul, awakened minds. So this is not merely the job of a reporter.
A reporter who has accepted all the reports of the experience of masters.
Yeah, you are actively a generator, an atomic generator of consciousness, of spiritual awakening, of love, devotion, and of spiritual activity.
I tell people, hey, Andrew Cohen has got a great experience. Hey, Ramana Maharshi had a great experience, and I am thrilled by the experiences. You also do meditation. You will also have those experiences. I report to you, Swamiji, to everybody.
That's true, but the radiance, the living radiance of the realizer attracts the seeker and inspires the seeker to do the sadhana. Without the radiance of the spiritual master, the seeker won't do the sadhana.
So now I can give you, I'm not an ordinary journalist, I'm a very great journalist.
I believe that, but you're not merely a journalist.
I'm a great journalist, I'm not a mere journalist. I accept all the messages of all the great masters, totally. A Buddha's message, a Jesus' message, a Mahavir's message, a Zoroaster's message, a Jalaluddin Rumi's message, a Andrew Cohen message, it sinks in me. My heart reverberates.
But what I wanted to ask you is, being a common sense man, what is the common sense reaction to the discovery of eternity?
See, those people who lack common sense, they disagree with these people. They say, hey, something is visible, it's all blah blah, you can't see it, you can't prove it.
Correct.
So I don't like it.
They're materialists.
Okay, it can't be proved. The beauty of a girl, can you prove it? How can you prove it? With the measurements of the eyes and the cheeks, and how can you measure the beauty of a lady, young lady?
It's by the inner experience her beauty gives you.
So, beauty of a young lady or beauty of a baby, how can you measure it scientifically, prove it? No, it cannot be. How can you measure the beauty of the sunrise and sunset? Similarly,
these things we understand through our subjective internal experience.
same thing here. So I tell you, you can understand a Mahavir Buddha not scientifically,
Right.
subjectively. So you do meditation. So I teach meditation. Whatever I learn from you, I teach others, Swamiji. I learn from you and teach. I learn from Buddha, I teach others. I have read Buddha, I have read Mahavir, I have read Jesus. I learn from them. And I teach whatever you have learnt by yourself. I teach.
So generally, when a human being discovers consciousness, they discover everything is one process. And this discovery that everything is one changes a human being.
Totally changes.
Because
it has changed me. My journalist role has changed me. I am no more the same person that before I started studying all these things. I'm a different person. I am a different person now because of my study of all these masters like yourself.
Was there one moment of change, or was there small changes over
Everything
time?
is gradual always.
Huh?
Everything is a gradual change. But a huge change came when I read Lobsang Rampa's You Forever.
Huh?
That was in 1979.
What happened?
What happened? There he was describing astral travel, silver cord, astral worlds, Akashi records in such a beautiful way. I said, hey, this is the truth. In 2 days, I read the whole book, You Forever, by Lobsang Rampa, greatest Tibetan master.
So I wanted to ask you a question.
Yes.
I've noticed that in some of your closest devotees, your closest disciples and students,
Nobody is a disciple of me. I disagree with you.
well, what looks like? Maybe.
What appears is always defective.
Okay. Your apparent devotees, the closest ones, many of them tell me that since they started meditating under your guidance, they gain access to a metaphysical loka, and in this loka they met spiritual beings that were transcendental beings. They weren't merely human, and these beings would speak to them and help them and guide them.
Yes.
Can you tell me what your understanding of this metaphysical domain is all about, and how this is related to your own awakening?
Whomsoever I taught meditation, yes, I am a teacher of meditation, apart from being a journalist.
Part-time job.
Part-time job. So, my part-time job fetched me very well.
Looks like.
Looks like.
Looks like.
Whomsoever I started teaching, they became masters. They became my colleagues in the spread of this great meditation revolution. They became my partners, my business partners, and shareholders in the company.
But what I'm interested in is this, you said when you read Lobsang Rampa, you heard about these metaphysical realms of reality, these other dimensions. And it seems that your non-disciples, your non-students, who are the most devoted, they have told me independently without my asking that in their meditation they have access to this Brahma Loka where they meet spiritual beings that help them and guide them and support them.
That will happen for everybody. If it happened to Lopsang, it will happen to every person.
But it seems to be, but what they're describing, in the way they describe it, seems to be connected with you and your transmission.
Yes, since I played a role in the whole thing, it is proper that they get connected to me in meditation too.
But do you know anything about these spiritual beings?
I don't know anything personally.
So this is not part of your experience, it's part of their experience.
It's part of their experience. I learn from their experience that I am a part of their experience. And I believe in them.
No, I know they do. Because what I wanted to ask you is because I imagine the Buddha would say, and I imagine someone like Ramana Maharshi would say, that anything that you can see, any object that appears, any being that appears separate from consciousness itself, is an apparition, is an illusion, is ultimately.
Nothing is an illusion. Sorry.
Nothing is an illusion.
Nothing is an illusion.
Everything is real?
Everything is real.
What does this mean?
It means matter is real, consciousness is real. That is my reading. You see, Adi Shankaracharya said, Jagat Midhya Brahma Satyam. Whatever you see is illusion, that consciousness, Brahma Satyam. It is the classical Adi Shankaracharya view. Jagat Midhya Brahma Satyam, Jivo Brahmaiva Naparaha. This consciousness is only Brahma.
Which means it's like the screen on which the movie appears.
Yes, so then the materialists say opposite. Jagat Satyam, Brahma Midhya.
Correct.
Jivo Jagadaiva Naparaha. That is the Charvaka philosophy, materialist philosophy. Whatever you see, that's the only thing. There is nothing like consciousness.
Correct.
So, Jagat Satyam, Brahma Midhya. Midhya means illusion. Satyam means truth. Yeah. This world is truth. That Brahma, whatever you are talking, stupid fellow, that's all, nothing is there.
Right.
So this is the materialistic view, Charvaka view.
Yeah.
Then Buddha came.
Yeah.
He gave a third interpretation. He said, Jagat Shunyam, Brahma Shunyam. There is no consciousness and there is no object, there is no subject.
There's emptiness.
There is only emptiness. Jagat Shunyam.
Yeah.
Brahma Shunyam.
Yeah.
Jivo Shunyaiva Naparaha. This consciousness, this witness is also an emptiness.
I understand that, sir. So that's why in relationship to that definition of ultimate reality.
I am coming, Swamiji.
Okay.
So there are four viewpoints. First viewpoint is Jagat Satyam Brahma Midhya. That is a materialist view. Adi Shankaracharya, Jagat Midhya Brahma Satyam. And Buddha's view, both are idiots. both are emptiness. There is nothing but emptiness everywhere.
Correct.
But I say, the fourth one, Jagat Satyam, Brahma Satyam, Jivo Dvayam api Naparaha. This consciousness is both object and as well as subject. The object is true. That's why you are taking a birth. If this was not true, you wouldn't take a birth.
So in Buddhism they say there's two truths, relative truth and absolute truth. Is that what you're pointing to?
Only one truth, that this is truth, consciousness is truth.
But they say...
I don't agree with Buddhists.
But they say that...
So they are against...
No, but they say that in absolute reality, there's only one. In absolute reality, there's only one. There's no you, there's no me, there's no here, there's no there, there's no up, there's no down, there's no east, there's no west. There's only one. In relative reality, we see the many. The relative appearances of the one. But in absolute reality,
that's what I'm saying. The relative reality is as important, as truthful as the absolute reality. Both are realities.
You don't think absolute reality is a little more important?
Nothing. Arey Baba, if it is more important, why would the relative reality come into existence at all?
Because I think God was curious what it would be like to... I always believed, my belief, I can't prove it, that God was curious what would it be like to take form. What would it be like to take form?
And he is very, very thrilled with the form.
He's what?
He is very thrilled with the form, his creation.
I agree with that, but that him taking form, I believe, is what this universe is.
So it is a very valid reality. The relative reality is a very valid reality.
No, it's valid. I agree with you. It's valid, but it's valid and it's real as you say. I agree, it's real, but there's a difference between being relatively real and absolutely real. Because
Both are realities.
Yeah, they are. But
So I will say Jagat Satyam, Brahma Satyam. Both are truth.
No, when you say relative reality and absolute reality, admits they're both real, but it says that the highest reality, absolute reality, is a deeper understanding of truth, that there's only one.
See,
or none.
you will be able to better live in the relative reality when you understand that universal reality
Correct,
also.
correct, absolutely. It changes everything.
Understand?
Changes everything.
So you will be able to enjoy your relative reality.
Because we know it's only relative.
I like my ice cream. I like my cricket.
But yes, but the difference is we could say an enlightened person knows that relative reality is only relatively real, and that's why he or she is able to be here without fear. Whereas an unenlightened person doesn't know that relative reality is only relatively real. They believe it's absolutely real, so therefore they live in
For
fear.
me, the so-called your relative reality and absolute reality are both equal and equal importance, equal greatness, equal significance.
But relative reality can't give us moksha.
When you don't know the absolute reality, then it gives you dukkha.
That's my
but
point.
when you know your absolute reality, this
That's
gives
my
you
point.
more. This gives added importance.
I agree completely with that. It means that all is God.
All is God. The body is God. The liver is God. The heart is God.
Yes.
So now begin to respect this heart, these lungs.
Exactly.
I respect sex.
Huh?
Huh?
Huh? Yes.
Sex is very good.
Sure.
I respect ice cream.
Yes.
Ice cream is too good.
Everybody loves ice cream.
So,
The best of relative reality is ice cream and sex.
see, in this lifetime, I am not given to meditation at all. I am not like Ramana Maharshi. No, to sit in meditation. No. I want to be in the so-called relative reality, which is for me absolute reality.
It's the expression of absolute reality, no?
Yes, it's a great, wonderful expression of absolute reality.
Right. And when we awaken to absolute reality, we want to make relative reality as beautiful as we can, no?
Yes, that is the
Inspired.
That is the job of an enlightened master.
Exactly. Exactly.
And he will do his job.
Yes, he has no choice.
There is no choice. It is a responsibility to develop this relative, so-called relative. It's not, for me, this is absolute reality, Swamiji.
In the end, everything is absolute reality. No?
So then,
But knowing it and not knowing it is a big difference.
it makes a difference. See, when there is a car, when you don't know how to drive, it doesn't make any sense for you. But when there is a car, when you know how to drive, it makes all the sense for you.
Correct. Correct. So I have found that all enlightened masters have a vision when they awaken to absolute reality, when they see the purity and the perfection and the glory and the wonder of absolute reality. They want to help the world to become an expression of that absolute reality.
That is for certain.
It's a vision of utopia, the land of Shambhala.
That's what we have created here in Pyramid Valley.
Exactly.
It's a piece of Shambhala here in Bangalore city.
Exactly. Because once we've seen that truth, there's nothing else to do, no?
You can't but create Shambhalas everywhere.
That becomes the unique aspiration of the enlightened individual, no?
Yes, Swamiji.
So then would you say with that realization one becomes a bodhisattva, that realization when the world no longer attracts us, the world is no
When you
longer...
become enlightened, when you see the beauty of so-called relative reality and also the fundamental truth of absolute reality, you are called Arihant. You become enlightened. That is the Buddhist term.
Yes,
You become enlightened. Means there is no more sadness in you.
yes,
There is no more confusion in you.
yes,
There is no more doubt in you.
that's right.
You become Arihant. Once you become an Arihant, then
An arhant, yes. Arhant, now I understand.
Arihant.
Arhant, yeah.
Okay, Arhat. He becomes Arhat.
Arhat, yes.
And he becomes Arihant. Okay.
Yes.
Then he becomes a Bodhisattva.
So would you say that the arhant becomes a bodhisattva when the world loses all attraction?
No. World is always has attraction. Sorry.
Worldly attraction.
No. I'll tell you who is the Bodhisattva. When Arihant, as Arihant, he will never open his mouth. He will keep his secret to himself. But Bodhisattva opens his mouth.
Must.
He opens his mouth.
He has
it's
to.
not a must, it's a choice. So when people come to him and he opens his mouth, as how he has become an Arihant, he is called a Bodhisattva. He will not go out and teach, but those people who come to him, he will teach. He is Bodhisattva. But when you go out and teach, you are a Buddha. These are the three technical words: Arihant, Bodhisattva and Buddha. When you have become enlightened yourself, you are Arihant.
Yes.
People will not know even because you want to open your mouth.
Correct.
Because you don't want to open your mouth.
Yes.
But after a few more incarnations, you would like to open your mouth. After a number of incarnations as Arihant, you will come back as Bodhisattva.
Yes.
Buddha, before his birth as Buddha, he was a number of times Bodhisattva.
Yes.
And first time he was Arihant. So when you open your mouth to whomsoever who comes to him, he is a Bodhisattva. But when you go from village to teach this, you are a Buddha.
Do you remember do you have any recall of your past lives?
I don't have any recall of my past lives. But others have recalled me as something that. So I believe in them. And I know something is rings me also. Yes, it might be correct, must be correct. Otherwise I wouldn't be here.
Because I believe that it takes many lifetimes to be able to hold the realization. To have the realization is not difficult, but to hold it, not to lose it, requires a readiness and
of course,
a maturity. And this takes many lifetimes.
Many lifetimes of preparation and experience. That goes without saying.
Yes.
You are right. Gandhi, to hold that kind of truth, he must have taken many births to hold that kind of truth. Mother Teresa, to hold that kind of truth, she must have taken many earlier. Small seva. Then finally she came as a explosion of seva, service.
Explosion of seva, that's true. That's beautiful.
So it takes many incarnations. Bahunam janmanam ante gnanavan mam prapadyate, from Bhagavad Gita. It takes many lifetimes. Bahunam janmanam ante. Then you become a gnani, an enlightened person. Doesn't take one lifetime, no way.
I used to believe it could be done in one lifetime, now I know it can't.
See, there is no hurry for enlightenment. So we have to take many lifetimes to have all the experience, to all the nooks and corners.
Yes, indeed.
Understand?
Yes.
To know all the dark places.
Yes, indeed.
So in every lifetime you will see some dark place. Okay, no, this is light space. Okay, you go there. So it takes many lifetimes for you to acquire small enlightenments, and finally you will become an Arihant. After that you will become a Bodhisattva. After that you will become a Buddha.
So once a Bodhisattva becomes a Buddha, is that Buddhahood for only one lifetime or for many lifetimes?
It could be many lifetimes also.
Acha.
Okay. It could be one lifetime, it could be the choice is always there. Choice is always there. And a person can say, okay, one lifetime is enough for me, I am going to Satyaloka to be a co-creator in the whole creation.
From Satyaloka.
Satyaloka. Others can say, okay, I want to go again and teach.
I imagine that coming back to earth and teaching would be more of a challenge than co-creating in Satyaloka.
It is individual thinking.
But in Satyaloka, my life must be very easy, no?
Nothing is easy, Baba. Every loka is a challenge.
Even in Satyaloka?
Everywhere is a challenge.
Because in Satyaloka, there's no body to worry about, no?
But you have to take care of others.
True.
Like a mother takes care of her children, babies.
Yes.
How much trouble the mother has to take?
All trouble.
Now in Satyaloka, you become a mother of the whole universe. All these people's headaches you have to bear.
Yeah. What about?
It is not an easy job, Baba.
And I think the most difficult thing for the Bodhisattva or the Buddha, whether on earth or in Satyaloka, is to capture the people's attention, because people aren't looking.
Work is there everywhere. Challenges are there everywhere.
Even this is new for me.
Yes, of course.
That in Satyaloka there's work to be done.
There is great. Don't go there, Satyaloka. You will be caught in the work.
No, I'm having enough trouble in earth loka.
There is no trouble in Satyaloka, but there is a lot of work is there.
Yeah, is that work a burden or
It is the work of love.
Or joy? Okay.
Work of joy. There is no trouble. There is no trouble. Sorry, Swamiji. Even here there is no trouble for an enlightened master. Socrates was given poison. Okay, take it. Like ice cream. If there were trouble, he wouldn't take it.
So do you feel that the consciousness of the Buddha of a Buddha is eternal, or does it realize extinction at some point?
The moment you become arihant, you have achieved all enlightenment.
But does the consciousness of the Buddha, the highest level?
No, arihant itself is the highest level.
Arhat's the highest level.
Yes, that's why you are called arihant.
Okay, so does the consciousness
Then becomes a teacher.
Understood. But does the consciousness of the Arhat, does it survive? Does it persist for many lifetimes?
It is eternal.
Oh, so the consciousness of the Arhat is eternal.
Yes.
So in eternal in form or beyond form?
Whether you are in form or out of form, it is eternal, Baba. It doesn't make any difference for you.
There's no difference between being in form and beyond form?
No way, no difference.
From the point of view of liberated consciousness, no difference. But
There is no difference.
there has to be a difference.
There is no difference. That is enlightenment, that is arihanthood. Whether you are in the body or out of body, arihant is the same. Body is like a cloth.
Yes.
Do you want me to remove my cloth?
As you
Nothing
wish.
happens to me. Whether I am clothed or unclothed, I am naked, I am the same.
When Ramana Maharshi was dying, his disciples said, "Master, please don't leave us." He said, "Where could I go?"
See,
Same point.
the disciples don't know anything.
The what? They said, "Please don't leave us." He said, "But where could I go?"
That's what I am saying.
Exactly.
The disciples don't know.
Exactly.
They have not become arihants.
No.
But all pyramid masters are great Buddhas, not only arihants.
So
they are
the-
bodhisattvas, they are Buddhas. They are going out and teaching.
Yeah, I see. But to see the question I'm asking you has to do with this. For me, it's an old idea. This is in my belief, old idea, that when we become an arhat or a Buddha or a bodhisattva, but whatever the highest level is, whatever, that there's no returning back to this world.
It's a choice, Swamiji. It's always choice is there.
But this is an old. But I understand it. But this is an old.
I know this is an
idea
old belief.
in Vedanta and in Buddhism. It's an old idea.
Even Bhagavad Gita says, if you come to my level, there is no rebirth for you.
Correct.
There is no forced rebirth for you.
But in my way of thinking, in my modern way of thinking, God or the Creator or Brahman is always becoming more of who and what he can be. He's also growing in and with his creation. He's also growing and becoming more of who and what he can be.
Yes.
So therefore, from that point of view, there's no end to what's possible.
There is no end.
Which would mean he would be eternally in the state of becoming. And so the old idea of never coming back doesn't mean it doesn't work.
It doesn't mean anything.
Good. I'm so glad you agree.
It doesn't mean anything. You keep coming back. You keep coming back to becoming.
For eternally.
It's a choice. See, it's a choice. I'm telling you.
Sure, but if someone had become a Buddha, there would be no choice.
Even in astral worlds, many people are not enlightened, but they don't want to come to a human birth, because they know it's all troublesome.
They know what?
Even in the astral worlds,
Yes, they don't want to take a birth.
There are not enlightenment.
Yes.
They are not members of Satyaloka. They are only members of Swargaloka
Yeah.
or Jnana Loka.
Yeah.
Many people don't want to come to the earth because they don't want to undertake the trouble. They want to work there only and gradually improve. That is their choice.
So what? So in one of those lokas, what would be the reason that an unenlightened person would choose to come back to earth?
Because they want to take a jump to Satyaloka
Acha. Okay.
in a faster pace.
Okay, makes sense.
They want to have double promotion. So they have to come here, prove themselves here, and then take a double promotion to Satyaloka.
Very
Otherwise, they'll gradual work, they'll go from Jnana Loka to Mahaloka to Tapaloka to Satyaloka. It will take a lot of time.
And they wouldn't have courage.
They won't have?
Courage.
It's not a question of courage, it's a question of choice, Baba. Everybody is a courageous soul there. It's choice. Attitudes, aptitudes.
Doesn't it take courage to if you're a conscious being already?
See,
Wouldn't it take courage to take a human birth?
I don't call other people as weak souls. No.
No, I'm not.
Only you are courageous?
No, I never said that.
You said that?
No, I never said that. I'm saying it would take courage to consciously choose
I
to
don't
take a
agree
human
with that.
birth.
It's a
Why?
personal choice. See,
Because you said there's the slow train and the express train.
see, either I want to walk or I want to run. It's a choice. I want to run happily, I want to walk. Up to Delhi, New Delhi. I want to see everything.
But I imagine, but wouldn't you agree in what you're saying, the person who would be more inclined to run would have better chances to become a Buddha than a person who wanted to walk the whole
See, if he's
path.
running, he will not see all the important things that he is able to walk. He's in a hurry to run.
So, are you saying it's better to walk than to run?
I wouldn't say it's a choice, I said. I wouldn't say this is better than that.
But I believe there must be a
You
difference.
tell me, I will put a question. Which is the better birth? Woman birth or man birth?
Better from which perspective?
I don't know. I'm putting which is the better birth.
In India, it's better to be a man. For sure. Obviously. Right? Easier for men. Women have more trouble than men.
In the West?
Less so. It's the same problem, but a little bit less. There's a little bit more advancement in this.
Tell me about when you came first to Pyramid Valley.
Yes.
Then, since then you are here.
Yes.
Tell us your impression about our institution here.
My impression of your institution is that everybody that I see around you and related to you, connected to you, is kind and generous and selfless and spiritually inspired and very loving. This is my experience with everybody. There's no exception. And you are an example of effortless being. There's an easiness and a naturalness in your being. You're not trying. It looks like, I mean, I don't know you so well, but it looks like you're not trying to do anything. And this is not something that you're not trying to not try. You're just not trying. and the results between your relationship to life and your state and the way your non-students are seems very non-dual, very beautiful. So I have a very positive impression.
How is the pyramid? What do you say about the pyramid?
Of the pyramid, I was only in the pyramid during the conference, so I don't have enough experience. And then on one day I tried to go up. One day when I visited, but it was so hot I couldn't stay up there.
It's very hot out there.
So I don't have much direct experience of the pyramid.
Okay.
But I have experience of the people, and that's very convincing to me. So I think you, just to get back to what we were speaking about. So you're
Yes.
saying, if you're running, do you really mean to say that there's no difference between running and walking?
In running, you miss many things which you won't miss when you are walking. But when you are walking, your goal is a little farther than when you are running. So it's obvious which one you want to see. Slow and steady wins the race. We have got a statement also.
But I understand, but I've noticed that some people are very motivated, have extreme motivation, spiritual motivation. Some people, and they say this also in the Yoga Sutras, that some people have middle motivation, some people have very less.
See,
so the people with the greatest motivation make the greatest progress. That's my point.
when you see from a limited point of view, in one lifetime, some people seem to be lazy, some people seem to be dynamic. But the reversal roles will be there in the past lifetimes. I'll give you a small example. In this lifetime, many people give me fruits to eat. But I don't eat fruits. I don't like.
Yeah.
Because I must have eaten enough fruits in my past lifetimes.
Yeah,
Just because I don't eat now, it doesn't mean that I am against it.
I understand.
Just means if I am not running now, I am going slow pace, it doesn't mean that I have not run earlier.
So are you saying in the end it's all the same?
In the end, everything is the same. Everybody has to become male and female. Everybody has to run and go slow.
So I ask you a question. So in the end, I agree with you. In the end, everything is the same. In the end, but in the meantime,
Differences are there,
correct.
which are insignificant. Insignificant.
They're insignificant?
They're not. for an enlightened person. They're significant, very
For what?
significant.
For what? For an enlightened person.
Yes, because he sees the whole broader picture always. The more enlightened you are, the more broader picture you see. The more broader picture you see, the more enlightened you are. There is no end for enlightenment. Although there is a fundamental enlightenment is there. It's very paradoxical.
It's all about paradox.
And then you can argue and argue and argue for and against all these paradoxes. What paradoxes are there?
A lot of Dharma speak is about these paradoxes.
Yes, yes. When you understand all the paradoxes, then you are enlightened, I must say.
Correct. Well, I think the paradoxes can only be understood with enlightenment.
Yes, yes.
Which is the consciousness of non.
First you become enlightened, then you understand the paradoxes.
Yes.
When you understand the paradox, you are more enlightened.
Correct.
I have understood all the paradoxes.
Because you can see that what appears to be a contradiction is not
Yes,
a
yes.
contradiction.
I have understood all the paradoxes.
Yeah.
That's why my uncommon common sense is there.
Ah.
When you understand a paradox, what comes out is common sense.
Uncommon common sense.
Uncommon common sense. Common sense is not a common sense. It's
Correct.
uncommon, very uncommon.
Looks like. If we look at the world, it seems to be true.
Yes, Swamiji. So I am a man of common sense, I can boldly say.
Yeah.
Because I have understood all the paradoxes. At various levels, paradoxes. Can you do good? How can you do good? You can't do any good. It's a paradox.
Hmm.
Is there death? No, there is no death. Is there no death? There is death. It's a paradox.
Correct.
Are you a god? Yes, you are a god. Can you be a god? I can't be a god. It's a paradox.
When I hear this, I always hear the relative absolute distinction in these.
Same thing. So,
Yes,
which
exactly.
is better? It's a paradox. This is better than that. That is better than this. Both combined are better than both isolated.
True. True.
Swamiji, it's all paradoxical.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
And I have understood all the paradoxes. That's why everybody is happy with me. From this side and from that side also.
About 2 months ago, we were on the Zoom channel of Pyramid Valley, and I was speaking about being and becoming. I said they're both expressions of Brahman.
Of course, sir.
And then you listened and you said to me, yes, Andrew, it's a paradox. I said, yes.
Yes, yes.
But not everybody understands this.
How can anybody understand, Baba? Can you understand music? Classical music of M.S. Subbulakshmi? You can't understand. You can't understand German. How can you understand everything? That doesn't go against you. Whatever you understand, that goes for you. But whatever you don't understand, that doesn't go against you.
It can.
It doesn't go against you, sorry.
In life, sometimes if you don't understand things, you can take the wrong road.
No. When you think for one lifetime, it can go, but several lifetimes are there.
Acha. Well, in the long run, it's all going to work out.
Always in the long run. I play one chess game, I lose it, but immediately say, come on, one more chess game, then I will win.
So when you think about karma, do you think about human karma, planetary karma, cosmic karma on these levels?
I am not bothered about planetary karma, that is beyond my...
No, but for example, you're saying that in the short term, from a short-term perspective, certain things seem more important than others. But you're saying in the long run, everything will work out.
Yes, but in the short term, some things are more important than others.
Exactly. So, for example, now the big problem is the environment is a huge problem. The global warming. And do you feel this is going to work itself out?
I don't care.
Because you don't care, because why?
Because planetary karma is not in my hands. It is in the hands of all the multitude of human beings.
Yes.
But individual karma is in your own hand.
Sorry?
So individual karma is in your own hand.
Correct.
So I consider upon individual karma. Planetary karma, the planet will take care. I don't take care.
What about we?
What about we?
So don't you think we have, on my personal level, my karma is my own?
That's all.
But
you take care of that. You are a part of we.
But at a certain level, isn't there a certain level of reality of life where we begin to share, at a certain point we begin to share the burden of a larger dimension of karma?
As a member of the group, whatever happens to everybody, every other member of the group, it will happen to you also. If there is a big earthquake, you will also die. So what? So what?
Well,
anyway, you will die.
Well, the so what is, for example, Swamiji, I see on television now, they're showing the fires in Australia and in California.
Yes.
And then they showed a picture of a bear, a little bear surrounded by fire, like being terrified, and my heart was breaking. But this
You can't help your heart breaking because your heart is made of breakable material.
But for this was unbearably painful to see this poor animal trapped in the abuses of my species, no?
You can't help it.
Apparently we can, but we should and we could. Apparently we can, but we should and we could, no?
You can't change others' realities.
But, for example...
You can't dictate others' choices.
No, but sir, but you admire Mahatma Gandhi, and Mahatma Gandhi saw what was wrong in humanity, and he wanted to purify this. He wanted human beings to come together as one.
And somebody killed Mahatma Gandhi also.
Therefore
what?
No, I'm saying therefore, Mahatma Gandhi wanted the Muslims and Hindus.
I don't want to be killed.
What?
I don't want to be a martyr. I want to live and help the whole world.
Yeah, and exactly, because you care.
I want to live and help the whole world.
Because you care.
By dying, I will not help the whole world.
Because you care.
I have to take one more birth.
Maybe more.
Maybe more. So I don't want to die. I don't want to be a martyr.
This is my feeling also. I agree completely. I'm not ready to go.
I want to live and help.
Yeah.
By living, I can help.
Exactly. Not by dying.
Not by dying.
That's why life is so precious, no?
Life is...
I have a question for you.
Yes.
I think I know your answer, but I have always thought that for a soul to evolve, the soul needs to be attached to a physical body. So I always thought that after the soul leaves the body between births, its spiritual state, its evolutionary condition is frozen until it gets a new body.
It is not frozen.
So do you believe a soul can evolve without a body?
That's what I'm saying. That's why many souls don't choose to come to the physical body. There is a gradual evolution everywhere.
But let's expand the question and say, because the soul usually has a subtle body, right?
Yes.
The soul has a subtle body.
Everywhere there are bodies out there.
No,
Physical body,
gross body, subtle
astral
body,
body,
causal body.
causal
Yeah.
body,
Yeah, exactly.
supracausal body, cosmic body. Bodies are there. But the nature of the bodies is different.
But would you feel that the soul can continue to evolve without the attachment to the physical body?
Soul chooses for a rapid growth in certain choice cases to come to the physical body.
Because it's more demanding.
For various reasons.
Sorry?
Various reasons could be there.
But that's implied in what you said. That if they're in a hurry, they would choose to come to
Yes.
human birth because it would be more demanding.
But for every one person who chooses to come here, there are 100 persons who don't choose to come here. They are disgusted with the earth planet.
So are they the smart ones or the foolish ones?
I don't know. In the long run, nobody is a smart fellow, nobody is a foolish fellow.
Yeah, I understand.
I see the whole long run, Swamiji.
Excuse me?
I see always the long run.
Yeah,
I see the whole picture.
yeah. Well, those are the two perspectives. There's the absolute picture in which everything has already happened, everything's already accomplished. This is what you're saying in the big picture.
Yet everything remains to be accomplished. Paradox.
No, that in the relative context, everything remains to be accomplished. In the absolute context, everything's already accomplished. Those are
It's a paradox, a great paradox.
complete paradox.
I like the concept of paradoxes.
But the thing is, I think different realizers take a different position on both sides of that question. So, for example, Ramana would say, "I don't care. I'm free. I have no attachment. I have no desire." And you're saying, "I want to be here because I care." And they're both expressions of a realization, but they're the expression of a different position.
See,
in relation
music
to
is
life.
there.
Huh?
So take the case of music.
Yeah.
There are hundreds and thousands of ragas, melodies, patterns. Each melody pattern has its own beauty.
Yes.
For example, Kalyani raga is there. It is not greater than Shaakahaara raga. But the structure is different. Similarly, enlightened people, the structure is different.
Yes.
Like a different melody pattern.
Yes, indeed.
Each melody pattern is significant. Each flower is significant. Each leaf is significant. Each fruit is significant. Which is a better fruit, mango or guava?
Depends on the person.
Similarly, Ramana Maharshi is better or Buddha is better or Gandhi is better? Who is better? It's not like that.
Depends on your particular.
Everybody is good. Every fruit is good. Every flower is good. Every leaf is beautiful. Every baby is wonderful.
Is unique.
Every baby is wonderful. Not only unique, wonderful. Equally wonderful. Unique is different character, wonderful is different character. Every baby is wonderful. Every baby. Have you ever seen an ugly baby? No.
No.
You can't see it. Have you ever seen an ugly animal?
No, well, maybe. But usually not, no.
No way. You can't see an ugly animal.
Usually not.
A caterpillar is a very beautiful creature.
A caterpillar?
Yes, very beautiful creature.
Yes.
Yes.
What I love about animals is their innocence.
Of course, sir.
Uncorrupted innocence.
In the presence of animals, we learn that
Exactly. We see our
to be
own,
equally uncorruptible.
we see our own lack of uncorruptibility.
Yes.
So a big part of the spiritual work is to realize and awaken to that innocence again, no?
Yes, unless you become a child, you cannot enter the kingdom of God, Jesus said.
Exactly.
And what is a child? A child is nothing but pure innocence.
Exactly. And trust. And trust.
Yes.
It's heartbreaking, no? So your faith in the Creator God, your faith in humanity is very inspiring.
Swamiji,
It's very inspiring. Very
I
inspiring.
am honored that a man like Andrew Cohen is speaking to me. It's an ordinary thing.
You're very kind.
Andrew Cohen is one of my role models.
Yeah, you're very
When
kind.
I read him,
You're very kind, Swami.
long time back.
You're very kind. But I think, especially at this time in history, this is a difficult time in human history, for human beings to have faith in each other is very important, it's very positive, it's very needed.
In any time of human history, it is needed, Baba.
But even more in the dark period.
No. In any period, it is equally important. You have to become like a child. And I am a child. I appreciate everybody. I am astonished at everybody's gracefulness.
You're what?
I am astonished at everybody's grace. Yes. Any yoga, any darkness or any light age, people like babies.
Especially when they come around spiritual masters, their consciousness changes and becomes less full of ego and more full of innocence.
Of course, so because they are like children. All right.
Exactly.
We all affect each other.
Excuse me?
We all affect each other.
We sure do, that's so true.
In spite of ourselves, we are affected by others.
So true.
Yes.
That's true.
That's bound to be there.
That's why we have to be very mindful of what we say and what we do.
We don't have to be mindful when you have become enlightened. Everything happens. You have to be very mindful before enlightenment.
Very true. That's even better. Even better. Because if we trust ourselves unconditionally and trust in consciousness with all of our heart, beautiful things come through us.
Yes. Automatically they come to us.
Yeah, they come.
So we
through.
don't have to be mindful.
Not because of us, but in spite of us.
In spite of ourselves, yes. Before enlightenment, you are the cause of your mindfulness. But
yes.
After enlightenment, mindfulness is your character, your innocence.
This is so true. It's so true.
Yeah. What is your message to all the pyramid masters
My
who are
message,
listening to this?
realize how lucky and how fortunate you are. And keep doing the beautiful work you're doing.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chandu, for arranging this.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
Yesterday, we were talking about Buddham Sharanam Gacchami. Instead of the word Buddham, we should introduce the word enlightenment. Buddham is the old age word. Enlightenment is the new age word. So everybody say, enlightenment Sharanam Gacchami. Understand? So we are seeking enlightenment. And yesterday we also have come to know that there are three enlightenments. One is enlightenment before enlightenment. Second is enlightenment proper. Third is enlightenment after enlightenment. Now let us know a little more about these three departments. What is enlightenment before enlightenment? When Gautama Buddha left his palace, was he enlightened or not? When he left his palace. Yeah. But after 5.5 years, then we came to know that under the Bodhi tree, then he got his enlightenment. So what was that enlightenment which made him go from the palace in search of truth? That is enlightenment before enlightenment. Without search for truth, you will not get the truth. That search for the truth is the first enlightenment. People don't seek truth. People don't search for truth. They search for money. Then it's not yet enlightenment. So when you say, okay, now I go out, now I keep everything aside and I want enlightenment. I want to know the truth. What so many rishis have got, why I should not get it? If a Buddha is enlightened, Mahavir is enlightened, Jesus is enlightened, okay, I also want to become enlightened. I don't know what is that enlightenment, but I want to become enlightened. So when you decide that I want enlightenment, that is enlightenment for you at that stage. Great enlightenment for you at that stage. So you go from pillar to post, guru to guru. Gautama Buddha went to 500 teachers, started practicing everything. Something is very good, something is not very good. Trying and testing everything. That is great enlightenment. When you are trying and testing everything, that is very, very great enlightenment. For example, I want to become like Dr. Sanjay Kingi. I want to play the sitar. I don't know sitar. Now I buy a sitar. Then I start learning the notes. I become a disciple of Dr. Sanjay Kingi. Then that is enlightenment for me. Earlier I didn't care for music. Now I want music. So I go daily to him. I learn from him and come back. Go daily to him. I used to go to my Guruji for flute. 6 hours, 6 kilometers, 1 hour cycling or even walking. Then he will give me some training for 2 hours, some bashing, some titting, quoting, all those things. And then I come here. So we have to go. That is enlightenment. When I want to learn music, is it not enlightenment? Tell me. After that, he was talking about so much Shruti and Laya. I could not understand what is that Shruti, what is that Laya. We were the students of meditation. It took 6 years for me to understand what exactly is Shruti, what exactly is Laya. When you understand Shruti, when you understand Laya, then of course you have become a master of music. Then you are enlightened in music. But it takes 6 years to reach that stage. That's hard work of 6 years, going and learning, coming back, practicing, trying to understand what the teacher is saying. That is great enlightenment. That is called as enlightenment before enlightenment. When Buddha left his palace, then he searched for truth. Then he practiced everything. That is enlightenment before enlightenment. And one fine day, when he opened his third eye, saw 3 things. First, the Janma Parampara. All the births he had seen, one after another. Then all the karmas he did in each janma and the karma phala in the next janma. Okay. Finally, he got the Ashtanga Marga, how to go out of the dukkha cycle. So all those things he got in one night. And that night is called as his enlightenment day. But right from when he went out of the palace, the questions began. That is the phase of enlightenment before enlightenment. If there is no enlightenment before enlightenment, you cannot get enlightenment. It's a long process. The first phase of enlightenment before enlightenment is a long process, pretty long process. That is the disciplehood. So the first enlightenment before enlightenment is called the disciplehood, the disciple state. That is great enlightenment. Then finally, suddenly you understand, you come out of the physical body and you see that you are not the physical body. This is what I wanted to know. Okay, I am outside the physical body. The physical body is doing meditation like this. I am outside and seeing the physical body. Then that is enlightenment proper. I am not this body, I am that, which is seeing this. So when you keep on doing meditation, someday, suddenly, the astral body comes out and you see the physical body. That is enlightenment proper. But that is not the end. Then the new world opens of enlightenment after enlightenment. So, then you do meditation in the astral body, then you come out in the causal body. Then you do meditation in the causal body, you come out of the causal body, go into the extra causal body. All that phase is called as enlightenment after enlightenment. During all those travels, you will go to say various dimensions. The astral dimension, the causal dimension, so many dimensions are there, n number of dimensions. Then you come into contact with all the masters who are similar to you, who have also become enlightened, who have also had enlightenment before enlightenment, who are also seeking enlightenment after enlightenment. You meet all those people. You see all those things. Then you become a teacher. You become a disciple first, then you become a master, then you become a researcher, then you become a teacher. Disciplehood is enlightenment before enlightenment. Master is enlightenment proper. Then researcher is enlightenment after enlightenment. And teacher is enlightenment after enlightenment. It's a big drawn out process, the whole thing called as enlightenment. ENLIGHTMENT. Big process. When you first decide to start meditation, start listening to other masters, then your first phase of enlightenment began. If you didn't care for it, then you are living, of course, properly, of course, but still the first phase of enlightenment did not begin. Somebody asked Buddha, Swamiji, you are telling us such wonderful things. We have learnt everything from you. Then Buddha said, if I did not speak about everything, how can you learn everything from me? What I spoke to you is only, out of this tree, if I take handful of leaves, that's what I told you. I didn't teach the whole tree. But for you, for your happiness, for your coming out of suffering, these few leaves are enough for you. The rest of the whole tree is there for you to do research. So that is enlightenment after enlightenment. Those few leaves that he has taken and given to the disciple, they are enough, they are sufficient, they are right for the enlightenment before enlightenment. Once you become enlightened, you seek enlightenment after enlightenment. You become a researcher. In the year 1979, I became enlightened. Then my research started. Then my enlightenment after enlightenment started, after 1979. Then my teaching started. Teaching is enlightenment after enlightenment. The moment Buddha became enlightened, he was searching for somebody to teach. So that is enlightenment after enlightenment. If he did not teach anybody else, then he was enlightened, of course, but he did not seek enlightenment after enlightenment. Remember these three phases. Disciplehood is enlightenment before enlightenment. Realization is enlightenment proper. Then researching and teaching after you have realized, that is enlightenment after enlightenment.
Namaste, Satnam. Welcome to today's session about the universal law of the self, of our true identity. My name is Katarina Marinc and I come from Slovenia. I live in between Slovenia and France because my husband Jérôme Boujon, who you maybe met at the Global Festival of Spiritual Sciences in the Pyramid Valley last year, is French. We travel all around the world giving conferences, retreats and workshops. I am a founder, author, a teacher and a channel for Living Love Teachings and Technology, which comprehend a unique living love method, the teachings and the technology of the universal laws, of the universal portals, which is like the 1st of January, the 2nd of February, the 3rd of March, the technology of the diamond earth, which is my husband's invention and was proclaimed as an invention for peace on earth and for elevation of human consciousness. In 2019, at one of the biggest expositions for inventions in the world, in Geneva, after 15 years of research, Jérôme succeeded to draw in fundamental geometry, which is the mathematics of the universe, the crystal planetary grid, the grid of the unity consciousness, that we are all one. And that grid comprehends 915 times the golden number, the golden ratio, the divine proportion. All life exists thanks to the divine proportion. all universe expands through the divine proportion. We are alive because in our DNA, in our divine nature awoken, we have the golden number. So whenever you connect to this grid and to the structure of this grid, you actually receive the codes of unity, the codes of peace, love, harmony, courage, compassion, prosperity, all the qualities that make us true humans. I'm also a Kundalini yoga teacher, a healer in different healing techniques. But today I will be speaking about the universal law of the self. And I hope that these simple teachings will help you realize what a magnificent being you are, what a great chance we all have to be here on earth, incarnated in this physical body. I would like to remind you, and also I would like to remind myself, that we have the power to transform anything that does not support us in this incarnation. And we also have the power to create everything that does support us, our families, communities, the life on earth, all the forms of life here and in the universe. I will be speaking about very basic teachings, and maybe it might not be anything new for you. I somehow felt that we revise these basic teachings because I believe that when we live according to them, that then we can really build the higher floors and move towards the God consciousness and bring it through living it, through our thoughts, words and action, to bring the divine consciousness here in this moment. So I say hello to all my Indian friends. I thank the Pyramid Valley, and I thank also Dr. Kartikeyan, that my husband and me, we met last year in France at Peace Conference, and it is thanks to Dr. Kartikeyan and thanks to the trust, the humility and the great heart of Sir Patriji that we were both invited to the Global Festival of Spiritual Sciences, where Jerome was speaking about the fundamental geometry, his researches that were accepted at the Academy of Science in France, and I was speaking about the power of living the unconditional love, and I was also giving a whole day workshop about the universal law of the self. Today I only have about 45 minutes plus this introduction, so let's start. Of course, we come from different countries, from different spiritual backgrounds, in this life, in the past lives, and we have different levels of consciousness. And I only ask you to be open and only take the things that really talk to your mind and to your heart, to your soul and to your spirit. So the first thing, the self. I always say we have little self and big self. Little self, which is written by small s, and the self, our true self, of who we truly are. The little self is the part of us which was wounded, which is emotionally wounded, or a part of us which is maybe limited in thinking, in the concepts of life. And sometimes we call it ego. And through life we also learn that it has a special mission, and that it really goes when we realize who we truly are. And in order to understand our big self, I will start with very basic things. So, how are we built? We have this physical body, and then we have our auric body, which is not seen in the same way, but if we are clairvoyant, we can see it. If we are clairsentient, we can feel it. If we are claircognizant, we know that there is aura around us. And in our auric body, we have the first layer is our etheric body, okay, all around me, okay, and then we have our emotional body, and then our mental body, our spiritual body, our causal body. Of course, we also have our stellar body and galactic body, but today we will not go into that. So we have all these bodies. We are like a big computer. And when we start to learn about these bodies, we say this is a physical body, this is etheric body, this is emotional body. And later we learn that all bodies are one, and that they are so interconnected. If we look, for example, in the emotional body, there are all the emotions that I have ever felt in this life, in my past lives. There can be emotions that I inherited through the DNA from my mother, or from my mother's mother, so from the mother line. There can be emotions that I inherited from my father, or father's father, or father's father, so from the masculine bloodline. Then I can also, in my emotional body, have the emotions that I took on from a TV program, from the book I read, from the film, or from people that I know, that I met, or from people that were in the supermarket or at the market where I was doing my vegetable shopping, for example. In my emotional body, there can also be the emotions from the collective consciousness, from what all the humanity has ever felt. And I will explain how I understand the collective consciousness, or how the Ascended Masters helped me understand in a very simple way what the collective consciousness is, and it might help you too. So only the emotional body, has so much data. Imagine my mental body, all the thoughts, ideas, visions, concepts that I have in my mental body. From this life, from the past lives, from my mother, my father, from what I took on from the outside world, or from the collective consciousness. And for example, the thoughts, and of course in the emotional body and in the mental body, there are positive emotions and negative emotions. positive thoughts and negative thoughts, positive visions and negative visions. Of course, we could also say that nothing is positive and nothing is negative, right? Which is actually true. But I will use this word positive, negative. And positive is for something that does support us in our growth and in our life. And the negative is something that is not supporting our body, mind, not supporting our mission and our way of living. So let's keep it positive and negative just to know what we are talking about, right? So, for example, in my spiritual body, I have all the memories of my soul, all the journeys, and there were sad things happening to my soul, and there is also great wisdom, many teachings, many life experiences on earth and elsewhere that I can tap to and that I can remember and activate and use now. Very often we also speak about our chakras, right? The energy centers. And we also learn about the colors of each chakra. For example, the first chakra, which is about security, is red. The second, which is about our water element, about our creative power, is orange. Our power, true power, is our solar plexus chakra, which is yellow. And these are the colors of the chakras in the third dimension. In the fifth dimension, these chakras would have other colors. In the sixth dimension, they would have other colors. And we learn what are the strengths of each chakra and what are the challenges of each chakra. Or we could say we learn about the light. Okay, the first chakra, it's about security, or the obscurity of this chakra, which is the fears and the fear to survive, right? And sooner or later, then we find out that all the chakras are so interconnected that they are one body. But we need to learn it chakra by chakra, step by step, in order to understand the system that we are. And each chakra has all the bodies that I've mentioned. If we take, for example, the heart chakra, the physical body, it's the heart, right? And then we have the thymus, the higher heart chakra, which is the immune system of our soul. Then in the etheric body of this chakra, I have the etheric heart. The emotional body of my heart, there are data all around of everything that my heart experienced as emotions, the positive and negative. On the mental level, there are the thoughts and the concepts of what love is, what is the power of the heart, the wisdom of the heart. On the soul level, there are data about how the heart is actually a portal to our soul. So we see that each chakra has all the bodies. And now I would like to tell you about the levels of consciousness that we carry. Again, I will simplify it because otherwise it could be 1 week workshop about this, okay? So we have our unconscious. It's not according to the chakras, okay? It's just that I'm showing it like this way. I can show it like we have the unconscious sphere, then subconscious, semi-conscious, conscious, consciously conscious, and then our God divine consciousness. And I understand God. We all have different understandings, right? I always say that there are no differences, because if we have the goodwill and good intention to serve God here, to serve the light, to be good humans, then it doesn't matter if our concepts of God, the light, the source, however we call it, or Buddha, or Krishna, or Vishnu, the names are not important. What is important is what we have all in common, and that is to live a happy, healthy and holy life, and to be the gift to each other, and to serve each other in the best way possible. So for me, the concept of God, the concept that is very close to my heart, is the concept that is taught in the Kundalini Yoga teachings, is that God is the generating, organizing force which destructs everything that does not support us and delivers everything that does support us. And we all come from that God consciousness, and we are the extension of this consciousness here on earth. Unfortunately, we might have lost the connection with it. And through the spiritual sciences, through the teachings, meditation, we learn how to connect again to that consciousness, to that life force which generates, operates, organizes, delivers, and destructs what is not good for us. And I believe that we are here, that we all have a common mission, and that is to remember that God consciousness, to connect with it, to get out of the amnesia, because we forgot that we are divine, and to bring it here, to bring that light or that life force in our life. And in this way, we can truly change the consciousness, our individual consciousness and the collective consciousness of humanity, to really go out of what I call 3 old consciousnesses and to build and live and empower the 3 new consciousnesses. So to get out of the old consciousness of the victimhood and to become victors, the creators of our lives. That's what we are supposed to be. It's how we are created. That's our true self. To get out of the old consciousness of poverty and lack, to go into the new consciousness of the Aquarian age, which is the consciousness of prosperity and abundance. And to go from the old consciousness of conditional love and lust and go to the new consciousness of the what I call living love, unconditional love. We know, according to researches, that probably 90% of everything that we are is in our subconscious. And in the unconscious, we can have really deep traumas or shocks, and they went really in the unconscious because it was too hard to deal with them. So if 90% of what I have in my bodies, in my chakras, is in the subconscious, how can I then live consciously? And one of the ways I tell people is that we have two choices. Either we take the negative out, the negative emotions, the negative thoughts, negative concepts, negative memories and programs, individual, family-like, human-like, or that we activate the divine consciousness in us here and now. Because, in the subconscious, we don't only have the negative. In the subconscious, we also have our divine blueprint of who we are, of why we are here. In the subconscious, we also have our soul gifts and talents and much wisdom. And very often this is in the subconscious and it's not conscious because of the negative stuff which is layered, right? And so with different techniques we transform layer by layer negative emotions, negative thoughts, negative concepts and negative beliefs, right? So that there is more space. It's like taking out the old furniture to make space so that we can bring the divine in. Or instead of, because sometimes, I don't know about your experience, but I remember that 20 years ago when I started a more conscious spiritual journey, we learned a lot about the techniques, how to transform and to delete and to clear our bodies and levels of consciousnesses. And in the support groups, I remember, we only talked about what else needed to be cleared. And it was tiring. I mean, I knew all about people's past lives and their negative emotions and thoughts, and we forgot to live and to see who we already are. And we were so busy with cleaning and just seeing ourselves how almost bad we are and unclean. I hoped you understand what I would like to tell. So I started to look for the meditations and the healing techniques where I could bring the divine consciousness in, and that light would just push the negative out of my body, so that I am concentrated on the positive, on bringing the light and wisdom and peace and compassion and courage, or all the divine qualities into myself. And that would then push the opposite out. And today at the end, I will be presenting you one meditation, how in a very simple way you can clear the negative mind, the negative thoughts, and conscious or unconscious, to be more at peace. And then this helps us then to have more positive thoughts, and we all as individuals and humanity, we need now to be empowered in our faith, in our hope for a different future that only we can build through our thoughts, actions and words. A different future will not come in 2033, for example, or by from somebody outside of this earth. We are supported by the divine, but we are physical and we live on the physical earth, and we are the creators of the possible new future. We need to create a new timeline, and we all know the power of our minds and of our vision, because whatever our soul wants to live, we have our soul body, then this dream needs to go through the mental body. And if the mental body is empowered by light, then this dream will be empowered and become a lighthouse. And then this dream, empowered by the light vision, will go through my emotional body, where, because there are no negative thoughts, I will be more able to feel that promised earth and promised life, but promised from God, and something we promised ourselves to come here and do and live and say and think and envision. And then it goes down to the etheric body, and then it can become physical, real in the physical reality. Before I share with you this meditation that you can do every day, 11 minutes for 40 days, 90 days, 120 days, or 1000 days to become the master of it, I would like to mention you the three minds that we have. We have a negative mind, positive mind, and neutral mind. And negative mind doesn't mean it's only negative. It can really be positive. The positive mind doesn't mean it's always positive. If it is not balanced, it can do havoc in our lives and create many problems that we do not need. And then we have the neutral mind, our intuition, but if it is not balanced, we will not really be listening to the intuition. Namaste.
Hello friend, Namaste to all masters and friends. My name is Sudhakar. I live in Edison, New Jersey, USA. I've been in spiritual process for last 2 years and I've been meditating for more than a year. In this year-long process, so much transformation happened in my life. My life became so happy, so blissful. My relationships with kids, with family and others are wonderful. I'm happy every moment and every situation. This is because of my meditation and also a wisdom that I acquired from reading multiple books and also getting knowledge from other senior masters who already mastered the life on earth. Today I'm here to give you some knowledge on spiritual process. This will help every master, every person, whether you meditate or not. This is very important knowledge for everybody. So I'm here to give you knowledge on the 4 principles of creation, because this creation, the universe, runs on these principles. There are 4 principles, they're basis of this universe. So I have a feeling that every person who want to live a happy and a blissful life on the earth should know these principles and understand these principles, and you have to master this principle. Once you master this, and your life become amazing, your journey become a great. Let us see what are those principles. The first principle is the love, the unconditional love. The second principle is health and well-being. The third one is abundance, and the fourth one is creativity. These are the 4 principles. First, let us ask a question. Why should I know these principles and why should I master these principles? Because everybody has to master these principles. Whoever has taken a birth has to master this 4th principle. Why should I master? You need to master these 4 principles in order to master the life on earth. So, you need to master the life on earth. So, why should I master the life on earth? Is there somebody assigning a task to me or a challenge to me, hey, you go and do it? Or is there somebody controlling me like authority, higher authority? You need to go on earth and do all these things? Is there somebody forcing you to go there? No. Remember, my dear friend, there is nobody who is sending you out there to perform or do some work on earth, or enjoy some pleasures or go through a suffering or pain, because it is everybody took a choice. It's your own choice. You took this challenge. Okay, you want to learn some lessons on earth, on the physical plane. So you took the choice and came here. Unfortunately, after coming here, we forgot what the challenge that we took. Before we understanding the life on earth or mastering the life on physical plane, we need to understand, or we need to have a answer for the question, who am I? Who am I? If you understand who you are, then you will better understand these principles, and you better understand the life on earth, and you will better understand the purpose of your life. So let's understand, who am I? Am I this body and the mind, or am I more than this? Am I just this physical body? Is there higher than the physical body? This is a question everybody should answer themselves and find out the answer. So the answer is, a lot of people think that they are just the body and the mind, which is physical body and the mind. Remember this, my friends. You are an extension of your non-physical being into the physical body. You are a non-physical being, okay, living in a physical body. This physical body, we are living in this physical body. Okay, this body belongs to us, but it is not you. This is important to know. Remember this. Anything on this earth which is physical has a non-physical thing. For example, let us take our brain. Brain is part of our physical body. Okay, brain is physical, but the mind is not physical. So, but brain is just a connection or mediator to connect your mind. So mind, which is non-physical, you cannot see the mind. It is a non-physical. Same thing, the thoughts which are generated in the mind, they are non-physical. The electricity that is passing in your physical body is a non-physical. So you need to understand this, my dear friend. Everything physical has a non-physical thing attached to it. We are also same thing. We are basically a non-physical being. Okay, we are like consciousness or the soul inside this physical body to go through some kind of experiences on the earth, to learn some lessons on the earth. How you will learn, what you will learn, all those your choices, you already planned for it. That's individual person go through different experiences and different process of learning. That's a different thing. If you understand this is very important. You are a non-physical being living in a physical body, then you understand the life on the earth. You'll make your life amazing on the earth plane. So now you got a better idea of who you are or who am I. So since you took this challenge, the challenge of earth, and you took a life, you took a birth on the earth, so you have to master this, because it is your own choice that you want to master this life on earth. So you need to understand the universe works, how the creation works, because we are creating everything on a physical plane. It could be health, or could be wealth, or love or relationship. Everything we are creating here. So it is important to understand this, the 4 principles of creation, and these principles are the basis for the creation of the universe. They are inside of you. It is just that you need to remember that you have it. You need to realize that you have it. So let us look at the first principle, that is love. It is not the love that is between 2 people, or it is not a love that is between men and women, like otherwise mother and a child. That is just emotional relationship. The actual meaning of love is total acceptance and total allowing of what it is and how it is. So I repeat it, it's total acceptance, allowing. You need to accept the way it is. You need to accept the people how they are. Then it is called love. For example, you take a situation, or you take a person, or you take incident, whatever is happening, however the person behaves, or however the person is, if you accept him totally the way he is, and if you allow him whatever he wanted to do, that is called love. That's called unconditional love. Because you are not having any expectations, or you are not putting any conditions on the person or incident. So it's called unconditional love. That is a pure love. This is the first principle, and it is the basis of the creation. Since it is a total acceptance and allowing, you need to understand this. If you do not accept and allow, nothing will come into your life, because it's a acceptance. You need to allow anything to come into your life. You need to remember this. Without your acceptance, without you allowing anything, it could be a bad situation or it could be a good situation, or it could be bad thing or good thing. You think it's a bad or good, but there is no bad or good. It's everything is experience. Everything is there to teach you some kind of lesson. You put your belief system and you compare with other situations, so you tag it or you categorize it as good or bad. Otherwise, if you take it everything is experience, and if you take it as everything is there to teach you, definitely you see miracles in your life. Let us see how this love is a basis for the creation. Okay, how creation happens out of the love, and why a lot of people is not able to create what they wanted. Why a lot of people lack of health, lack of good relationship. The reason they lack everything is because they don't have love. Let us see in detail how they lack love. Since a person is lack love for others, he lack love for himself. When you cannot love others, you cannot love yourself. Because when you cannot accept others, when you cannot accept totally others, you also cannot accept yourself totally. There is some aspect of yourself which you do not like or we do not accept. So that means when you lack love for others, you also lack love for yourself. When you lack love for yourself, you cannot accept, you cannot allow things to happen in your life. Since you are not allowing, nothing will come into your life, because first thing you need to allow anything to come into life. So that's why when you lack love, you lack in creation. Understand this? So love is nothing but total acceptance. Okay, when you accept everything and when you allow everything, so situations, people, health, wealth, everything will come into your life. So that is why the great people say you create your own reality. Not some of it, not most of it, all of it. Everything that is happening in your life, you are creating it. But why I'm creating a lot of bad situations? Why I'm not able to create a lot of money? Why I'm not able to create health and wealth? Why I'm going through a lot of suffering? That is because your thinking, your thoughts are not right. You don't know how to create a positive thought. Unconsciously or consciously, you are always thinking negative. You are always focusing on the problem. You are always focusing on what you lack. In order to create what you want, you just think of what you wanted. You just think of what you want to create. You just think of what you want to attract, nothing else. But what we do is, let's take a situation. You wanted a good job in a good company. That is your first thought. What is your second thought for most of people? Okay, I want a job in so-and-so company with so-and-so role, with so-and-so salary. That is your first thought. That is your desire, that you wanted, which is a great thing. Your second thought is, you gather the negative thoughts. Oh, that company is a great company. I may not be qualified for that company. That role is very higher role. I may not be qualified for that. This is a negative thought. These negative thoughts mostly comes from our old incidents or our old belief system. You may get it from your past experiences or your parents or your past generations. All these wrong belief systems are unconsciously inside you. those unconscious beliefs create these negative thoughts. So because of that, you are not able to create what you wanted. But this is true. You create your reality. All of it. There is no doubt and there is no question. You just need to watch out your thoughts. This is how you need to think to create anything that in life. You just think what you wanted and work on it, and eventually whatever you desire, it will come into your life. This is, we create your reality, because your thoughts has a lot of power. Remember this, my friend. We are a powerful being, an eternal soul. We are given unlimited power so that you can create anything on this planet. So we have unlimited power, but we always think we are worthless people. We always think, I cannot do it. Maybe this is not for me. It is inside you. You just have to go inside and listen to yourself. Most of the time, we look at others and we compare with them, and then we try to create what others have it. You may not need it, but you compare with others and you wanted to create it. Because since that is not your soul plan, or it is not your own desire, that creation will create a misery. That creation will create a pain in your life. If it is your own desire which is coming from inside you, that will give you pleasure and happiness. That leads you to a better being, and you eventually evolve into a better person. But what we do is we compare with others, we look at others, we look at our surroundings and try to create what others have it, even though you don't need it. That's our belief system, and that's why we are working. So the first principle is the love, total acceptance. So what is the key here? How do I have more love in my life? The key for creating a love in your life is allow everything into your life. Then miracles happen. I want to tell you a story from Mahabharata about allowing and accepting. Even the blessing or the boon, if you do not accept it, it is because still holding there, because it is waiting to come into your life, but you are not allowing it, so it will create a pain for you. Because if you resist, it will persist, because it is trying to come into life, but you are trying to resist it, but it will be there. Since you are not allowing it, you are going to miss a lesson, that incident or situation that person is going to teach you. So let's look at the story from Mahabharata, the story of Karna. Kunti Mata prayed for Surya Bhagavan, the sun god. He appeared and he blessed her with a wonderful baby, and he is Karna. But Kunti was not married that time, so she could not take him. Because he is her baby, why she didn't take that baby? And it is a blessing from the God, and he is a great child. The reason she could not accept, the reason she could not allow him is her belief system. The wrong belief system, the social situations. What is the belief? The belief is you cannot have a baby without a marriage, because you are not married, so you are not allowed to have a baby. And the society will not accept you because you had a baby without a marriage. So she got afraid and she could not take him. But if you look at Karna, Karna is a great king, great warrior, and a great serviceman. In any dimension, Karna is a great person. He has all qualifications and qualities, become a great king. Just because the Kunti Mata did not accept him, did not allow him come into her life, he became abandoned child and he has to rise by others. And eventually what happened? That child brought a lot of suffering and pain into Kunti life, because he ended up being on Duryodhana's side and he fought against Pandavas, who are the 5 children, or the 5 Pandavas. And he was killed by Arjuna at the end of it. Even the Arjuna is also son of Kunti and Karna is also son of Kunti. They ended up fighting each other and Karna was killed in the war. Imagine the situation if Karna was on Pandava's side. The Pandavas are more powerful and Karna might have become a big king because he has all qualities. Since Kunti did not accept him, she could not allow him. That led a great war and great misery and great pain. My dear friends, that's why you need to have a love, unconditional love. This is there in everybody's soul. Only reason we forgot is we are living with our mind, which is very limited. The mind doesn't have the complete picture. It is only for this present life. But we took many more lives before. It doesn't have a complete picture. The mind is created for a certain purpose because it wanted you to separate from the source so that you can become an individual and gather the experience and knowledge. But we are just living in that mind. We are thinking, I am the mind and body, which is totally wrong. So my dear friends, it is very important to realize that the love, the unconditional love within you, and see how your life becomes. Great, my dear friends. Let us move on to the second principle. The health and well-being is a natural state of any person and any being. The reason why we create illness and diseases is because of our beliefs, is because of our mass beliefs. And second reason we create illness and diseases is the fear for everything. And the third thing is we need to be mindful of what we are eating. Okay, look at your belief system, how it is. It could be individual person belief or thoughts. It could be mass people, group of people belief system or thoughts. And the fear, you have it. The fear which you have, fear for life, you have fear for tomorrow. You are really fearful of your survival. We all think that eventually we are going to get diseases. So why you will get a disease? Understand this. Everybody has health insurance. Everybody is saving money for medical expenses at the age of 60. That means you are inviting the diseases into your life. You are allowing the diseases into your life. That is our belief system. Our current belief system says that at the end of 60 or 50, everybody is going to get some kind of disease and some kind of sickness. So we are preparing for that. When you are with this kind of belief system, why diseases will not come into your life, my dear friend? Think this way: I am going to be healthy today and tomorrow and all the time, irrespective of the situation outside. Because health and well-being is our natural state. Then think that way. I am going to be healthy today, tomorrow and every day. till my last breath. Live with this thought and see what happens into your life. Because you should not think of the problem anytime. You should always think of the solution and how you want to be and what you want to be. When you think about disease or illness, because that became a subject, your thought power works on the disease, and that disease will start coming into your life. So we should never think about the problem. We should always think about what you wanted. You want a better health, so always think about better health. So look at this situation. A lot of people think that in a winter time or in a cold weather, when you go outside, people say, hey, don't go outside cold weather, or don't stay in the cold weather for a long time, you will catch a cold. Is it not a wrong belief system? Is it not a negative thought? Because you are saying that you are going to get a disease. So obviously, since you are saying you get a cold, so obviously, you are inviting it. So it will come into your life. So what is the right way of thinking for this? Think this way. Why would I catch a cold? I will be healthy all the time. Whether it's cold or not, whether it's hot or cold, I will be healthy. Live with this thought and see what happens. So this is very important, to change your belief system, to change your thoughts. Every minute, every moment, observe your thoughts. What kind of thought you are generating? What kind of words you are speaking? Do they have positive thoughts? Do they have positive energy? Because in the current society, everybody starts speaking on the negative side of it. Because everything has a positive node and negative node. Everything has a positive and negative. There are two poles. Every person or every situation, everything you have it. What you pick is your choice. So think that health and well-being, your natural state, and you want to have it forever. Stop believing that you're going to get some kind of disease, my dear friend. You are not going to get it if you think and if you live with the right belief system. So what is the key to have a better health and well-being? The only key for health is forgiving. Think that whenever you get sick, whenever you are suffering, you have something to forgive. If you do not forgive somebody or some incident or some kind of situation, you are carrying that burden on you. It's unnecessary. So you just forgive and leave it there. If you do not forgive, my dear friend, you are not going to better health. That forgiving is also a natural state. It happened, it is a past, it is no more there. You are just carrying with your mind and with your thoughts. It is no more there actually. You need to remember that all the time. You need to be aware of it. So whenever you are missing the health or well-being, you need to remember that you are yet to forgive somebody or someone. And also last thing that I want to talk about for health and well-being is the food. That food that you take is what you are today. So if you eat a nice food or healthy food, you will be healthy. Otherwise, you end up being other side. My dear friends, and also the meditation will help you great for all principles. When you meditate, you get a lot of energy. Through that energy, you can realize these principles. Through that energy, you can have better awareness on every moment. Then your life become much easier, my dear friends. So everybody, please do meditate, and also do the experience of love and health and well-being. Put this into your experience. See, they both are inside you. It's just that you need to remember them, and you need to realize that they're always within us. Everything is within us, my dear friends. I want to say this again. We are a powerful being and eternal soul, given a unlimited power to create what you wanted on this earth. You can create love. You can get unlimited love inside you, and health and well-being. Please put your love into a practice and experience it. Experiencing the situation will lead you to a better spiritual growth. The books, the meditation, and the knowledge that you get from others is definitely help you, but it cannot compete with the experience that you go through. It is the capability of putting into it practice and experience will take you to your spiritual growth, my dear friends. So with that, we have seen 2 principles of creation. There are 2 more. We will see that in next video. We'll see you again in next video. Thank you all the great friends and masters. Please master these principles and make your life on earth much easier, better, and blissful, and have a better spiritual growth. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
प्रतिरोजु ध्यानमु प्रतिरोजु पद निज रिगरिज गरिज निज निरि निद निदम Padani
Namaste. Our mind has more power than what we think. But how do we liberate this power? Mindfulness is the answer. The word mindfulness originates from the word smriti in Sanskrit. And in Pali language, it is sati. In one word, mindfulness is about awareness. Mindfulness isn't about getting somewhere else. It is a moment-to-moment awareness of one's experience without any judgment and with compassion and with curiosity and paying attention to the present moment. Because present moment is very powerful. Why? When I live in the present moment, I am not lost in my past and I am not tensed about my future. I am completely in this present moment. Then what happens in that state? My brain, left brain and right brain hemispheres will be more in balanced state. And my sun and moon energies are in balanced state. This is right nostril is called Surya Swara. Left nostril is called Chandra Swara. Union of sun and moon energy is the balance, is yoga. In Shiva Swarodaya and Swara Yoga, they emphasize on Chandra and Surya Swara balance. When Chandra and Surya Swara, right and left energies, sun and moon energies are in balanced, then there is a Sushumna awakening. So that spiritual level of consciousness is awakened. So when we are living in the present moment, that brings sun and moon balance. That brings whole brain activity. And our heart is in perfect balanced rhythm. So present moment is very important. And another thing is, positive state of mind is very important too. Because our thoughts and feelings creates our state of being. So when we have positive thoughts, that creates positive feelings and emotions. So that helps to elevated state of joy. So we have to be in that elevated positive emotional state. That's when we are more mindful and self-aware and we can regulate our own self. So positive state of being is the main thing to achieve that peace in our daily life. For example, when we are in a negative state of mind and we think of a lot of problems and living in the past, that is creating a lot of stress to our body. But when we live in the positive state of mind, for example, being grateful and feeling abundant and feeling positive and appreciative, that creates a good energy in our body. And our body receives lot of energy which is required for healing. So body heals quickly when we live in the positive state of mind. That's why living in the positive state of mind and living in the present moment is very important. So for that to happen, constantly we need to regulate our heart center. We need to practice that regulation of our heart center, anahata. So for example, if you talk about the energy body, we have 7 layers of consciousness, energy body. So the lower energy centers, Mooladhara, Swadhisthana, and Manipura chakra. They are gross energy centers. We call them as Pashu chakras. And here is Anahata chakra, heart center, human center, Anahata. And this is Vishuddhi, Agnya chakra, and Sahasrara. They are Daivika chakras, higher energy centers. So to have balance in lower chakras and higher chakras, we need to regulate the central one, which is Anahata chakra. So how do we do that? There is a technique. First point is Kaya Stairyam. Relax your body. For example, just close your eyes, keep your back upright, and consciously relax your both legs, relax your both arms, keep your spine alert, and relax your face, relax your whole body. That is the first step, Kaya Stairyam. And second, tune to your breathing. Few deep breaths. Inhale deeply, exhale completely. Focus on your breath. Breathe in deeply, breathe out completely. And now, put your right hand on your heart, left hand on your tummy, and tune to your heart center. Completely connected to your Anahata, heart center. Focus on your middle of the chest. And now, I request you to recollect or recall one of the happiest memory that happened in your life. See, the moment you recollect one of the happiest memory, we feel good. We feel joyful and positive. And that helps to lead to Uttejana Sthiti, elevated emotional state. And that leads to experience the joy or blissful state, Anandamaya Sthiti. So that is the process to regulate our heart center. Then from physical self, we go into energy self, then we go into mental emotional self, then we go into intuitive self, then we experience that bliss the moment we connect to that heart center. So that is a good practice to do on just regular basis. Okay? And lot of research studies showing that mindfulness practices are influencing our physiology or psychology. For example, some of the research studies shows that mindfulness practices are increasing the density of gray matter in the brain, which is associated with our learning and memory processes. And mindfulness practices reduce the emotional reactivity. So we don't react quickly. So we respond in a balanced way. So we are managing our emotions through mindfulness. And also research shows that it decreases psychological distress. And it influences our immune system. It improves our immune response. So lot of benefits happening through the mindfulness meditation and practices. So it is so important to practice mindfulness regularly. Okay? And when it comes to daily life, how do we practice mindfulness? by observing your body. How are you feeling body-wise? What is your alignment? How are you using your body in standing, in walking, while doing meditation? Are you able to sit longer? Are you able to relax your body? Check and notice that, observe that. And in daily life, you also notice how is your breathing. Am I doing relaxing breath or am I breathing faster? Is it shallow breathing? Is it calm and nice breathing? Or am I actually panicky and then unable to breathe? Just observe how is your breathing. And also observe how are you eating your food. Are you aware while eating? Are you really using all your senses while eating? And what are you eating? How are you eating? Observe. And all other activities like your communication. How am I communicating with others? Am I kind through my words? Am I positive through my language? Am I compassionate with my speech? So observe your thoughts, observe your speech, observe your emotions, observe your actions. So that is how in daily life you are practicing your mindfulness. Okay? And when you focus on your emotions, be specific. Like, is my emotions negative or positive? Most of the time, am I living in that elevated positive emotions? For example, am I experiencing love? Am I experiencing happiness? Or am I most of the time living in sadness? Or am I most of the time angry, impatient? So observe your emotions and try to be more into positive state of mind. So for example, when you do fasting, people do every week, once in a week fasting, or if there is any festival, we do fast. So I request you to focus on your mental fasting. Once in a week, just say half of the day, please do fasting on negative emotions. So don't be angry for whole day or half of the day. Not going into sadness or worry or impatient. So please do fasting on your negative emotions and replace those negative emotions with the positive emotions. Welcome the happiness in the place of sadness. Welcome peace in the place of anxiety. So every week, some hours or a day, you're fasting on your negative emotions. That is the way we can get rid of a lot of negativity from our psychological state of being. Okay? So we feel more lighter and lighter every day. Okay? And wisdom is very important for self-realization. Because when we have that knowledge, we are inspired to take charge, to take actions into our life. When we take right actions and when we do the right actions in daily life, what happens is we'll have a positive experience and positive outcome. So wisdom is very important for self-realization. So I have created an acronym, PEARLS. P stands for practice. Practice your mindfulness meditation every day. E stands for elevated positive emotion. So whatever the situation may be, try to come back to positive elevated emotional state. So that is for E. And A for attention. Pay attention to the present moment. R for reading. Read the scriptures. Read good books that can inspire you and that helps to realize our own potential. Reading is important. And then comes L for listening. Listen to the great masters. Listen to nice mantras, prayers. Listen to enlightened gurus. So that really helps us to realize who we are, because that gives us lots of wisdom. Okay? And last one is S. S letter stands for satsang. Satsanga. Satsangam helps to release the positive energy and experience the positive state. See, this Mahila Dhyana Mahachakram is beautiful satsang. We all creating together unified field of energy. Positive state of universal mind is experienced. And it is not only helpful to our personal life, it is also contributing to global shift through this satsang. So, practice pearls. That helps a lot to realize our wisdom, to explore a lot of infinite possibilities in daily life. Okay? Mahatma Gandhi says, in a gentle way, we can shake the world. So, keep your dhyasa on your shwasa. Focus on your breath on regular basis and experience that abundant infinite possibilities in your life. Every single moment is a joy. God bless you with love and light. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Dr. Devi. I am from Chennai. I have been meditating since 2003. I am a dentist by profession. I have been in this journey at the age of 16 years. It's been so wonderful to be meditating since a very young age. This had helped me a lot in achieving things in my profession, and I was a pre-med at that time. I was just an aspiring medico, means aspiring student who to get a medical seat in a medical college. Then I landed up in dentistry. So in this journey I had so many wonderful experiences which had strengthened my belief towards meditation and the supernatural things. as part of this, in my initial days of meditation, I have wonderful experiences, which had removed all myths what generally most of the doctors have about meditation and the experiences what they look during meditation experiences. So in the very beginning, just after 3 days after my initial initiation or the meditation, I got that opportunity to meet Brahmarshi Pitaama Patriji. So during that period, I had just shooted out so many questions to him, that is it true, how far it is scientific, and what I am looking in my experiences, is it not my illusion, or can I see my past lives? So these are all the questions which came out of my curious mind in that point of time, in that age. So what simple answer sir had given me is, do meditate and you will get your answers. So that was a time of Christmas break. So I started meditating for a longer time, since I got time for it was a holiday time. So then in one of the day, I had been meditating for almost 3.5 hours at a go, and in that day I have seen a sage traveling on a swan. So in that I could see a sage who is lean in built and all these things. So then during that period, what happened, I was in touch with my mentor, like who is Dr. GK, through him who have got introduced to meditation. So I just asked him, I have seen this and how far it is justified what I am looking at. So then he had shown me a picture of a sage in a book called Autobiography of a Yogi, which is a world famous book written by Paramahansa Yogananda. So in that book, I could see the same picture what I have seen in my meditation experiences with my closed eyes. So that made me spellbound. Is it true what I'm looking at? A person who I never know and I never knew about him in his life, if I've seen him in a experience and he's ageless saint, he have been living since hundreds of years. So that gave me a real mark that okay, meditation is not any illusion and it is definitely very scientific and all these things are really worth my time. So then I started to take some time off my study period for meditation. And in this process, I just got into my medical school, that is my dental school, and there I used to meditate daily for some hours of time, couple of hours of time apart from my study. Then it was during my first year examination, my final exams, I have realized that I could see some visions of some questions just popping in my mind. So then I couldn't be judgmental because I know I have experienced such experiences. So I thought, why not read those questions also? So during that time, I started reading those questions even. And for my greatest surprise, I had seen those questions appearing in the question paper. So it really shocked me. Is it possible? So this, even my friends who were dentists, so they have observed this and they started becoming a group. We all became a group and we used to meditate, and we used to even, they used to ask me, what questions did you see in your things today? And this used to happen for all these years, and all the question papers were tough and unexpected questions, but to my surprise, I used to see them in my vision, or some master or some friend just telling me to read that. So that is really a big surprise for me. And as I completed my graduation, then I got married and moved to Chennai. So there I have my real time work has started. Then I started traveling. Apart from my studies, I started traveling to various places to teach meditation and conduct some workshops. So in this journey, I have got that opportunity to meet many people and visit Pyramid Valley and attend GCSS every year. So this is how my journey was going. And in my first pregnancy, I was experiencing some glitches. So meditation helped me to overcome even that. So in that point of time, that period, I was having gestational diabetes. So in that point, only with meditation and the knowledge to transform, the spiritual tablets which was prescribed by Dr. GK and Louis Hay and other great spiritual masters who work on the correlation between the knowledge and the body transformation helped me, and I went totally drugless, and I had a normal delivery. So this thing inspired me a lot to to conceive something out of my mind with all these experiences to help other women across the globe to have a smooth pregnancy and a better motherhood. So as part of that, I have been doing my spiritual work on it. I have been conducting workshops on the name of divine birthing, and I have been writing blogs which have many small crisp concepts which can be helpful for overall people, and also specifically women, to overcome that stress and emotional hangouts or disturbances during their pregnancy, and also in the regular life with their children. So as part of it, I just want to share my journey in more detail and what is the scientific basis for this. So if we can just look at the science behind pregnancy. So pregnancy is definitely not just a normal physiological process. It is a vulnerable, and it's a period where a woman gets transformed completely. It can change a woman's life. So to say in simple words, during pregnancy, what happens for a normal woman who menstruates every month, the apana vayu just moves in a downward direction, whereas during pregnancy, when 9 months of the pregnancy, the apana vayu doesn't move downwards, because she's not going to shed her egg and she's carrying a baby with her. It's going to move only upwards towards the higher energy centers. So this vayu is the one which is if we speak in terms of the science, the oxytocin hormone, which is responsible for the muscle contractions to push the baby out, is being secreted by the pituitary gland, is the way what the science represents. But the same thing in Ayurveda and other sciences and our cultural background describes it as a prasuti vayu, which is pushing out the baby once the 10 months period of the 28 days of cycle gets completed. So any baby, whether once it completes its 280 days of the cycle in a mother's womb, have to come out. So then getting all these things into my knowledge, and gathering this information and practically correlating this knowledge with the modern day science had given me many clues, like what to be done and how it is related with the mother's state of mind. So in this journey, again, I started to understand that how a mother's mind is directly influencing the infant life post pregnancy. So in that, I came to know about something called as prenatal epoch. So prenatal epoch is something that 9 months of the pregnancy period of a mother is directly related to the period of the child, 1 to 14 years, which the child undergoes. That part reflects very much into the child's life. So this 9 months of period, if the mother is with low stress and she is with more confidence, and she's she have that emotional freedom, and she just loves to be herself, and if any fear, the same fear carries to the child. So for this to be understood, I have read one beautiful book. So in that book, the author shares that the author is a psychologist and also a astrologist, and he have multiple specialities. So what in one of his case study, what he learns is that a Jewish family comes to him with a problem that 11-year-old kid was having has done a crime. So then it was a big shock for the parents, that how 11-year-old kid who has been never exposed to any such situations, how could he do such crime in this point of time? So then they started to go back into the age where the child was 10 years, 9 years, and his milestones. And then the person asked, the psychologist asked the mother, did you write the diary during your pregnancy? And the mother says yes. So then can I get that diary? So in that diary, in the 5th month of the mother's pregnancy, the mother had read a novel which had in which a crime has been committed. It is a psychothriller novel in which a crime has been committed in a particular way, and the child at 11 years of age had the similar thinking and thoughts and feelings, and he did the mistake or the crime in the similar way. So this is a very strong catch which I got it, and I then started working on the women, just not only during pregnancy. I started to work on their mental structure even before pregnancy as a prenatal dosage, how we give a folic acid or other minerals for a better pregnancy before pregnancy. So just like that, I started to work on the mothers and specifically both the parents on their mental structure and their fears and their belief systems. Because all of us are already are very much aware, and we have been knowing that every every thought and every belief system or any series of actions which are triggered in our brain brain can trigger as many as 40 million neurons in one point of time. So this when we are very much aware, it is very important for any one of us to rewire these brain connections to come out of the present reality and create a new reality. So for a mother or expecting woman, it is important to rewire her brain connections to come out of those fears and belief systems, to have a smoother pregnancy and to attract or to get a better child, or to give a better citizen to the universe, or that better being to the universe. So then once I started working on these things, I have done quite a number of cases, like around 50 to 60 cases in my journey of this 10 years of divine birthing. So then I have seen different types of belief systems in different women, and different type of ethnic backgrounds which they come from, that vary their thought process and their belief systems. So in this process, I really strongly understood that our ancestors understood more better about the process of birthing than us. As I really believe that the process of birthing is not just giving birth to a child, or it is not just the process of bringing another human being onto the earth. It is a process which is involving which is making us to understand or to live in this world, to bring some other individuals to this earth plane which can enhance our living. So there are many case studies which we see in many books like Many Lives, Many Masters or Soul's Journey, where they very clearly tell that how a soul chooses a right parent on the earth plane, and who is a dominant parent, whether it is a father, means because of whom the child want to come to this earth, or the soul is coming to the earth plane. So in this process, I really went into more, I started digging deep. Then I understood that or I came to know the many facts that before a soul chooses to be born onto this earth plane, it visits earth plane before into the father's, it reaches the father's etheric plane, and it speaks to the father, or it contacts or it communicates with the father to take that prior permission and what is the reason for their taking birth. So today with this lifestyle, we may not be aware of all these things because we may not be involving into that awareness levels what are required. But it is the father who communicates with the soul first before taking to the birth, and then it is then the mother, the baby or the child, the soul visits the mother's womb twice or thrice before the 3rd month of the pregnancy, and just at the period of between the 2nd to 3rd month of the pregnancy, the soul completely settle down into the earth plane and start adjusting to the atmosphere of the earth plane. During this period only the organogenesis happens. So right from the ova fuses with the egg and the zygote is formed, and it multiplies enormously to get that size of the baby. In the initial days, the first 3 months is a period where the organogenesis happens. So during this period, it is the divine intervention or the intervention of the higher self which happens, which is creating all that structure of the body, and their past life knowledge and also the subconscious mind of the mother which attracts such soul, or the parents' total overall learnings or their being for this lifetime attracts or invites such soul. So that is very much important, which will define the overall development of the soul. So any stress moments in this period of the pregnancy will lead to miscarriages or any deformities of the child's growth. So this is very important for a mother. Once she knows she got conceived or she's expecting to, it is important for them to meditate for a longer duration and spend more time in nature and read good books. So this will give that extra fertility of the soil, just like a plant can grow better, just like that the womb becomes more comfortable for the child or the infant or the baby to for the baby to be very much nourishing and be better. So in this journey, what happens, then I started to work on this. So different mothers have different experiences during pregnancy. So it is the overall environment of the mother which influences a lot. But as a mother, the core competency of the mother or the inner dialogue of the mother, or as a mother what she is as a whole does matters more than anything else. If a mother is a very strong woman, or if she is a very much dynamic lady, that helps the soul, or that soul needs that lesson. So that is the reason she chooses such mother. So we have many instances in our past. We see where mother of Chhatrapati Shivaji was a very strong lady, and she molds him and tames in such way. That thing starts from the pregnancy itself. So that period of the pregnancy is very important for a woman to be aligned with the higher self and read books which are which are mystical or which are having higher knowledge, to invoke the soul capacity of the mother, to understand the various mechanisms which is happening inside her and various physiological processes which are happening inside her. So area of concern which I really love to work, because I, with a little background of science or being a dentist, what I know, what I could learn, and my both gynecologists were also meditators. In spite of all this, I could feel that stress in the pregnancy, that uncertainty in my every step towards my labor. So then I felt this is the point where I need to work on, to reach women, to make them understand the gap, to fill that gap or to bridge that gap between the spiritual science and the modern day science, and how, if we correlate these two, how it can help them in having a smoother pregnancy and a drugless pregnancy as much as possible, based on their status of their state of mind. So once I started working on many women, so who are already, most of them are already into meditation and some spiritual practices, and some were not. So for my surprise, I could see that some changes in their attitude and some changes in their belief systems could make miracles. So as part of that, I could see that I could see some cases. So my duty was, what I used to do was, I used to follow up with them throughout the pregnancy. Every 10-15 days I used to make a call, or they used to make a call to me, and I used to ask them to write a diary for a mandatory task what I used to give them, and to meditate daily and choose good books which are very nourishing, and eat foods which are high in prana. That is mostly the diet which is sattvic diet completely, or either it is high in fruits and vegetables. So and sleep in right times, and not to undergo any stress periods as much as possible, and to be detached from the other surroundings as much as possible. So in this process, this helped them to have a less stressful pregnancy. But in spite of this, I could see some women could land up in hypothyroidism or having gestational diabetes. These two are the very common thing we keep listening every day with most of the pregnant women. So for these things, I could see that it is only a change of mental structure, or their thinking pattern will definitely influence in their being. So in that, what I could find is, especially with the thyroid, if a woman can be as herself as very confident, and if she can speak confident, this is the first thing what I used to advise them, to trust themselves and be more confident in their speech and speak truthfully. This is the first thing. And second thing, music is a very good medicine. Okay, so music really has a very good connection with the human structure and physiology. So this directly or indirectly influences your brain patterns, which are indirectly resulting in your hormonal balance. So the pathways of your brain which are being influenced with the music which you listen or which you sing is directly even connected to the pathways of the brain which are influencing your hormonal balance and your happy hormones like cortisol and the other hormones which are required during the balance of the metabolism and your happiness. So when I understood this correlation, when I advised this for this woman with stressful pregnancy, so within 1 month she was in a borderline. So within 1 month, then the doctor advised her not to take any medicine, and it is not required because now her thyroid levels are normal. So that they have that deep correlation, and even I prescribed as part of it, it is a silence what we prescribed. So the Vakshetra or the Vishuddhi chakra is very much related to your speech. So whatever we speak is very important. So the silence during that period, minimal 2 days of silence a month, or at least 1 day of silence during a week, can bring a significant change in their thyroid levels. So this simple it can be. This simple things, if we can change, we can go drugless or with minimal intervention of drugs, because pregnancy is a period where we can't take much risk. It is important for the mother's health and also the baby's health. So we need to be very cautious, and any decisions have to be taken with the minimal risk, with a very calculated risk. So it's very important to have a spiritual doctor along advice rather taking any blunt decisions. So then in cases of gestational diabetes, I could orient that it is a pancreatic hormone which is got reduced during that, the insulin which is there, which is directly related to the diabetes. So that phase of it, the purpose of them have to be realized, and of course the stress is the thing which is always there. So in this I used my mentors spiritual tablets. I have used it, I have applied it to the pregnancy. So once I did this gave very good results for me. So that knowledge of spiritual tablets, of what is needed for the diabetes, that is working with everyone and being very peaceful inside and working towards their purpose, and you're making your goals as a part of universal goal, is what helped me a lot. This type of handling of the cases or the mothers had really helped me to understand their position, what they are undergoing in their point of time, and also they could go drugless. So in this journey I further moved, and then I started to think what is the reason for a woman to go for many C-sections, because today the rate of C-sections or the cesareans which are happening in this world across the globe are really alarming. In Brazil, around, if you can see, around 90% of the deliveries are C-section, and even in India also there is a very huge percentage of women who undergo C-section. It's around 50 to 60% of women today undergo C-sections, especially it is in the metropolitans. And also if you have seen other countries also, and it is China who worked with a 10-year plan, and they could revert it. So they had a 10-year plan to work for reduction of the C-sections, and they could reduce the C-sections to around 80%. So the only thing what they did was going back to the roots. So they had introduced the herbal Chinese medicine, which was part of their tradition during pregnancy, and they have introduced pre-birth acupuncture and acupressure, which help them, the mother, to go for normals, avoid C-sections. So as we all know, it is the pregnancy is a period where you need intervention of a gynecologist. You may need a midwife if you can, if you really wish to have, and the family in direct which is helping you, that is your spouse and your sibling and your mother. So these are the people who actively are engaged during your pregnancy. So any void from any side will make your pregnancy stressful, and it can change the game. So it is equally important to choose a doctor who is very much aware of these sciences, and of course who have that intention, because if we are correct and if we are perfect from our side, then there are high chances for the doctor also to give a normal delivery. So in this part, then I started to work on it. We see in many websites also we see this affirmations for a normal delivery. So then I started to give this, because I followed all this during my pregnancies. Then I got an idea what practically this implements and how it can influence a mother. So as part of this, any mother who approaches me, so then from the 6th month, towards the end of 6th month, we started giving this pre-birth affirmations that towards for easy birthing, for a normal delivery, vaginal delivery. So during that, when they could feel that and they got accustomed to the process of birthing, they could visualize that. So this visualization in that will stimulate those wiring, or which will stimulate those visuals which can help them for a normal delivery. So in this there is a little science. So your midbrain is a area where there are many wirings which will stimulate your frontal cortex or your frontal brain. As being humans, we are having the largest frontal cortex, frontal brain, which is directly related to the manifestation of anything what we visualize into reality. So that work of that visualization and believing it and could visualize and could feel it and add that emotion to it had really made wonders in many cases. So this thing helped the woman, that during that period of the labor, this had acquainted them already. The brain already knows that this is the pain, this is the kind of pain, or this is the process and how the baby get oriented. So this point is specifically important for one more thing, because today most of the C-sections which happens are because the baby either goes into the breech position, that is the head is not getting engaged towards the canal, towards the birth canal, rather the legs being engaged, or the baby don't come into position. So this is one of the main reason why today many women go for C-section. So this visualization, very clearly I could see the demarcation between the women who could visualize and who could do it, or at least if they are not into this process but they know the process of labor and how the labor happens, are more comfortable during the labor. So these all things we are missing in today's lifestyle, because no more we are into group living or into a joint family culture. So this visualization helped for better engaging. Most of the cases the baby got engaged into the position and they could have a normal delivery. So one more reason why most women go for C-sections is that the umbilical cord getting wired around their neck. So this is one more reason when I could see that even though in spite of doing many things, why the women land up in C-sections. So for these two things, when I started observing many case studies, I have started observing many women in this period of this almost 10 to 12 years, I could see some common structures, common fears what women carry, or common mindset what they have. So especially when it comes to these days, we see many cases where the umbilical cord is around their neck. So it is a very common tendency. The infant or the preterm baby, the baby who is inside, keep rotating in the mother's womb, and they just play and they have a jolly mood. During that period of pregnancy, when the baby is rotating in the tummy, there are always the umbilical cord, the baby rotates it around their neck or the belly, and they are in the joyful mood when they are in the belly. But when the mother is in the fears of many things, like what could be her career next, or is she going to get that support from the family, or how good she could do it, and whether it would be a normal delivery or not, or is she going to have any painful part in her life with this delivery and all. So all these type of fears matters a lot, because most of us today, we don't have any support from our we don't take any advices from our grandparents or anyone who are in front of us. With this lifestyle, we generally just forgo all those important things. But in olden days, what used to happen, it is the role that a grandmother or a maternal aunt or someone who is to take care of these things, and they used to give a continuous monitoring of the state of mind what we are carrying during the pregnancy. So when this part is worked, like when we are trying to give them that everything is what we create and how strongly we believe, and what is our inner dialogue is going to just happen outside. So what is your state of mind is going to be the outside reality. So this, when we could teach these mothers, so when they came out of these fears, I think it helped them a lot. apart from having normal delivery, they could be a better mother, and they could have a better motherhood too. And especially for the children who are, for the mothers who had this problem of breech, I could notice the common things of the mind structure of these mothers, or the thought patterns or the beliefs, is that most of them are dependent, like they emotionally dependent not in terms of physical terms, but dependent emotionally. They want that support from the spouse or the mother, or they want the permission, that they want their help. So any sort of not sustaining on their own legs, or not able to make their own choices, either could be the mental confusion or the lack of clarity what they have. So these things has that very strong correlation, but these are things I just observed and noticed, but these have to be still worked in detail in many cases. Then I think I can make a very good correlation, I can make it a paper. So like this, every little moment in the life is very much correlated with our thinking patterns and our belief structure and our brought up and even our past lives. So even some cases I have seen, one of the case what I could see, means what privilege I got is, the woman who was carrying was a visually impaired, not completely but a partial visual impairment was there. So she have that strong fears that she may transfer this visual she may have a baby who could also be having this slight visual impairment what she was having. So then she carried so many fears that how could she can take care of the baby post delivery, and what can be done, and will she get support from the spouse completely in taking care of the baby. So all these fears what she was carrying, so that continuous monitoring throughout her pregnancy, and really helped her a lot, and she didn't had any complications of because in spite of this mind structure, the support what she got from externally from a spiritual master or a spiritual doctor helped her to overcome the stresses. So then she didn't had any pregnancy issues or glitches like gestational diabetes or thyroid. Everything was normal. The pregnancy was very smooth, apart from that fears what she carried every day, and she used to just resolve them with her own thinking, and she used to learn some new lesson or a new thought which she used to get it from me, and that line of thought helped her to overcome those fears. So then towards the end of her pregnancy, even I met her before her labor. So that night also she was pretty confident that she would have a normal delivery and she's going to have a beautiful baby, and everything was fine. But even that little fear or that subconsciously recorded that strong fears, that created stress during her labor. She had a very good labor and it was almost done. Then she, the meconium which is released by the baby, that is the poo of the baby, once this comes out, it is an emergency. We need to take a decision within 1 to 2 hours to have a normal delivery. Means to go for C-section if it don't go normal. So because of that reason, she had to go for a C-section. But apart from that, in her experience, she shared me that she transformed a lot during the pregnancy. She could overcome her fears, and she could see her baby, she could feel the baby. Though she is having little struggles, but she could sense her baby well, and she was in attune with the baby. So this is what is my overall some case studies what I have discussed, and in this correlated to the current science, I want to share a few experiments which are done by it could be the US medical research done by them, or HeartMath Institute, and even in the Britisher journal what they have published. So in this what I have seen some experiments, what I could see is that the oxytocin levels which are generally high in the woman during the labor and post labor, it is maintained in certain extent to give her that expression of the milk from the breast. So if oxytocin levels of the mother are good, the uterus also is released outside as soon as the baby comes out, and post delivery the mother is very good at giving her baby the breast milk. But apart from that, there was a very good correlation of the oxytocin hormone with the brain in other areas where it is involved with the intuitive capacity of the brain increases, that is the capacity to sense. So that is the reason why most of the mothers, after they give birth to the baby, they can sense things better, whether the baby is going to wake up now, or the baby is going to cry, or what is the state of mind of the baby is very well sensed by the mother. So this is what is the first part. But for my surprise, I could see that the fathers who are taking care of the baby also are having good amount of oxytocin levels, and this was tested and is scientifically proven that their saliva has been collected of multiple fathers who are taking care of the children, of the babies, for at least 2 to 3 hours of a day. They have found that the oxytocin hormone levels are equally good as the mother in the father's body or the physiology. This strong correlation definitely gives us that it is, parenting is not a mother's task, or it's only a part of motherhood. So it is both important for both the parents. This is the first part of it. And next, what we need to know is the pregnancy and the post pregnancy and the taking care of the child is a way or a channel for us to evolve as better human beings, or as to invoke the spiritual capabilities inside us and to reach towards our enlightenment. So this is a path. So this have to be taken as a path, but not to rush up, or these are the things what we plan, these are the things what the divine plans. So that is the reason, after doing all this research, and I came up with a name called divine birthing, because divine birthing, here I wanted to share it like birthing a baby is not just birthing. Once the baby is born, then the woman and the man, they become eligible to be called as parents, as a mother and a father, and they take a birth as mother and father. So this is what I had. This was the concept behind naming my workshops or my blog as divine birthing. So once we give birth to the children, we evolve with children and we learn so much, and there is a common plan which we both share. As the children and the mother or the father, they have some common learnings in this lifetime, which when they work together and when they learn together, they are going to move towards their universal purpose. So this is all what I wanted to speak about divine birthing, and these are some of the case studies what I could find, and I hope to work more further on these things. And apart from this, what I also work is on that woman, because women by birth, they are born with their Swadhisthana chakra or the sacral chakra activated. So they are bundle of energies, or they are the energy spots. So woman becomes epicenter of the happiness of a family or the society, and also to the world. So when the women are happy, and when women are enlightened, or when the women are totally they are with the real energies, and they are really identifying what they can be, can influence the whole world. So in this journey, I took 2 to 2.5 years of my time completely, because during my pregnancy and my post pregnancy for 6 months, it was like a maternity leave for me. So I was not practicing during that period. So during that period, I totally worked on what is a woman mental structure, what is a thing, what makes women get easily influenced, or what is it makes a woman easily emotional, and how her state of mind is directly impacting the family's overall well-being or the society well-being. So in this journey, I could realize that it is very important for every woman to get that emotional freedom. This term emotional freedom is really wonderful. I got this part because I was a very emotional person, and I used to love everyone. I used to think that loving everyone is just sharing emotions, but I never knew this term called emotional freedom before reading the 9 Freedoms book of George King. So in that, one line had really changed my attitude and my thought towards emotions. So in that book, very clearly it was mentioned that love is not emotion. Love is to be beyond emotions and to get the emotional freedom. On this topic, when I started to work and I started to experiment, I could realize that it is very much important for women to attain their emotional freedom. Of course, it's not just women, but every human being, but in specific women, because they are very much influenced with their emotions. And when they are, disturbed with their emotions, or when they carry the other sides of emotions, like just like a pendulum which rotates to the 2 sides, the women are sometimes in their higher or elated emotions, and sometimes they are into the deeper emotions or the depressing emotions. So this pendulum type of pattern of emotions is very much, it influences the woman overall health completely. It could be a PCOD, like polycystic ovarian disease, or it could be the urinary tract infections, that is UTI, which frequently most of the women faces, or it could be the renal stones or any renal failures, or it could be the back pain, low back pain, which most commonly seen in many women. So these all things are because they are not able to understand the importance of emotional freedom in their life. So for these understanding of emotional freedom, I have been working with many women and I have been sharing my wisdom with them, and I could see a very good change in them, a great change in them, and there has been increased, consistent increased in their performance as a woman in the family, and as a woman or in their workplace, and also in their personal space. So this really influences me. This is one more area of interest where really I love to work all the time. I understand that a woman try to involve more in everything, that she takes responsibility which is may not be hers, or she takes the responsibility of being reason for someone's others failures, and she feels herself as victim. Once she fails to help them, she feels herself as victimized, or she feels she's a victim of the other person's cause, other person's speech. So then I started to design a concept which has a six-fold concept. So in this, first one is the victim consciousness. So woman should be coming out of her victim consciousness, that she is not victim and she is not reason for she is not being in trouble because of someone. She need to have her own freedom. This is the first thing what I generally teach everyone. Second thing, accept as it is. So whatever is the life, whether or whatever is the person, always a woman try to tell them that you can be better, you need to do better, and you should do something good. So this is not a cup of tea for a woman. A woman should learn to accept any person as it is. So once she does that, she is totally out of this chaos of the day-to-day life. Third thing is surrender. So we need to surrender to the universal purpose. We need to surrender to the problems whatever comes, rather trying to struggle with them. We need to, if we start surrendering to the situations, automatically the flow becomes smoother. And fourth thing is living in every moment. So when we start living in every moment, that every moment will open a new moment for us. And fifth thing is forgo the past. Whatever is the past, whatever is the thing, women have a very high tendency to remember the past, or they keep retaining the past, and they just curse, or they may scold, or they may make themselves as victim. But once we forgo past, everything is beautiful. So there is nothing from the past which will create today if we can forgo the past. So every moment is in the present. So that is the reason we call present a present. So the sixth thing is that once we do all these things, it is very important for a woman to be elated in the moment and learn to love herself more than anything. So these are 6 simple things which most of us know as bit and pieces. We may not implement all these 6 things at a time, but when we implement all these 6 things all together, it will improve our overall well-being of a woman for having a better womanhood and to love herself. So in this journey, all these things could have been done because in my initial days of meditation, I had many experiences. So then I used to experiment all the time. In one point of time, I've experimented where I started to meditate daily from night 8 o'clock to morning 8 o'clock during my 3rd year of my BDS. So then without sleeping, I used to meditate, and it took me 10 to 15 days for me to transform. But once I started to meditate, after 15 days, what happened, as soon as I sit for meditation at night 8 or 8:30, till morning I used to sit in that place for meditation. So this 12-hour stretch of meditation at a time really has awakened a new potential in me, because we keep listening from Patriji that 1 hour of meditation is equal to 8 hours of sleep. So why not experiment this? So when I started to experiment this, I used to do my daily chores, my lab work, I'm with my patients and everything I used to do normally. And again, when I used to come home, I used to just without sleeping, I used to do this. So for 6 months I had left my sleep, and I was completely into meditation during night time, and really it made wonders. In fact, I didn't get sick, but I became more healthy. My appetite got reduced, and my capability to work had improved, and there's a distinct demarked change in my complete attire and my face also. I was filled with energies. And so many such experiments have to be done by every human. Everyone should take that the practical knowledge as an experiment, and if they start doing such experiments, then they can understand the real potential. So thank you everyone, and for giving me this opportunity. PMC English, thank you PMC English. for giving me this great opportunity. And I want to thank Brahmarshi Pitaama Patriji for giving such a great platform for all of us. For all of us across the globe today, so many doctors are meditating, and so many corporate people are into meditation. This is all because of his effort. Today we all are here with we are connecting the dots. So I want to thank Brahmarshi Pitaama Patriji for this, and I also want to thank Dr. GK, who is my mentor, who had been consistently advising me and trying to make me move in this journey by giving his guidance. Apart from my intuition, it is always important for us to get some clues from the master to have a better journey. I first congratulate every one of you for watching such a great show, and I thank PMC English for inviting me on such a great platform. And first of all, I want to say my heartful thank you to Patriji for giving us all a great platform and for initiating such great meditation for all of us. So I also thank Dr. GK, who has been my mentor in this journey, and through him I have learned this meditation. Thank you.
Meditation, among all the things, the general cause of diseases, many diseases, are illnesses. And then how meditation is helping reduce or remove the illnesses, we understood. Today we'll understand how it's filling up a body with lots of energy. Meditation is also helping remove a lot of addictions and cravings. We have a whole bunch of neuropeptides that get produced in the brain in various reasons. Many of them are considered the feel-good factors, feel-good chemicals. There is dopamine, there is serotonin, there are several endorphins, and of course there is this super chemical called melatonin, which is producing in the pineal gland. But there's dopamine, endorphins, and serotonin are produced in this neocortex. These feel-good chemicals are making us feel good. Exactly the word, making us feel good. When we are stressful, then, at a broad level, when you're stressful, that there is this whole bunch of chemical cocktail, the chemicals going into the body, and as a result, we move the body into an emergency mode. So all the supply of the blood, most of it has to go into the legs and hands, and so less into other areas, because body is deciding that I'm in an emergency mode, protective mode. And so as a result, there's less and less of it going into the brain too. And as a result, there's less and less of it is going to the brain, then there's less and less of whatever that needs to get produced in the brain is becoming less and less. And some of these are these feel-good chemicals. So they also become scarce. So when particularly the dopamine levels come down, then people who already they're already stressed, so it is less. So I don't have control on my life. One reason, I have to work no matter what because I'm working for the society all the time. This is how I need to behave because I am that, right? I'm looked at by the society as in my role. I have to do it. I have no option. So I get moved on and then I keep working. I want to take a vacation, can't take it. Can't take a leave, I can't take it. Anytime I have to be available in a role that I'm playing in, and as a result, we take it that way. We do not wish and put a pause to it and then say, this is important for me. The self-expression is not there because we're constantly only looking to see in the eyes of the society. So that's how we continue to work, eyes of the environment. And so when there's lack of control, but deep inside you feel the lack of control of life. You don't have any control in your life. So when you do one of the reasons, and to feel lack of control, then we got to get something. And so when we take an addictive substance like an alcohol or drug, so it gives us a little bit of high. What is it doing? It's also produced. Now we are stressful. So definitely the dopamines, because when you're stressed, then naturally those feel-good factors are not there. Because when you're stressed, the less blood, and so lesser feel-good factors. And as a result, anyway, you're not feeling good. So you got to escape from it. So we take a addictive substance, and then so it produces some of it, so feel good. And then stress is not gone. As soon as it goes out, then there is it becomes pretty dry in there that you don't have that chemical anymore. So it is a cycle where you can keep pushing for something more again. Because you're not feeling good, you need something more to add it. So we go back and then take more other addictive substance like alcohol. And then it is a cycle now. Every time the effect of the alcohol is gone, then you need more, and it's depleting more and more because you're living off of a lot of it, then depleting more and more, so you're going to go back and ask for more. But just very naturally, with regular meditation, this tremendous amount of dopamine is produced because there's more and more. Of course, first we brought the body back to the normal, so blood circulation normal. And then meditation, so as you are now increasing only the positivity, so there is normal blood circulation happening. So this normal good amount of dopamine is getting produced. So the treatment for addiction, then, which they've also done experimentations, you can explore a lot of the scientific concepts from eocinstitute.org, Exploration of Consciousness Institute. Exploration of Consciousness Institute, eocinstitute.org. Anybody wanting to understand various causes of the conditions in the body, and then how meditation, what chemicals coming into play, what neuropeptides coming into play, and then how this whole thing is coming together is nicely explained. Wow, that is written. Is very, very grateful to them. They are listed by the disease, listed by the cause, all of that. Because of these feel-good factors, when we meditate, the need for addictive substances becomes less and less, because at the end of the day, all we need to feel is that no matter what the day's issues have been, the issues may be there. The people may still exist that way, what they have been. Constantly accusing, constantly irritating, constantly, I guess, authoritatively trying to put us down, right? Or we ourselves, and all of whatever I said, all three, we ourselves do to ourselves. Constantly we accuse ourselves, be harsh on ourselves. That self-pity goes on. And as a result, any of those, putting the body into stressful mode, and so less and less of these chemicals that is drained up, all these neuropeptides, and as they drain up, so then we don't feel good. Then we feel, that's how some of this other resulting stuff comes, the frustrations and anxieties. They're all cycle, especially anxiety. The moment you don't have enough weight, you can't feel good, then you start now becoming anxious. So just with regular meditation, more blood circulation, more natural body working, so adequate supply of the feel-good chemicals, dopamine and serotonin are working, and as a result, we're able to come out. In the research studies they've done in 8 weeks with the jailmates, where one set of people, they're given the medication, which is predominantly basically through steroids of some sort, they're actually producing that chemical, and meditation. medication and meditation. And they found that 50% more were able to heal and were able to get over this addiction with meditation. And what? With zero side effect. Zero side effect of taking drugs. Similarly, it is the same concept for pain. The pain that is there, we covered this in the newsletter, right? A lot of it is mind over matter pain. Yes, I know last time I bent to the left and then so it pained it deep. So anytime you're just going a little bit to the right side, bending, automatically the thought is triggered because the memory was so deeply there. The thought is triggered and then so it is going in and then producing that chemical for us to feel the pain. See, at the end of the day, it's all about feeling, isn't it? How is the numbness when we take injections? Then they are suppressing that thing, right? So we feel it. So there is something called endorphins that are coming together and then working, and then they're supposed to be an order of magnitude powerful. The endorphins, which are like another feel-good chemicals, are magnitude powerful to make us feel less pain. So it increases the tolerance for pain because we feel, one, the endorphins get produced, and so which are much more powerful than any medication that you may take. And as a result, the pain tolerance becomes quite high physically. Number two, because then in meditation, we are reducing our unwanted thought, that anxious, worrisome thought. And as a result, first of all, because we all know, right, when before pain comes, then we start thinking so much about it. So automatically we are causing the pain there. So we first eliminate all of that anxiety or thought-related pain before the actual pain happens. So that is one core reason why the thoughts come down, pain reduces. Endorphins are produced significantly, pain reduces. And also this concept of inflammation causes pain in sometimes, and then that inflammation also is coming down significantly because this, what they say, this cortisol that is there significantly in our bloodstream when we are stressful causes more inflammation. And so the cortisol is anyway coming down because we're not there stresses. So less and less of this cortisol in the bloodstream, and so less and less inflammation. When body detects that there is a challenge in any specific area, then it starts working more in that area. At a high level, that's what we talk about as inflammation. That immunity system there has to pump more, do more work in that area because it's sort of trying to fence off that area and then work more the moment it detects there is a bacteria on it or any kind of intrusions in a given area, then it needs to work more in that area. So what we normally say there's inflammation. So then it needs to work more, it tries to fence it off, and then there is swelling, redness, because there's more, it is trying to work more, so there's more circulation of blood, so some of these veins sort of expand a little bit. Dilation, it's called dilation a little bit. And so there is a swelling, redness, and there is some pain that is now accumulated. So this inflammation is directly proportional to also the stress chemical cortisol, which is again we're pulling it off. So inflammation lesser, so in some sometimes where the pain caused by the inflammation also becomes lesser. So these are some of the reasons of why meditators, while they may not solve the original condition is causing us pain, but they definitely increase tolerance to the pain. Everything is happening around these feel-good chemicals, which are naturally being produced in the body sufficiently and abundantly to handle various conditions, just by letting it function naturally. And then, of course, when we have more positive, miraculous thinking and feeling, most certainly, then it is pumping more and more these feel-good chemicals into it that are required. It is also upregulating several genes. I was trying to read up some study around how the inflammation itself can come down, and apparently inflammation also comes down due to certain upregulation, the downregulation of some genes, which is generally is what is treated by the medical field with a specific medication. So inflammation also gets downregulated with specific genes getting downregulated, and that's happening through regular meditation, not a lot of meditation. meditation is not only healing diseases, but of course is helping us live with them by reducing the pain, and then helping us. This is physical diseases, and then mental diseases, which of course are those addictions or cravings, naturally are getting reduced. We sure have many cases of people who reduce their addictions. Definitely, one of the greatest way to reduce addictions of drugs and alcohol, it's all everything has to be in moderation, right? Knowledge is precursor to the experience, and meditation is essential to make that experience full. We understand, we're going to talk about this, that we are here for our own experience. The quantum field is an infinite field of possibilities, which are nothing but infinite field of experiences or life events. And since our thoughts and feelings create those experiences, but where do we start? To create those experiences, there has to be an original thought somewhere. So this is knowledge. So knowledge is precursor. The more we learn, if we learn about cooking, if I learn about some new dishes, then I can experience it. If I didn't, then there's no question of experience coming to life at all. If our thoughts and feelings are the ones which are collapsing the possibilities into our life, are creating experiences, it becomes pretty obvious that knowledge becomes precursor to that experience, because through that, then I am causing a new experience. Because I learned it, then I feel like I can implement it. Without, if I didn't learn it, there's no question of implementing. Then I would only end up doing what I know every day, because our thoughts are only within the realm of what we know. And meditation is required to experience fully, to experience with balance. When do we experience something fully? When we are fully involved. When will our experience become rich? When we are fully immersed in it, fully involved in it. We go to this waterfall. While we are at the waterfall, we'll think about another waterfall which is 500 kilometers away, because we read about it. So we are here, rather than enjoying the waterfall here, experience the waterfall here, then we start talking about something else somewhere else, saying that I was there also, it is great, beautiful, while we forget what we are here. So meditation is helping us to be in the present moment, to enhance that experience fully. So these two become the key pillars of for a joyful life. One side, knowledge, meditation. If either of them did not exist, pure meditation, absolutely, we gain. Pure meditation, we gain. Knowledge through meditation, only meditation, we absolutely can gain. provided at least we can silence our analytical mind. And in order to silence the analytical mind, we accelerate by learning and knowledge. Those who do not have enough of this analytical mind developed, who do not just keep questioning for anything, keep analyzing situations, then for them, meditation will greatly help them to introduce new form of knowledge through the process of meditation. But those who have a higher analytical mind has to be silenced, at least to that point of silencing, we got to keep on learning new knowledge so that we can silence it. Silencing happens when we change all of those beliefs, change that personality, reprogram that personality that we learned. The set of beliefs, set of perceptions, set of judgments, things that we make about others or the places. All of that has to be silenced for us to have limited, drop the analytical mind when it's not necessary. And to do that, again, we have to learn. That's what we understood last week. Then if you just regularly meditate, then you're ready to take intuition. Intuition is driving you to go and then pick up this, that, and do that. So then you're readily following. Somebody invites you to say, hey, come join me for this trip to Himalayas. You won't think twice. You don't feel, oh, what happens to me? Is it cold? Is it going to happen? I'll think about it, make a decision. All those things just drop, and then intuitively you say, oh, they're calling me Himalayas, I'll go. So you start getting new experiences automatically because you followed something, because you silence the analytical mind. But the analytical mind is there, which is constantly stopping us from growing. But if we learned enough about Himalayas, and if you regularly meditate, then certainly that's the best combination to have. Then we are accelerating our experiences because now you dropped analytical mind, so you're ready to take. And then what you learn is so exciting that automatically you're going to go and do it. That means once you learn about Himalayas, it is so exciting, then you're going to go to Himalayas and experience it. Learning, then to go into doing. Once you learn something, we're going to do it. That's our experience. And the more experience we have, then slowly from that experience, we learn that fully, so it is with us. If we learn in cooking, we have to practice for some time. Then it becomes, we no longer, when we're next time, after say 50 times, then you don't have to even think about how to do it, and automatically you do it. There is learning, afterwards there is doing, and then there is a being concept, learning, doing, being. We slowly move from a learning, from a knowledge state, to a doing state, which is a wisdom state, to a being state where we are automatically that. A mother can just walk into the kitchen, just put the vessel up there, not thinking about what it is. Her hand moves, and then everything can get done perfectly, and then a beautiful dish made. She won't be thinking how much spices to put, or how much this or that. All of that is just taken care. That's called the being state, where you are so much in it. So now we will understand this concept of learning, doing, being today. It's a very important aspect in understanding this emotional intelligence. How the brain is learning, how this body is learning to developing a habit, becoming of it. This concept of learn, do, be. In quantum physics simplifies and says do, be, do, be, do, be. You do it, you become of it. You keep doing it, you become of it. So the question comes, what do we do so that we can become the right thing? But needless to say, that if we learn enough knowledge, then we can get enough experiences, so that the law of infinity, there are infinite ways we can enjoy, we can experience it, so we got to learn enough knowledge. So the more we learn knowledge, the more we can apply it. Right knowledge. We understand this learning, doing, being. Our brain is divided into these three areas: learning brain, doing brain, and being brain. Three are also called, from a spiritual language, conscious mind, subconscious mind, and unconscious mind. Not in the medical language, but spiritual language. Technical terms are neocortex, limbic system, reptilian complex. So all three are referring to the same. So significant part of this brain is that learning thinking brain, which is this entire top color. This, all of it is this learning thinking brain. Learning is not reading alone. We know that. we read or we listen from somebody or we see something, right? But then we're going to apply it with something that we already know. If I learn that fire burns, and when I see fire next time, I don't put a finger in it. That's learning part, right? We apply what we take. So it's also called synthesizing, ability to take multiple pieces of information and then apply them together in a way it's meaningful. Taking quantum physics, taking neuroscience, putting it together and see how does it help me in meditation? How do I understand meditation through them? So all of that is this learning brain, which is the big part of the brain. As you can clearly see, more than perhaps 90% in size is all that learning thinking brain, the conscious mind. In the beginning, first week, we said we are using only 5% of this. 95% before meditation, we are projected off of the subconscious or the second brain, which is the doing brain. We're projected off of the subconscious. Because the conscious mind is so much distracted, it's got so much of these thousands and thousands of thoughts that are being originated based on what you got in the subconscious as a bed. So the conscious mind is so distracted that we hardly use it, and then the body has to do something, and then it always is intelligent, so subconscious keep driving. Because consciously we're not able to say, let's say right now, you are here, and consciously, if you are attending to me, then you're listening and taking it. But the distractions are there, the too many thought, then subconscious is what is projecting about yesterday's experience of how great that party was, or how tough that argument was when you were in a shop or something. So it's always projecting one or the other. But subconscious is doing it because it is a strong programmed feeling and thought that is there in the subconscious. Subconscious constantly is projecting when conscious mind is not able to take hold of itself. And conscious mind, since it's got too many distractions because it's not trained well enough, then it has so much distraction that keeps missing on from point to point. And the reason is the way that we are training our brain, and the reason is this concept of when we understand this learning, where brain, every time it's learning, it's forming the circuits. And depending on what we train with is what we learn. If I keep using my mobile phone every 5 seconds or every 5 minutes, then we are making the brain learn to distract itself, because all you teaching is they're forming a circuit of being with one thing and then break it away and then go back to another thing. Being with one thing and go to another thing. Being with one thing, go to another thing. Every 5 minutes, you're training it to break itself out of whatever it is doing. They're forming neural circuits. And then you're making the learning of the brain stronger and stronger in that area, that whatever I do, every 5 minutes later, just break off. Because you go and then attend to something else. It starts with that music or the alarm of the phone, but you're training the brain by initially by practicing that every 5 minutes I'm going to check, or every time there's an alarm from the phone, then I just go and then check that WhatsApp message. Unknowingly, we train the brain to make that area stronger and stronger, that, okay, every time there is a alert, then immediately I can just deviate from myself, because that's how it is, neural networks are trained. So a lot of that learning is happening initially through this neocortex, which is the thinking brain, and then the doing brain, which is, as the word says, it is doing, so that it becomes stronger and stronger. So conscious mind is bigger, but it has less concentration power, less focus, less observation, because of various distractions that we have, which are coming out of various unwanted thoughts that we keep feeding into our mind. And as a result, so it is distracted. So naturally, and they're distracted out of what? Distracted out of various things that keep repeating. So they go into subconscious, like redundant thought. The moment you see a set of vehicles, then you think of traffic, because that's what we just programmed. Just an unnecessary repetitive thought. The moment we are on a road, of your ring road, then the only thing that comes up is that, okay, there are huge buildings and huge traffic, and then we just talk about these two things. How this place was 10 years ago versus now. We only talk about that. Now, does it have It's a redundant, repetitive thought that comes up because we programmed it, and it does not lead to anything in creation, because again we got to apply everything to our thoughts and feelings, create reality. So if our goal is to maximize where my thought and feelings are, that is our attention onto, then but our attention is keep going back to something that is very repetitive, redundant. So understanding this process is that learning brain is first time it's learning, and the second time you talk about it, it's going deeper. So learning too, we start doing it, so it becomes repetitive, so that it moves into this second brain called subconscious. And then as you do it enough times, then we are in this third brain where we become of it, where our cells absorb everything. You say, okay, it's all there in your blood. When you use the word, it's in your blood, right? Because it is there with you. You have seen it enough. You've seen your father, if our parents are of a certain profession, right? Whether it's carpentry, whether it's music, whether it's this or that, and I've seen it again and again, that we also practice with them. So then it becomes part of it so much. It's in your blood. That means it is there in the cells. It is there integrated. It is automatic. So the reptile brain, just from a technical perspective, the third brain or this reptile brain is connected to the brain, to the vertebra stem on top, is regulating our body autonomous functions, automatically taking care of the blood supply, taking care of the heartbeat, taking care of various cell biology operations. All of that is happening automatically without you and I being involved at all. It needs that, and it's continuous. Our heartbeat is continued through that, right? So it's called total auto mode. This emotional brain is also driving in many ways us automatically. So the body gets conditioned with a lot of chemical reaction whenever we go through a emotion, like a dog chasing, or me as a father-in-law shouting at my daughter-in-law. So there is this thing, that emotion, if it repeats again and again, then it is stored. So the emotional brain, which is the second corner, the subconscious, is about emotional brain. It's long-term memory, it's emotions. There are two things. Primarily, its functioning is that long-term memory and emotions. And so clearly, the emotions which are stored in our body, and then so it keeps driving us to be, the moment we see a stimulus, then immediately it brings up that emotion. If we felt a deep loss because somebody vacated the body in our home, and every time you see there's someone carrying a body, then suddenly it flashes back that memory. Then we go back into that mode, suddenly. If we see a party somewhere happening with loud music, suddenly it takes us back into that deeper experience of when we partied quite a bit throughout the night. So it's that emotional trigger, and then through the emotion, we recollect a lot of events. And all of that is stored in this subconscious mind, our doing brain, and then conscious mind, which is the learning. So the three brains. So it is called, from learning thinking, we go into a doing to being. Each stage is more powerful, less powerful than the other. When you're doing it, then you remember it a lot more, right? Because you are experiencing it. Now, how is that happening? Let's go into understand a little bit of this brain science. So we have several neurons, what we call in the brain. So this is a neuron. This is another neuron. This is another neuron. So we have all these neurons, which are essentially the building blocks of the brain. They're called neurons, and then neurons connect with each other neuron. It's called neural network and neural connections. So a neuron connects with another neuron up to 100,000 or 1 lakh connections it can make. One neuron with another one, 1 lakh connections. So it means it can work with so many other neurons. One neuron can work with up to 100,000. Look at the power of this. If we draw a parallelism to how many people that we can work with each other at any given time, if I ask you, then you say maybe 15 people, maybe 30, maybe 50, simultaneously working with many people connected and then actually interacting day to day, hour to hour. 50 people is a lot, right? And even day to day, 50 people is a lot. Perhaps our whole world is limited to a lot of times. But then as we evolve more and more, of course, then we are working with many more people. As we evolve more and more, as we increase our consciousness and awareness more and more, then we can work with many more people. So that is a different topic. But we're nowhere near these 100,000 connections. One cell working with another up to 100,000 cells simultaneously connected. Every time these connections are formed, it's all the whole thing is called neural network. Every time the connection is formed, then we're storing some data in it. That's called the memory. It's storing. A connection is formed for memory. So these neural networks are constantly being formed in a brain, and every time we learn, so we create, let's say we learn cooking, learning brinjal curry. So the recipe we learn. So we're making a brain or making a mind of brinjal curry mind. We're making a driving mind. We're making a mind called meditation, where we learn everything about meditation. So how to do it, what to avoid, what to do, when to do, all of that is mind of meditation. So, which is nothing but a whole set of neural connections that are there in the brain. So every time we're learning, then we are forming connections to do it. So how much is the capacity in the brain? The brain capacity is significant because 100 billion neurons, 100 trillion connections. So it's unimaginable amount of memory it has got, because every connection is participating towards memory of storing data. Whatever we learn, whatever we experience, whatever we see. So the capacity is infinite. Now the question is, how do you utilize it? And what happens when we read versus when we experience? So when we read, when we learn something simply as text, for example, I put one paragraph of bio. The bio is about, let's say, S.V. Bisa. The bio says, S.V. Bisa, a great industrialist, great philanthropist, hails from Coimbatore. So there is that much. There are 3 lines of simple text. We store that. We learn about it. You just read that. That's it. So then we store, when we're learning as text, simply as text, because there's no other context for it, right? Simply as 3 lines of text, then we take it and then store it in a few set of connections. But the same thing, if somebody actually put a nice picture of S.V. Bisa and then talked about it, then when we are learning, then we are associating a picture image and this text together. Brain is so beautifully organized that it takes that image, then it stores it with a set of connections, and then it associates that, okay, now this text is linked to it, then it puts there. Related to it. It also forms a set of connections that are related. So now to store a picture, you need lot many connections than what is stored with the text. Literally a million times more connections. Pictures have a lot of pixels, right? What we call. So you got to store it a pixel by pixel. So a picture is there, and if it is very rich in color, then even more you store. If the picture shows some action, for example, say S.V. Bisa is actually shaking hands with another person, and the person is more popular, then there is some action, and we associate that action also. Okay, I saw that. Shaking hands, so must be some event. We associate it with some more extra data. The moment we associate with extra memory, so he is with some bigger industrialist. So we associate that, and then so as a result, when associated, we're also storing with more connections. So the point is, just reading 3 lines, let's say 10,000 connections, but then a picture with shaking hand with somebody, and then below there and say with a great industrialist, then we're storing, here one is 10,000, another is 1,000,000 connections. Significant jump up. Now, if you learn about him through a 1-minute clipping of a video, which is now making it more experiential for us, where in that video, this industrialist is doing a lot of great work, walking around and then actually helping some poor people, or giving instruction on the business, and then his day is depicted of how this person is, right? So then we look at that for a minute of video where we are also experiencing what the person is going through. So it's an experience. So for us, it's an experience where now we are seeing the color, we are seeing the people inside, the reactions. All of that is seen in that video. So it's an experience with emotions. And then so when it is showed with feelings and emotions different, then 1,000,000 will become 1,000,000,000. Will be so many connections that are taken and then formed. So now about this thing is the information ultimately gained is just the same 3 lines. Is an industrialist, great philanthropist, and then hails from Coimbatore, right? Now, the 3 lines of information. One is with a picture with something which gives us more. Another is with a sequence of events that are shown. But ultimately, what is learned is only 3 lines on that. In that, either voiceover or text came, right? But the same piece of information, one required 10,000 connections, another a million, another a billion. Now, guess what? The cells are always regenerating. So if they're regenerating, they're degenerating, they're losing, right? The cells are dying. So if we, in that see example, if 1,000 cells died, dear friends, after as soon as I see it, and then the next 5 minutes later, if 1,000 cells died, and in fact many more die regularly, 1,000 cells died, what happens? Out of 10,000, where you stored them simply as text, and then 1,000 died, you only have 9,000. So 10% information is gone. 10% information is gone in no time. In 5 minutes later, 10% information gone. We don't even remember, oh, Coimbatore or is it Chennai? I don't remember exactly because, some letters are gone, so 10% information is gone. You may not remember it. Whereas if storage is visual, then visual is a million. So even though you lose some, but you can construct it. You know that, right? A picture is gone, some portion is gone, but you can vaguely remember, yeah, there is a gray color. I know I've seen this lean, tall person, very smiley face, I think, shaking hand somebody. So you can collect back based on a lot of things we store there. When we see a picture, we store whether it's smiling or serious, eyes are compassionate or aggressive. All that we notice, right? It's all part of our visual things. So impulses. So we store more. So even 1,000 connections gone out of a million, everything is there. We can still construct back, so we're able to remember. And then in case of experience, it's even more. We are doing a billion. So forgetting that will become long time ago. It's going to stay with us. That's why movies, we stay with us for a long time. When I remember, because movies were so involved with an experience where we also experience it. We are in it, in a scene, relating it to our life. So we remember a lot of these movie scenes clearly. So we say pictures are worth 1,000 words, and then making it more and more visual is even more stronger in learning and remembering. Now, all of this is good. So going further, so these neurons, so the concept is now nerve cells that fire together, wire together. So if I see once, if I hear once, then I store one connection or some of those connections. But if I see it a second time, right now you're seeing these pictures a second time or a third time for those of you who is coming back, right, and attending this program. So suddenly you have a recall. Yeah, I remember having seen this last time. So nerve cells that fire together, wire together. So every time we repeat it, then we are seeing it, and then it's sticking more strongly because we're making more stronger connections in our brain. So we're utilizing more. So a second time you do it, the second time you notice something more than last time you didn't notice in the picture. So you'll store some more. Second time, when you see the same picture, see the same movie of 1 minute clipping, you'll notice something different. So you store with some more. So every time you fire, they are wiring again with more data. Same thing again, more connections, because it is just the nature of the cell. Every time you get a learning, it just makes connection. That's all. Brain works like that. The moment you get a sensory input, immediately makes connections because it's just the design to store it. Simple. So second time we see it, again, another set of million connections, but also potentially more depending on how much more you're learning extra by observing, right? So like that, we relearn and then we make it more. Just the way it is there, every time you see something and then you make more connections, the second statement is also there, use it or lose it. That's also there. If we don't use it, we lose it. That means if we don't recall it, it slowly goes away. So dear friends, so learning is making a new connection, recollecting is making the connection stronger. Okay. So this is how the brain is learning. Now let's apply it to this whole emotional aspect or this creation of reality. So now if you had an argument yesterday with your manager or with a colleague, when we experience something where it is an experiential learning that we have done, and then so as we do with that experience, it's all recorded. once, because as I just said, an argument which is merely a 3-line text versus or a text exchange versus actually in person, let's say, we experience by doing a real argument, right? One is that, another is this. And just an email based potentially argument versus in person doing it, they're two different. The latter one is extremely put so many connections into our brain that we experienced it, so we have remembered it quite a bit because we got a lot of connections to remember that particular piece of thing, right? An argument. But now when the argument is there, we don't stop there because recollection. So we go back immediately to during our coffee break and then we got to tell a friend. We're taking an extra walk around the building and then narrating everything again and again. So as a result, we got a second billion connections formed when you do it a second time. Right? A third time you do it, another billion connection formed. So this is how the learning that you initially do one time, but then as you repeat it, with so much of connection that's all going into subconscious story becoming a long-term memory. And it becomes a long-term memory. And as a result, it's there in subconscious, and the subconscious is always projecting into our field, into our outer reality, because subconscious, you and I don't have to work for it. It automatically works for us. It is the nature of the subconscious. It is sending the signal out. It is making us behave in a certain way, making us react in a certain way. So looking at this example, dear friends, then anytime we just very casually talk about stuff, this building, this property, that property, this market, that market, or we just casually bring up an experience of the past, which has no relevance or only has negative relevance, then unknowingly we are making our subconscious become stronger in that area. So that unknowingly we're making it project in that area. And as a result, it is coming and distracting us from and deviating us from what we really want to achieve. So taking with an example, if you're reading a book, now this whole learning is equal for good things and the not so good things both. So if you're reading a book and that book is about patience and empathy. Empathy means understand. So if you have an argument with a colleague and the colleague did not know enough, so he just makes assumptions and then blames you. And then so there is this argument that is going on and you also gave it back because he said, hey, you don't even understand what you're saying. You gave it back, you had this argument. And then, we always have people, right, in various places where there are irritants. We feel that way. We take it as they're irritating us because it depends on how we take it. So because we have less empathy, less understanding that everybody's got their own way of concluding, and so they may say something. Just because they said it, we don't become of it, right? But then we take it literally because we feel as if they minusculed us, they minimized us. So we also give back. So let's say you have these arguments with somebody who is nasty, where you don't necessarily have a great relationship, right? So every time you see the person, then suddenly the memories come. And then suddenly your body raises into that feeling. But then let's say you're actually also apparently as you're attending this program, you're learning about empathy. Empathy and then learning about this program, which is saying that every individual is going through their own learning, their own experiences. So their consciousness has not evolved. But at the end of the day, we're all the same, we're all equal. So what's the point in trying to blame? Because they're also just evolving their own pace and we are evolving our own pace. So it is okay if someone even without understanding says something, because we say, okay, let's forgive them. In my knowledge, my experiences of life will multiply when I actually work with more people, because that person also can give me some clues tomorrow. So we understand that we want to forgive. We don't want to create enmity anywhere. So if you read these books and then read this knowledge about forgiveness or empathy and forgiveness and patience, then as you read this and then you're also sharing this to your friends because you like it. Every time we read something of higher emotion, we naturally want to give it. It's like, when you experience a beautiful dish at home, then you want to say, hey, I wish my friends have it, because that's our nature. When you experience something new, you want to share readily. That's nature. So something good is experiencing that you want to readily share with your friends. So you go and share that with a friend. Hey, that class is so beautiful. It liberated me, enables me to actually do more things. So you should learn about this patience concept, empathy. There's a concept of empathy. to understand people as they are, as where they are, that recognizing that they are all right. Nobody is wrong. They're all evolving at their own level. So there is empathy. And so understand it liberates me rather than trying to go into a bad mood. So you tell your friend, the friend is also trying to implement empathy, and then you also implementing empathy. So you both share your notes on a regular basis of how it is helping him get better. And as we are learning these things different, so next time when you're, let's say you're meeting this colleague with whom you have this challenge, and you have two reactions. One reaction is that you suddenly again get excited, meaning that all the past emotions come up and say, now you both are walking into a meeting and every time it's a constant struggle because you both argue about certain thing because you want to prove and he wants to prove. You want to control him and he wants to control you, right? Always this control is taking place. Everybody wants to control the other. We must read this book called Celestine Prophecy. Celestine Prophecy by James Redfield. How every time, always, people are always want to control the other person. Everyone wants to control the other person by their own emotional drama of various things. At the end of the day, two interactions, without meditation, that you're trying to control because I want to prove me, and then you want to prove yourself. But I want to take charge of this, and then so you got to, and then that's how it's between mother and daughter, between father and son. It's always happening, right? It's called control drama. Please read that book. But here, the moment we are both are walking into this meeting room, who is always nasty to each other, and then so, today, I think yesterday was so bad. This is good. That is an opportunity. That is a way that emotion will come up. You're already adrenaline is raised. So your cognitive function is not working. Your decision making is poor. So the only thing readily available is that the very slightest provocation, then you're going to just give it out. It's ready to happen, waiting to happen in this meeting today again. But tell you what, and if you're actually practicing in the meanwhile, this empathy parallelly to your friends, and that empathy also building up a lot of circuits in the brain. Every time you're sharing notes with your friends, listening to others' experience of practicing empathy, you're storing again several circuits in your brain. Right? This is also being stored. You're listening to an in-person live experience, then you're storing more. Right? Everything is about one reading versus listening, you're storing more. So this is also there. So just at the very moment of where you're about to lose your temper, this brain beautifully suddenly gives you a spark and says, hey, look, today or right now you have a different option. You can be empathetic, you can be patient today because you learned a lot of this stuff, and it suddenly gives you that because it's another subconscious. As you are reading, as you're listening, and then as you're practicing empathy, so it's also going to subconscious. The subconscious suddenly gives you that flash of memory can come. And so you have an option now. And then the moment you have that understanding, at that very moment, the moment the first time you get that signal and say, yes, there is patience, there is empathy that I can use, apply, then readily, dear friends, then the moment you hold on to it and how the brain is working, when you take one thought and then it immediately pulls out all the related thoughts and related memories immediately. So all it requires is a trigger to hold on to that thing called patience and empathy in that moment. And when you get it, it is now brain is pulling all your narrations with your friend's experience, your experience of doing it again with somebody else, all of those come. So then your response is becoming stronger with empathy and patience. It's getting weaker with aggression and then another argument. It's becoming stronger in your mind. It's all happening right now because the brain is sort of lighting up all the circuits around empathy and patience. And so, friends, once you are fully overwhelmed with the response of empathy and patience, then naturally what you do in that situation that day is you become very patient. You're not opening your mouth anymore saying, okay, let me listen in, patiently wait. So as you do that, the first day you change. Then is one time enough? It's not enough. Then you do a second time when you have another situation, then again the spark is coming. Now, once you did it, then you rewire the circuit stronger, right? Learning to doing. So you did patience again, implemented the patience once more. So you made those weak circuits stronger. Use it or lose it. You didn't use your aggression circuit, so it becomes slightly weaker. One is becoming weaker, another is becoming stronger. So the second time you have to practice this, friends, again, as you are there, then you are making this patience circuit stronger than is weaker. This is how gradually we move away from an aggression or argumentative behavior to patient and then empathetic behavior. Now, where is meditation? All of this, dear friends. Meditation is there in that moment when you are about to be losing your temper once again. Meditation is helping us because you are self-aware. So meditation is making you self-aware to bring up that spark once about patience. That's all meditation is bringing up that spark of saying, hey, remember you got this. It makes you aware of your current options and then brings up this option for you and saying there is a patience possibility for you. The second thing meditation is helping is naturally this neural glue that supply, that meditation is increasing what is called this neural connection. So it is helping you to latch on to weaken the things that are not used and then take all that supply and apply into the new neural connections you're making, because meditation helps you to make several new neural connections. It essentially removes the rigidity of these neurons and then makes it to allow it to form few new neural connections. A non-meditative mind, it cannot learn and apply new things quickly. A meditative mind, because it makes this glue, it helps you to form these new neural connections quickly. And as a result, because of these two, meditation is helping us to take a different response this time and help us to practice it on one side and make it stronger. So our learning will becoming doing. So you're doing this patience a second time, or a third time, or a fourth time. Slowly we're becoming patient. And then over a period, dear friends, as we become patient, then it becomes our natural ingredient. We become patient. We no longer practice patience. We look at every situation and say, yes, I can be patient because that is the response I take. And we don't by default respond back aggressively. So whatever we experience, dear friends, whatever we really become of it is what we most naturally allow others to have. Until that, we're not letting others to have. When we are patient, we're most naturally allowing others to develop that patience. We are ready to give it away, everything about it to them, because we have it. We're no longer a feeling of survival. When you feel you're abundant, you're ready to give it. When you feel abundant, you're ready to give it. You don't worry about it. When you feel full of knowledge about a certain subject, you never worried about you losing it, because you're naturally giving it, sharing it, because you have nothing to lose, because you're already full of it. Nobody can take it away. A lot of times we stay off in this learning mode or doing mode, and so we go into the survival mode. The survival is about, okay, I got to keep it with me because I have less. When you go into the being state, we are it. Nobody can take it away. So when we are in that state, difference is when we can actually give to somebody. That's why we have to first, this whole learning being doing, when we recognize it, we stop now recollecting a bad incident, an unpleasant incident, an incident which is of no use. Because every time we recollect, we're just going and being of that. And so that's what projects it. We learn many things from this when we understand this brain, how it's working, dear friends. So thank you very much for staying through this class.
Namaste, my dear friends, my dear masters, my dear gods. This is Parinita here, and I'm here on behalf of PMC English today to connect to you, to talk to you regarding a beautiful topic that I have brought for you. And I'm not going to talk about soul or astral bodies or third eye, but I'm going to talk about human relations, my dear friends. Because that is something that we all need to understand in a very deep manner. Because we are all human beings. And some people think that human relations is an easy subject and they already know about it. But the fact is that right human relations is a complicated science. And if people do not learn this science and practice it in their daily lives, the whole world will fall into greater chaos and end in great destruction, my dear friends. And that is the reason why human relations, right human relations, is a beautiful subject that each and every one of us should learn and practice each and every day of our life. Because we, at the end of the day, we are all human beings. And we need to learn how to relate with each other, how to relate with ourselves. And that is the fundamental science of humanity. How human are we when we are relating to others? How human are we when we are relating to ourselves? And what are the foundations of right human relations is what we are going to learn, my dear friends. We think that we are all PhDs and we all, have doctorates in right human relations. But what exactly is the core of right human relations? All our personal, family, group, social and international problems show us that we do not yet know how to relate to ourselves and to others. If we do not know how to relate to each other, things will not improve but only get worse, and the structure of our society will eventually collapse. If we do not know how to relate to each other in the right way, the accumulated knowledge that we have will work against our own interest, my dear friends. No matter how much you have read books or how much you have accumulated your knowledge, unless and until it is used for right human relations, every little thing that you have learned will work against you, my dear friends. And that's a point to be noted. That's a valid point to be noted, my dear friends. And we see this happening in the world today, everywhere. My dear friends, right human relations is the fundamental science of human society. To improve our relations means to build the foundations of a healthy global life, to secure prosperity and progress, and to bring in a new era of greater creativity, my dear friends. To go ahead with the study of right human relations, there are two main principles upon which the science of right human relations is built, my dear friends. Every human being has a divine origin. All of us have come from the same source, my dear friends. We all know that. But how much do we realize that we are all coming from the same source and that we are all one? That is the first principle, my dear friends, that we have all come from the same divine origin. And the second principle is that the highest potentials of the human being can be released and cultivated in right human relations. All of us have hidden talents, hidden potentials. And how can they be released? Through maintaining right human relations, through relating to each other in the right manner. And if we understand these two principles, we will gradually improve our relationship with our own manifold nature, with other human beings, and with life in general, my dear friends. And as we move away from these two principles, we become more and more and more separative. antagonistic, and destructive. And as we apply these two principles in our own life, in everyday relations, we come closer to each other with increasing understanding and creativity. Right human relations is just like climbing a mountain, my dear friends, like combing a mountain. At the foot of the mountain, people can be miles apart from each other. But as they climb toward the summit, they become closer and closer and closer until at the summit they meet each other. So, my dear friends, spirituality is like climbing a mountain. The only checkpoint that we need to check ourselves is that as we are climbing the summit, the mountain of spirituality, are we becoming closer to each other or are we getting repelled from each other? That's the only question that we ask. And we need to check if we are becoming closer to each other as human beings, then that is the right path that we are going into. But if we are getting repelled from each other, then we need to check how much we are climbing the mountain, or are we still at the base of the mountain. As people climb to the summit of their divine origin, they discover not only their divine potentials, but the beauty and glory hidden in each human being as well. Right human relations start when we see a value hidden in each human being and a value hidden within ourselves, and we try to reach these values and make them manifest creatively in our daily life, my dear friends. Do you know where right human relations start? Right human relations start from our own nature, from the world of our own being. We must establish right relations between our actions, emotions, thoughts, motives, and the divine source within. We need to relate, we need to incline, we need to set right, we need to integrate all these things within ourselves. We have a purpose of life. According to that, we need to set up our motives and intentions. According to that, we need to set our thoughts. According to that, we need to have our emotions. And according to that, we need to have our speech. And according to that, we need to have our actions. That is how we need to relate with ourselves, my dear friends. And this is not an easy job. We must integrate and align all our vehicles and fuse them with the source of beauty, goodness, righteousness, joy, and freedom, my dear friends. This is the foundation. If we are not integrated physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, we cannot experience right human relations. We just cannot experience right human relations because we ourselves are not inclined. We are not integrated. We are not being one with ourselves. And when we are divided within ourselves and no harmony is found within us, all our other relationships will lack harmony, respect, and righteousness. And just imagine how a confused person relates with the other person. How a confused person has relationships. A confused person has confused relationships, my dear friends. And those who cause suffering to other people and those who exploit other people are those who have no integration, alignment, or fusion within themselves. I repeat, my dear friends, those people who exploit each other do not have integration, alignment, or fusion within themselves, my dear friends. So we need to check, are we applying these rules in our daily life or not? And also, when we are divided within ourselves, the interests of separate paths control our actions, thoughts, and feelings. Selfishness and self-interest are a direct result of cleavages in human nature. Selfishness and self-interest can be healed when cleavages are bridged through right relations. And distorted instruments cannot produce harmonious music. It will all be noise. There will be no more music in our life. because it's all distorted. Your whole being has to be harmonious before you can live in right human relations, my dear friends. When you are integrated, aligned, and fused with the higher values within yourself, you evoke greatness, beauty, and the sense of righteousness from those people with whom you come into contact with. Thus, the first step towards right human relations is to put your own being into order and harmony. Because right human relations is like an orchestra playing a symphony, and each musical instrument must be in tune with the others. An instrument cannot be a part of the orchestra if it is out of tune with itself and in relation to others. The foundation of right human relations is individuals, my dear friends. Individuals. Because, as you have already seen, the global problems are the aggregations of the problems of individuals. If we learn how to create harmony and peace within individuals, we can create harmony and peace within the world. Some people start their education from the wrong end. They go to the universities to learn the cause of social problems before they study the cause of their own problems. There was a man who went to study the science of international relations and eventually received a PhD. One day, he came to Torgam Saradarian and said, "I am in a terrible condition. My wife and I make each other miserable, and there is no harmony or peace within our family. All is chaos." Torgam said, "Well, where is your PhD in international relations?" But the Torgam said, "Well, if you learn some principles or laws in your studies, try to apply them to your family life." But he says, "It doesn't work. We cannot understand each other." And Torgam says, "That is true because you do not really know what you are, how you are, or where you are." This PhD left Torgam saying, "I did not come here to joke with you. I need help." The foundation is man and woman, my dear friends. Unless your foundation is good, you will not be able to build right international relations, because right international relations start with those individuals who have integrity, nobility, honesty, and beauty. Unless the stones are solid, you cannot build the temple. Only once you build the temple, the God will be sitting there. The God will come and sit there. You don't build the temple after God comes and sits in your hearts. You need to build the temple. You need to integrate yourself. You need to align yourself with what? Integrity, nobility, honesty, and beauty, my dear friends. If the foundations are lacking, if these 4 foundations are lacking, all that we try to build will collapse on our own heads or will increase the misery in the world, because we will become miserable. And right human relations start with our physical body, with our emotional nature and our mental nature, motives and inner values. Values that help our survival, success, health, and creativity. I'm going to highlight this sentence that I'm going to say. When right internal relations are achieved, right human relations will spread naturally. When right internal relations are built, right human relations will spread naturally. How are your internal relations with yourself? We need to check each and every day, my dear friends. How are you relating with yourself? The physical body, I'm going to tell you the secret of how to develop, how to achieve a beautiful physical body, a beautiful emotional body, and a beautiful mental body, my dear friends. The physical body must be brought up to date through rest, exercise, discipline, right diet, and the economy of energy and time. I repeat, my dear friends, the physical body must be brought up to date through rest, exercise, discipline, right diet, and the economy of energy and time. Then we come to the emotional nature. The emotional nature must be set right through aspiration, joy, love, silence, and the cultivation of positive emotions. Then we must work on our mental nature. How? Through right thinking, meditation, observation, and study. And through that, we make the mental body healthy and creative. By doing all these things, my dear friends, our physical body, our physical nature, our emotional nature, and our mental nature can be set right. Please, I suggest you all to kindly coordinate with all these aspects and set your physical, emotional, and mental natures right into integrity and into alignment. And the next step will be to orient our actions, emotions, and thoughts towards 5 principles, my dear friends: beauty, goodness, righteousness, joy, and freedom. Beauty, goodness, righteousness, joy, and freedom, my dear friends. And this helps us to infuse our personality with the inner source of light, love, and power. At this stage, we are harmonious beings, and our presence evokes harmony and beauty. When you are present somewhere in a group or in a family, what kind of vibrations do you give to others? Do you give beauty, or do you get repelled from other people? How do you relate with others? An inharmonious person, if I have to say, cannot see things as they are. A harmonious person sees things clearly and makes right decisions in his relation with others. A harmonious person creates harmony within those who are clear and pure. Do you know what harmony attracts? Harmony attracts co-workers and those who cooperate with you to bring beauty to the world. How many co-workers do you have with your vision and your mission? Cooperation, my dear friends, is an advanced form of right human relations. There are 5 advanced steps in the science of right human relations which you can take to create a better future for you, for your family, and for the world. Cooperation is the highest and the most noble principle in right human relations. How do you cooperate with others? How do you cooperate with yourself, my dear friends? I can give you a small example over here. You have your physical body. You have your organs in your entire body, like your lungs, like your ribs, like your kidney, like your heart, like your pancreas, like your liver, and so many things. Just imagine what will happen if even one organ fails to cooperate with your body. The entire body will just collapse. And that is what will happen if we do not cooperate with each other. We need to cooperate with each other by keeping aside all the unnecessary aspects that come in between as obstacles between human relations. As I said, there are 5 principles that we really need to talk about right now. The first step is communication, my dear friends. Physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual communication. And you know what? Communication has to be progressive. It must be progressive. In your family, try to communicate with your wife or husband or children or parents on all levels and make your communication clearer, more beautiful, sincere, and open. For example, if you have only physical emotional communication, make it mental through a mutual mental interest. If your communication is around a mental interest, do not stay there. Expand your communication towards a spiritual planetary interest. This is how you develop, this is how you accomplish a full kind of communication in your own family. And we are talking about physical, emotional, mental communication. What about higher communication? When we sit and meditate, we try to communicate to the higher worlds, my dear friends. And do you know when higher communication is possible? Higher communication is achieved when we dedicate our lives to a great cause for humanity. Such a cause or vision creates those conditions in which right human relations becomes possible. If you do not have a vision that is polarizing your actions, your heart, your mind and your soul, you cannot reach a higher state of communication and you cannot cultivate deeper human relationships. Communication and right human relations creates co-workers, my dear friends. And co-workers are those people who have a great dream. And for that dream, they sacrifice all that stands against the vision or the dream. And we can also gain the greatest friends in our life. And the greatest friends are those who are on the path of love and sacrifice, are those people who have seen a vision and have dedicated their lives to materializing that vision. And the more we stick to the earth and the ego, the less we can love and respect the rights of other people, my dear friends. I repeat, the more we stick to the earth and the ego, the less we can love and respect the rights of other people. Remember this point, my dear friends. And communication among people deepens when they are dedicated to the service of a common cause. To the service of a common cause, my dear friends. And you never get tired of people who are progressively expanding their consciousness and dedicating themselves to greater and greater service. Communication is progressive interest and in each other's vision and service. Progressive interest, my dear friends. The first one is communication, my dear friends, and the second step is understanding. Unless we understand other people, we cannot establish right human relationships. To understand means to see the causes. Unless we see the cause, we cannot understand a phenomenon, a behavior, or an event. For example, if I am speaking in this way, or talking in this way, or moving my hands in this way, or I am thinking this way, unless and until you understand the cause of my behavior, okay, because of this, she is thinking like this. Because of this, she is talking like this. When you try to understand me, that is when you're trying to see the reasons or the cause behind my behavior or my way of thinking or my patterns. Right human relations cannot be built upon false opinions, prejudices or superstitions. They must be built upon reality, facts. And understanding is the ability to see the subjective hidden reality. And once reality is seen and understood, right human relations naturally flow, my dear friends. You know what a person of understanding doesn't do? If I am an understanding person or if you're an understanding person, we do not do three things. A person of understanding does not criticize, does not gossip or waste time judging people. He does not do three things. We will not do these three things if you are an understanding person. When we see the causes of many events, we develop what? Compassion. And compassion leads to right action. We develop patience towards every person and every living being. So that is the second point, my dear friends. First one being communication, and the second one being understanding. The third step is service. In order to have right human relations, we must try to render selfless service to others whenever an opportunity is given to us. Service rendered without expectation builds the path of right human relations. Selfless service without expectations, my dear friends. And what is service? How do we define service? Service is radiation of beauty, goodness, righteousness, joy, and freedom of our soul, my dear friends. To serve means to awaken in others a spirit striving towards perfection. If your relations with people are encouraging them to surpass themselves, to transcend themselves, and dedicate themselves to higher goals, then you are rendering a great service. With that, we come to the fourth step, my dear friends. The fourth step is freedom. There is no right human relations if there is no freedom in your relations. Because you know what? When do problems start? When do the actual problems start? And when do relationships get strained? Problems emerge when people force themselves upon each other. When there is imposition, you cannot develop right human relations. Do not impose yourself on others, my dear friends. Do not impose yourself on your wife or your husband or your parents or your children. Because freedom expands your consciousness, makes you stand on your own feet and use your own willpower and cooperate with love and joy. Any effort to limit the freedom of other people makes them focus their consciousness on separative interests, my dear friends. Separative interests. Never, ever, ever, ever impose anything on anyone, my dear friends. And the fifth step, the final step over here, is the sense of oneness. And what is the sense of oneness, my dear friends? The sense of oneness means that you feel that whatever you're doing to others, you're actually doing to yourself. You feel that whatever you're talking to others, you're actually talking to yourself. You feel that whatever you're feeling about others is what you're actually doing to yourself. So whatever you're doing to others is actually what you're doing to yourself. Because in each person, there is a presence which is called the point of unity, by which he relates and builds the path of right human relations. That brings us to the end of the 5 major steps of right human relations, my dear friends. And here I would also like to share a few practical steps in the science of right human relations. There are 7 steps, my dear friends, 7 practical steps that you can use in your daily life. First one, do not impose yourself on others. As I've already talked, but I'm going to talk in a little more detailed manner here. Imposition creates reactions and disturbances in relationships and eventually results in rejection. Try not to impose your moods, your image, your beliefs, your religion, or your political, social, or other viewpoints on others. Let other people search for and find and follow their own path, my dear friends. Why we need to impose on or anything on anyone? A symphony is a result of the combination of many different notes, because nature likes to create differences. Try to love the differences and you will build better human relations in your life. Try to relate differences and your consciousness will expand. You must never, ever, ever impose your love, your ideas, or your vision on others. If they are closed, they will hate you because of your imposition. If they are open, they will see your value no matter what you do. And the second point, my dear friends, do not exploit others. I repeat, do not exploit others. Right human relations is based on non-exploitation. Do not exploit the beauty, the patience, the tolerance, the joy, the talents, or the knowledge of your friends or acquaintances or of any human being, my dear friends. Because no relationship lasts if it is built on exploitation. You know what the people accumulate who exploit? The people who exploit, they accumulate a very dark karma, very, very dark karma. They lose their sanity, their sense of direction, and their magnetism, my dear friends. Exploitation is based on attachment. I'll give you a devil's circle which is based on exploitation. I'll give you the devil's circle. Exploitation is based on attachment, okay? And attachment brings fear. Fear brings anger. Anger brings confusion. Confusion brings insanity. Insanity brings crime. And crime brings suffering and death. This is called the devil's circle. So, my dear friends, just try to understand the concept of non-exploitation. Do you want to understand that we should not exploit others by going through this cycle, or will we just understand and realize just by hearing this concept? The choice is up to you, my dear friends. If you want to go through that cycle and finally realize that we should not exploit each other, or would you want to learn that the concept of non-exploitation by hearing this concept, is up to you. And the third one, my dear friends, third practical step, try to see the viewpoints of your partner, friends, or other people with whom you relate. Do not impose or attach your own viewpoints. When you respect the viewpoints of others, you give them a chance to understand yours. This does not mean that you accept various viewpoints. We are not talking about acceptance. The important thing is to see other viewpoints without prejudice, without preconceived notions, without pre-programming. It is also important to see why people reject your viewpoints. Sometimes people reject an idea because of the form through which it is presented. If this is the case, change the form or change the words and you'll be surprised how they will accept your viewpoints. It is important that you present your viewpoints in beauty. If you tell someone about an idea you have, he may reject you, but if you sing and play your idea, possibly he will accept it. Sometimes words do not have the same meaning as the idea they present because of the fact that a few words may create irritation in the other person. If this is the case, present your idea through art and the other person will see its beauty and accept it. My dear masters, my dear friends and my dear gods, here I come to the fourth point, which is very, very, very important in building right human relations. The fourth point, my dear friends, over here I would like to discuss. Do not flatter others. Flattery is forbidden in the teaching of the great ones. Flattery and bribery create deep cleavages in right human relations. And right human relations cannot be built on a false foundation. Flattery is an effort to control other people and use them for selfish interests. Do not flatter your friends. Tell them you respect them and love them, that you stand by them, but do not flatter them. Bribery and flattery sometimes imprison many souls in their net of selfish interest for a long time. But when the fact is seen, the relations will end. One day, a girl asked Torquem, "Do you think that there is any girl in the world prettier than I am?" Torquem said, "I think that you proved that you are ugly because you want to be flattered." Flattered children are the most dangerous children. They cannot adapt themselves neither to school nor to society. They become addicted to flattery, and if no one flatters them anymore, they become sick or crazy. From the beginning, parents must try not to flatter their children if they want them to be sane and successful. If children do something good, their parents must tell them, "That was good." And then if they do bad things, their parents must tell them, "That was bad." My dear friends, flattery, it's a very huge concept. And flattery builds an unreal, artificial personality that later takes ages to break and clear away. Do not tell your children that they are great talents or that they are going to be great and important persons. This is a wrong way to talk. Tell them that there are great potentials in them, as in other human beings. And if they strive and work hard, they can awaken their potentials and become prominent members of society. Let them know that they must achieve through their own efforts. You cannot create right human relations with your children through flattering them. Many children even hate the things they want to do because when they see that they were flattered into doing them, they will start hating it. My dear friends, do not flatter others and don't become a prey for flattery. When someone flatters you, do not go into the clouds and feel flattered about yourself, and do not flatter the others. Both ways, flattery is not good. And my dear friends, we come to the fifth point over here. The next point, the fifth point in right human relations is optimism. You must try to see the bright side of people and not make wrong deductions from their words, behaviors, and actions. Optimism encourages the light to grow and shine more brightly in people. Because you know what? Pessimism is a real obstacle on the path of your right human relations. Why? Because pessimism shuts off the sense of direction, the sense of universality, and the sense of synthesis. And whereby optimism channels the energy of the hierarchy and establishes relationship with higher forces, my dear friends. And pessimism channels the forces of darkness that discourage people and paralyze them. Disciples and students stand for the cause, and all that is related to the personality is sacrificed to fight for the cause. With this, we come to the sixth, the most talked about topic over here, my dear friends, and this is my favorite. Sixth point is, do not gossip or say evil, shadowy, insulting, or belittling words about each other. Gossip is to right human relations what the termite is to a house. Gossip is to right human relations what the termite is to a house. As soon as the words charged with evil intention and wrong motives come out of your mouth, do you know what they turn into? They turn into black flies in your aura. They turn into black spots and black flies in your aura. Please be careful when you talk ill about others, when you talk evil about others or insult about others, or belittle others in front of others. Because gossip causes disharmony between your personality and your soul. It creates cleavages, and once you're divided, you cannot exercise right human relations. An inharmonious person's aura affects so many things, and among them are flowers, plants, trees, human beings, and even the articles that you use, they get polluted. It affects all those items that you have around you. An inharmonious person aura saps your magnetism. And those who permanently gossip will see how their health degenerates slowly but seriously. And I just wanted to give an example which has been said by Torquem. And here, one of Torquem's friends, who was a born philosopher, used to say 3 things when someone started to gossip to him. First situation, if the subject was related to someone else, he would say that is his business. Second situation, if it is related to the masses, he would say that is God's business. Third situation, if it was related to him, he would say that is my business. So he tried never to give a chance or nor encourage gossipers. And everybody used to love him because they all felt safe with him. My dear friends, please never try to gossip about anyone or anything. Don't insult others, don't belittle others, don't try to talk evil or shadowy things about others. Let's save ourselves from the black flies in our aura. We meditate for 1 hour, 2 hours, and where we meditate and try to communicate with the higher beings, and we get the cosmic energy, and once we are out of meditation, we start gossiping. We should stop gossiping right away. And the last point, my dear friends, here I want to discuss with you that in dealing with problems, do not emphasize people or names or details, but only principles, only values. Stand on principles and do not criticize people if they do not agree with you. And these principles are, among others, beauty, goodness, righteousness, joy, freedom, truth, unity, synthesis, service, and responsibility. Instead of telling other people that they are ugly, emphasize beauty and other principles. When weaknesses are emphasized, my dear friends, please note this point. When weaknesses are emphasized, they grow and create reactions, hatred, fear, and attacks, and then work against human relations. We cannot change the world conditions at once. They have a great influence upon us. But there is a way in which we can minimize their influence. This way is to change ourselves, to make ourselves immune to the influences we do not want and open to the influences we want. The key is the person. When we master ourselves, we can control the influences reaching us and even use them in our creative work and expressions, my dear friends. And I end this session by saying that right human relations is the key to future progress of humanity. And it is very possible that right human relations will be taught soon in great universities as a fundamental science for politics, social sciences, and history. And I just want to, start asking yourself a few questions that I have written for you. First question is, who am I? Where did I come from? Second question is, where will I go when I die? Third question is, what is my true nature? Fourth one, why do I think the way I do? And fifth one, why do I stay in pain and suffering? Sixth one, why am I afraid, unhappy, or angry? Seventh one, Why do I criticize, judge, and blame others for my pain and unhappiness? Eighth one, what can I do to become more conscious and present and to find my true being? So, my dear friends, these are some questions that we all need to ask ourselves and dig into ourselves, dig deeper into ourselves and find the answers. So, my dear friends, today's subject, how to develop right human relations. This particular subject has been written by Torquem Serradare, my dear friends, and this subject has been accepted from one of his books. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you this beautiful topic given by Torquem Serradarian. Thank you so much. Namaste. This is Parinita Patri signing off.
Our PMC system has started a new program called as SWAG. It means Save Water and Go Green. S for save, W for water, G for go, and another G for green. Save water and go green, my dear friends. We should not waste water. We should always be very, very careful in conserving our water resources. Let us not waste a drop of water. Every drop of water should be utilized properly. Every drop of water should be used in the best possible way. If you are wasting water, then you are contributing to the poverty of the nation. If you are conserving water, every drop of water, you are conserving the nature and you are making the nature prosper. We have to conserve water. Whenever you are seeing an open tap, please close it. Let not the water go waste. This is called as save water. And then go green. Plant trees. Everybody should plant trees. That is the most important activity for a man, for a human being, to plant trees. We want a very green planet, not a dry planet. And for plants, water is required. If there is no water, there is no greenery, there are no plants. These are the two important activities for a human being. You have to save water and you must see that everything is green. You must plant trees. While we are enjoying the trees planted by others, we should also plant trees. Everybody is forgetting this point and they are not planting trees at all. Why can't you plant trees? Why are you not aware of that fact, that you must plant trees every day? And always, every minute you must be aware of wasting water, and you must never waste water. Water is a very, very precious commodity. It is a divine commodity. And if you plant a tree, plant a seed, sow a seed, you are making it green. So, this is the movement called as swag. It means save water and go green. I like everybody to say save water, and go green. Please repeat. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Swag. What is swag? Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Like this. Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are the 2 points? Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are those points? Save water and go green. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Hello and namaste everyone. This is Deepika Yaram from Austin, Texas. Today I'm here to share my experience into the spiritual world, PSS and family per se. Before we begin the program, I want to thank our Guruji, Brahmarshi Pitaama Patriji and Patri Ma'am for unifying all of us through this beautiful platform of pyramid meditation. I want to start by giving some background about myself. I am a software engineer and I work for a very large financial company in the US. And I am also a mother of 2 beautiful teenagers. My typical day is pretty hectic. Go to work, meet the kids' needs by dropping them, picking them off, assist with anything they need. And weekends are even busier to do all the household chores. and get ready for the week, and maybe there are some gatherings, etc. So I came into the spiritual world. I felt that was a pretty normal thing. Yes, being busy is fine. And I was also very stressed. And I always told myself that's natural because I'm doing so many things. It's okay for me to be stressed. And I also had some health issues, like I had plantar fasciitis. It's a foot pain where I have to wear a special kind of footwear to walk around. And I have very severe allergies, seasonal allergies. So I used to take quite a few medications every day to cope up with the allergies. And I also had sleeping issues. I never felt like I had enough sleep, though I was in bed for 9 to 10 hours. I always felt sleep deprived. So in January of this year, I happened to go to Hindu temple, and that was an unplanned visit. My brother called me from India and asked me to visit the temple that day, and I happened to go there. At the Hindu temple, I met Josna, who is a PSSM master. And Josna introduced me to Anapanasati meditation and asked me to take a 40-day challenge. I am not someone who would easily get into something like this, but I was very drawn towards this when Josna told me. I thought, okay, I will give it a try and see what happens. So I started meditating without any expectations. And as days passed by, I started becoming less impulsive and noticed several other changes, like I was sleeping a lot better. I felt like a heavy weight was lifted off my head and much relaxed and peaceful. That's the feeling I got. So that inspired me to meditate more. And I continued with the meditation every day. And the first few months, I was thirsty for spiritual knowledge. I subscribed to many PSSM channels. And I used to listen to a lot of wisdom sharing from many masters. Like I listened to Saroja Ma'am, Dr. Newton, Beam Meditation Group, Ram and Madhu Gajala, and Shreyans, Chandra Sir, Pradeep Vijay. I listened to Prabhakar Rao Sir, Prabodh Sir. And the more I listened, the more I wanted to listen to it even more. So, and then there I had an issue. I had a situation where I needed some advice. And I messaged Saroja Ma'am and asked her if she has time. And she called me and spoke to me for 50 minutes and clarified several things for me. And I was blown away by the fact that someone who don't even know me can spare 50 minutes of her time. She's in Australia, I'm in Austin, and she doesn't even know me, but she still spent 50 minutes to help me. So I was completely blown away by that fact. And even today, I don't know how people do it, but I seem to come across many people like that in PSSM who unconditionally help people. And thank you, Saroja Ma'am, for helping me that day and sparing your time. So, and the concepts, the spiritual concepts I learned, I want to share a few of them. There are many, but I can share some of them with you. I learned about manifestation. I learned about mindfulness. I never knew I was living unconsciously until I learned about what mindfulness is and started appreciating nature, being in the current moment, loving what I do. Even if I'm washing dishes, I do it with a smile, and that helps me ease the situation, and also concepts of law of karma. I always felt like you do something wrong and that will happen to you. And I wondered why it wasn't coming true because I've seen people doing wrong things, but nothing happened to them. But then I learned that law of karma is cumulative of all your lifetimes. It's not just based on this lifetime. So that brought a lot of clarity. And I also wondered why my life is this way. Like, why am I away from my parents? Uh, like, working so hard. But then when I learned we all souls come to this earth with a blueprint. Based on that, we choose this life. We choose our partners, we choose our friends, we choose our parents. So many things got clarified to me. So many questions of mine were answered. Okay. And then I also learned about self love. Being an Indian woman, I saw my mother always putting everyone else in front of her more than her. And that's exactly what I was doing. Like, if there is any leftover food, I'm like, oh, okay, let me eat it, or let me take the burnt dosa, or something like that. But then when I realized self love is first, you need to love yourself more than anybody. And only then you can spread that unconditional love to others. I started implementing. So all these concepts just shape me into a different person. By no means I mastered all these concepts, but I can say I started implementing them and taking baby steps. But definitely, I started implementing most of these concepts, and I love it. I also want to talk about my book sharing experience, book reading experience. I am not a big book reader, but I decided to read some books. I read You Forever, Ramta, Untold Story of Sita, Breaking the Habit of Yourself, and few other books. Okay, and You Forever and Ramta especially taught me the complete soul evolution process that I was not at all aware of. And these books are just wonderful, and I plan to read many more books going forward. After a few months into my journey, I noticed that I'm able to walk faster, way faster than before. I used to have a hard time walking faster. And then my foot pain, the plantar fasciitis, uh, got healed somehow. I mean, not somehow, I know exactly how. I followed grounding techniques. I used to walk barefoot on the earth. Even today, when I get a chance, I go walk barefoot on the earth. And my seasonal allergies are almost like 90% gone. So when I used to take a medicine like a day or one or two pills a day, now I took one or two pills in last 7 months. So significantly reduced. And everything, I also noticed that my intuition was way stronger. Anything I wished for was coming true. And I knew exactly how to make these choices in life when it comes to making choices. And they were the right choices because I'm getting the decisions from inside me. Everything I wished was coming true. I even got a promotion at work during the COVID situation. So, friends, I want to share a few lessons that I learned after I started my spiritual path. Before I joined PSSM, I always used to tell myself that I want to get connected to God, but I didn't know how to. And I strongly feel that universe answered my prayers that day through my brother. Uh, that's how my brother called me, and I ended up going to temple. I met Josna and got into PSSM family. So if you really strongly want something, the universe is there. It will definitely help you. Just believe that it can come true. And a few other things I want to share about true happiness. I also believe that the true happiness comes from within one's self. And we are fully empowered to be happy. And no external person or a thing can make you happy. Yes, they can make you happy, but that is only temporarily. Let's say buying a new jewelry or a car, that'll definitely bring you happiness, but that doesn't last forever. If you want a lasting happiness, that will definitely come to you through meditation, when you give yourself some inner peace and joy. So look for inner peace within yourself, not outside. And lastly, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to Patriji, Dhyana Mahila Chakram team, PMC English channel, all the masters who touched me in some or the other way, PSSM family, and my parents who gave me birth and brought me to this world, my family and friends. Many of my friends got inspired by the changes within me and started meditation. My neighbors, my friends, my co-workers, and I was also able to get my mother into meditating. She used to complain all the time. She had to stay indoors during the COVID situation. Then when she started meditating, she says she just doesn't realize the time anymore, and she loves meditating. And also both my children, I am still trying to get them to meditate. I am hopeful they will soon realize the value of it. But what I want to share here is we should not think meditation is a task that we have to do, but instead incorporate meditation into daily lifestyle. Just like how you eat, you sleep, you work, you exercise, incorporate meditation into daily lifestyle, and you will see miracles happening to you. This would be the best investment of time. Believe me, I never felt like I had this many hours to spare on meditation, but they told me when I started meditating that once you start, you will somehow find the time. And that's exactly what happened. So I believe my 9 or 10 hours on the bed is now cut down to 6 hours, and that's helping me use that time towards the meditation. And also don't have any expectations. Yes, meditation healed my foot pain, healed my seasonal allergies, but that doesn't mean that it will do exactly same to you. It is a process that helps you in the way you really need it. Your soul, your life needs it. So just don't set any expectation, but meditate every day, and trust me, you will see the miracles yourself. So thank you.
Namaste everyone. My name is Sri Lakshmi. Currently, I'm living in Bristol, United Kingdom. Welcome to all of you for this Pyramid Meditation channel. Friends, please do like and subscribe Pyramid Meditation channel. And as I said, currently I'm living in Bristol, United Kingdom, and I was born and brought up in Kurnool district, Andhra Pradesh in India. And I was born in a traditional Brahmins family. We are 3 children to our parents, and I'm the elder one. I'm so grateful to my parents for this wonderful life. And friends, since my childhood, I was a very curious child, and I used to have a spiritual quest to know. And I had many questions like where we all have come from, and what is the source of this universe, and what is my purpose of life. All these questions led me to this spiritual path, and I was so innocent. I was so very shy in my childhood. At the same time, I was multi-talented, very good in studies, singing, dancing, and I used to give stage performances. Childhood was so precious and so pure, my dear friends. As we all know that when we are children, we don't hold any emotions. We always live in this present moment. I remember I was with full of energy when I was a child, because until 7 years of age, our brain waves will be in this theta state, my dear friends. Theta is a pure state of the mind. Theta, when the brain is operating in this theta state, it will be more relaxed, more calmer, and we completely see, observe, and absorb the things during this time. So there will be a lot of quick learning, grasping during this time. And as we grow adults, we most of the time operate with this logical mind, and conditioning slowly start to happen in our lives. So until my 6th grade, everything was going very smooth. And from my 6th grade, all this programming, conditioning started in my life from my parents, from the society, and from my relatives. And I installed all these negative programs in my mind, and there was so much of comparison in my life. My mother used to compare me with my cousins and with my relatives, and I used to feel so insecure, and I used to feel so inferior, because parents themselves, when they are comparing their children with others, so it makes us insecure and inferior, my dear friends. So at that time, I don't know what to do, and I don't know how to express that emotions to my parents, and I was just keeping in myself. So, and also there was so many expectations on me. I don't know how to deal with that expectations from my parents and from my teachers in my academic studies. So parents and teachers were expecting a very high percentage from me, and I don't know how to deal with that, with their expectations. And I developed stage fears, and I developed so much of fears, and all these fears and conditioning, it blocked all my lower 3 chakras, my dear friends. And I was literally unable to express anything out, and I started operating my life with this limiting belief systems, completely forgetting about my worthiness. And yes, this was all about my childhood. And also from my childhood, even though I had questions about this spirituality, and as there was no one to share about this meditation to me, I was completely in the bhakti path, and my bhakti marg was so intense. So I was doing a lot of intense sadhana, fastings, donating food, completely and purely devotional, my dear friends. I was following Sai Baba, Master Shiva, and I was following many goddesses, and following all these rituals brought a lot of self-discipline in me. Later, I went to pursue my +1 and +2 in Sri Chaitanya College in Vijayawada. At that time, our college organized a beautiful meditation program, and in that meditation program, the teacher asked us to meditate, and she explained us about astral travel. And for the first time in my life, I heard about this astral travel, and this word literally fascinated me, my dear friends. Later I moved to Kurnool for my graduation, and during that graduation time, my roommate Soumya and my lecturer Padmaja, they both explained me about this meditation process, and they would explain a lot of concepts like about full moon meditation, about the higher self, about the eclipse energy, and my lecturer would explain about the benefits of meditation. So both of them had literally sown the spiritual seedlings in my life, and I was eagerly listening to them, as I had this quite interest in this spirituality and meditation. And after my graduation, and I later I moved to Chennai for my post graduation studies. I did my post graduation in biotechnology, and the 2 years of my post graduation time was it's a very tough time. It was a great learning time, I could say, because I went through a lot of tough challenges in my life, my dear friends. And during that time also, I was completely in the bhakti marg. I used to wake up at 4 a.m. and I used to read all this. I used to like life stories of all the spiritual masters, and I used to complete that book. When I start any book in the morning at 4 a.m., I would complete that book maybe 5 p.m. in the evening. Later, I used to have my food. Until then, I used to have only water. So my sadhana was so intense in my post graduation time and during my graduation time also. And when I was going through this quite tough phase in during that time, so one of my hostel mates, she was watching spiritual reality video, so I also watched along with her. So that spiritual reality video, really, my dear friends, it answered all my questions, and I was quite amazed by watching that video. And as from my 10th grade until my post graduation time, most of my life was spent in hostel, as I mentioned earlier. So this hostel life made me so worse, no enjoyment, only studies. And I used to feel that most of my I missed most of my teenage enjoyment, and I became so emotionally so sensitive. I didn't know what's going on in my body. So as I said, from my childhood, as I was not expressing my emotions out, I developed irregular periods also. And this spiritual reality video, it gave me quite understanding about that I'm not this body. So in that video, they clearly explain about this, how to do meditation and the flow of cosmic energies. And they will tell that we comprised of 7 bodies. We are the soul. So it quite amazed me, my dear friends. So as we all know that emotions need to flow always, my dear friend, there should not be any stagnation in our energy field. So we should not get upset for small things in our lives. We need to cleanse our emotional body daily. As we clean our house regularly, we need to cleanse and release out all these unwanted emotions from our emotional body, or else they will literally they will literally drain out, my dear friends. They will get exhausted and will get drained by these emotions. So this was my life before meditation. So in every phase of my life, I was reminded about this meditation, but only after successful completion of my material studies, I entered into the spiritual path. One day when I was in my home for my project holidays, as my mother knew about my interest in meditation, she asked me that to go and attend the meditation session that is happening opposite to our house in one of the pyramid meditation centers. So I attended that meditation session and I liked it very much. And since then, I started following this path. And I decided on the day that it was my path. So my life completely transformed after entering into this meditation path, my dear friends. So I started to transform step by step, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. And after entering into the spiritual path, again, as I had this routine of getting early in the morning, I used to wake up early in the mornings, and I used to meditate for 2 hours, and I used to read a lot of Louise L. Hay books during that time. I used to practice all the mirror exercises and all the exercises she has mentioned in her books, You Can Heal Your Life. So many books I used to read. And also I used to read a lot of new age spiritual books. Books like Osho books, Rampa, Yogananda Paramahamsa, past life regression books, and most of the new age spiritual books, my dear friends, completely like new dimension books. Reading these books completely brought a great shift in my life, and it opened new dimension in me. And after reading these books and by doing consistent and regular practice of meditation, slowly the changes started to happen in me, and I started to share these experiences with my family, with my friends. And I used to go to schools. I taught meditation in schools and at temples to all my family relatives, and it was going like this. And I met Brahmarshi Patriji in the year year 2009 in the Sri Shaila Dhyana Mahayagnam. I was fearing to go near to Sir, and as so many people said to me that Sir will beat if we get any negative thoughts. As I was getting so crazy thoughts during that time, I was just fearing to go near to Sir. I was just standing quite far from Sir, and I was observing Sir and just watching him from just quite far distance. And as there were so many people, it was a very large group, but among all of them, Sir just saw me and called me. Actually, I was so far away from Sir, but among all the group, Sir just observed me and he called me. And he put his hands on my shoulders and took me along with him, and we were just walking. And when we are walking, and Sir asked me what's going on and what's the matter. I replied, sir, everything is going good, and you have to tell me, sir. Sir said, nothing to tell, you know everything, you are the master. And meeting Patri sir was like a very memorable, unforgettable moment in my life. It was most unforgettable moment in my life, my dear friends. So later, after 1 month, that is this Sri Shala Dhyana Mahayagna happened in December. Later, after 1 month in January, there was a great meditation event that was happened in Jagannath Gattu, Karnool. And Jagannath Gattu was a most powerful place, my dear friends. It's very powerful spot. There 3 days mega event happened with 5 hours of early morning meditation. And those 3 days I had a very great time with all the new friends. And at that time, from my inner, I got intuition to invite Patri sir to my home. And I went to Patri sir and I asked, sir, when you visit next time to our place, you should visit my house. Sir said okay. So later, after 1 month, sir visited to our hometown, and it was very quite short trip. At that time, sir visited and I invited sir, but as the schedule was so busy during that time, he didn't come to my house. Again, after 2 months, again there was a big event that was planned in our hometown, and at that time again Patriji visited to our hometown. At that time also I invited Patri sir, and a lot of organizers around me, they were saying that Patri sir, they won't come during this time, sir, because we planned very big events. Sir will directly go to the event spot. So I was little upset because as I was waiting, and I asked my parents to prepare all the things. If sir comes to home, I asked my parents to prepare the snacks and everything. So I was just sitting beside the sir, and I was feeling upset because I was waiting since morning. I was not at all, I didn't eat anything. I was waiting for Patri sir to visit our home. And as sir was observing everything, and he called me and he said, yes, now you go and ask organizers to get ready, to make everything ready. Now I'll be visiting your house. Then later we'll go to the venue. And it was a very thrilling experience, my dear friends, and I had so many memorable experiences with Patri sir. And after that, I moved to Bangalore. I got married to Raghavendra. My husband name is Raghavendra. He works here as aerospace engineer. And again, we both met Patriji in the year 2011 on Buddha Purnima day. And my married life was so happy, my dear friend. At the same time, there were so many challenges in my married life, because as I said, I don't know how to address my emotions and how to deal with the challenging situations. And as for every girl, before marriage her life will be different, and after marriage her life will be so different. So I don't know how to address all these challenges. It was quite new for me how to deal with so many people, because every person he has his own mentality. So I don't know how to address so many people, how to deal with the situations during that time. So as I was enjoying my married life, at the same time I was suffering because of my emotional disturbances. And we came to UK in the year 2012, and my husband would go to office, and during that time I was just staying at my apartment. During that time I was doing like 3 hours meditation. Again, my sadhana was so intense during that time, and I had a strong intent that I need to go and teach meditation to the foreigners. So during that time I was meditating. I kept that intention that universe will provide me an opportunity to teach meditation to the foreigners, to the local people. And yes, my intention got manifested, and in the year 2012 I got opportunity to teach meditation to the foreigners. And literally they were waiting for that session, because in that session one of the girls, she explained that her sister is she's a psychic reader. Her sister told to this girl, this woman, so when you will be going to the Bristol, in Bristol you will be meeting one woman, and she'll be teaching meditation to you. And first she didn't believe that one, but when I asked them that I will be teaching meditation to them, she was quite amazed, because what her sister said, it became true. So from the year 2012, again we came back to Bangalore, and again we moved to UK in the year 2013. And so again, after moving here, as usual, I was continuing my spiritual works, doing many spiritual website works. I was supporting during that time for the Ayappa's team, so they were handling the website during that time. I worked for so many websites like Spiritual Science Museum, Vegetarianism Everywhere, Gurus of India, and I would do a lot of many works. At the same time, I was so creative. As I said, I was multi-talented. I used to do so many arts, crafts, painting. I used to utilize my time productive. At the same time, only what I was going through is I don't know how to balance my emotions. So if anyone says anything to me, I just recall the same. I used to just recall the same experiences again and again, just falling into the thinking and feeling loop. From outside, I'm feeling like I want to have a great relationship with everyone, with my husband, with my in-laws, with my parents. But inside, I was feeling and holding all this hurt and resentment, and I was blaming others for all my situations in my life. Then I realized, and slowly I decided to take charge of my life, my dear friends. It is my best decision in my life, because I realized that blame is never going to make any of my relationships better, and it's never going to make my life better. So as I said, I started accepting my life, and as I'm experiencing life from both sides, I was enjoying my life, at the same time I was suffering. For example, for suppose my husband, if he hurts me, just I was carrying that hurt in my body, in my etheric body, by recalling the same experiences again and again, like going through all this negative chatter many times in a day. And I realized that I am creating my own realities through my thoughts, through my actions, and through my words. And I started to start this 41 days of meditation. And again I meditated like 3 hours for 41 days, and this time I started practicing gratitude, my dear friends. So I did meditation for 3 hours, and I started reminding all the good qualities about my husbands, my in-laws, my parents, because I was going through toughest phases with everyone, not only with my husband, with my in-laws, with my parents. So then I started realizing and seeing and reminding all the good qualities in them. And when I started reminding and recalling and seeing everyone as good, then I started feeling good about myself. Because friends, we have to always focus on what we want in our lives. So every relationship is different, so I started learning from every relationship. I started focusing on growth rather than suffering. So till then I was not at all accepting any situations in my life. I always felt, why me, why I'm going through all this such tough lessons in my life. So without understanding that they are in my life to teach me, to enlighten me. So now I'm so thankful to all my life experiences, to my husband, to my parents, to my in-laws, to my sisters, and to my friends who taught me all these life lessons. Now my life is so beautiful, my dear friends, with very good understanding. Now if anything happens in my life, I just witness. Just I go into the witness mode. I will start observing all emotions, so I don't have any hard feelings on anyone. Previously I used to hold that emotions. If anyone hurts, I used to have angry on them. Why, I used to always think why they did this to me, without realizing that I am creating that reality. So now no hard feelings on anyone, as I understood my outer world is reflection of my inner world. So now I started like just what you call observing all my emotions. Second is getting disidentification, my dear friends. So I observe how my cells are reacting inside me. When I get angry, I just forget about that person, completely focusing on myself, what's going in my body during that time. So I just observe how my cells are reacting and how I'm responding, what type of emotions I'm projecting. Then third phase, what I do is I just embrace that part in me. So we have different phase, different parts, different selves in us, my dear friends. So we need to understand ourselves. So when we do all these processes like observing ourselves, getting disidentified with our emotion, with our body parts, with our own selves, and like embracing that parts, blessing that part, sending love and compassionate energies to that part, doing all this by doing all this, we'll get better understand about ourselves, my dear friends. So now I'm completely flowing with this energy of abundance, energy of universe. Yes, still I'm learning new lessons in my life, and I always enjoy challenges in my life, my dear friends. I don't fear for anything. So first of all, I used to have so many fears, what will happen if I used to always fake my feelings, so to impress others, to please others, if or else they won't talk with me, or else they won't respect me. Now as I completely took charge of my life, I started to understand better about myself. Now I'm very fearless. I completely enjoy all the challenges in my life, because my dear friends, here we have to remember all the emotions are very wonderful. How we operate with them is very important, my dear friends. I started to get complete understanding about these emotions when I started utilizing this full moon and new moon meditations. So I used to utilize this full moon and new moons regularly from the year 2010, but I don't know what is the significance behind this full moon and new moon meditations. So when I started researching, when I started to follow this full moon and new moon, slowly I started to get understand about the significance of this full moon energies. Slowly I started to understand about the science behind full moon, and after understanding and after implementing in my life, so I started sharing, taking full moon classes to USA people and to all the people, and so many people they got benefited, because when we completely understand about the science behind full moon meditations, then we can change our life so miraculously, my dear friends. Because full moon days are the most powerful times for meditation, for recharging our energy field, for cleansing our chakras, as full moon has a powerful effect on our emotions. As Patri sir says, whatever happens during this full moon, it will get amplified. So I started utilizing these 7 days of full moon meditation, 3 days before the full moon day, and 3 days after the full moon. And I explained 3 days before the full moon, the people who are not meditators, who always live in this body mind state, they experience a lot of emotional roller coaster, because they are not aligned with their soul. So this full moon brings up all these unaddressed, deep rooted emotions which need to be healed. So all these emotions will be brought to the surface. So after practicing this emotional cleansing during these 3 days of the full moon, all my lower three bodies and lower three chakras started to get cleansed, my dear friends. So every emotion is very important. So during this full moon days, I started redirecting my energies. So when I completely, as I said, I observe if there is anger or any frustration or irritation, I'll go into that silence mode, and instead of giving energy to that frustration or irritation, I will start to redirect the same energy for my intentions and for my life purposes. So this full moon and new moons, they help me to manifest so many my wishes and desires in my life, my dear friends. So we need to understand about the energies. So always think in terms of energy, my dear friends. So energy is always neutral. So anger is a beautiful emotion. So we need to rightly express that anger in the right way. So all the gurus, they express anger in the right direction to correct the students. The same ordinary people, normal people, they express the anger in the wrong direction for selfish reasons or to satisfy the ego. So every emotion has its own significance. So everything should be in the middle path. As Patriji always says, be in the middle path. So anything like anything which is over, it will harm our system. So water, if we drink over quantity of water, it will definitely damage our system. So always live in the middle path, my dear friends. And always what you call as our mind plays a great significant role in our manifestation process, always keep your mind so fresh, so clean, and always engage this mind in the right direction, and give this right food for the physical body, and the right music or entertainment for the mind, and the right wisdom for the intellect, and right meditation for the soul. So always engage all this body with full right wisdom, right knowledge, right work, my dear friends. Then our life will be so happy, so blissful, and so peaceful. So I stopped constantly blaming myself, and I started to take the choice. So many people will forget about the choice, my dear friend. They will forget about that they has a choice to come out of that situation. For example, you want fit and healthy body. At the same time, you are not taking the choice to have this healthy fit body. You need to take the choice to go outside, to go to the gym, to go outside and have a beautiful walk, exercise. Unless until you take the choice, your life will be like that only, my dear friends. There will be no improvement in your life. So always have the intention, make a decision, make the choice, and perform that rightful action. All these three will lead to successful manifestation in your life. So upgrade yourself, my dear friends. As I said, with my inner work, I changed all my negative belief systems, and I upgraded them. I reprogrammed them with all these empowering belief systems. The suffering is a choice, my dear friends. We all have a choice to choose the best life. So situations are not in control, but how we react to that situations is very important. And the change is always a constant thing that is happening. Always project positive thoughts into this universe and attract positive things into your life. And always start appreciating others. Always always start thinking about happy things about yourself. And when you do all things, then universe will does its magic, my dear friends. Don't underestimate the power of your subconscious mind. Your mind has all the power to create and manifest all the things in your life, my dear friends. Feel manifestation as so fun and so easy. Don't think manifestation as don't stress about this manifestation process. Manifestation is so fun and so easy, and we are all born to have this wonderful life, my dear friends. We all deserve these good things in our life. Only thing we need to do is believe that you deserve, believe that it is possible in your life. So these happy vibrations will always attract happy situations in your life. And I want to mention here how I heal my irregular periods. As I said, I was going through a lot of emotional stuff from my childhood. I don't know how to address it. So I registered all my negative emotions and negative memories in my subconscious mind, finally resulting to irregular periods. From my childhood, I have a very bad experiences with the men, my dear friends. I started seeing like men disrespecting the women, and I started seeing childhood abuses, and seeing all this, stopped accepting my feminine nature. So as feminine is all about that feeling, that being state. So but I was not feeling very good, and I was not accepting my feminine nature. But I have to be very thankful to my feminine part, and I have to be very thankful for my irregular periods and for all my relationship challenges. And as I said, they're all my best teachers. They made me to understand about the life in a bigger picture, my dear friends. I realized that it's all my soul plan. I have chosen them for my own soul growth. So I started researching about these menstrual cycles, and in the year 2016, and I have gone through like I researched a lot about the connection of these menstrual cycles with the moon cycle. So slowly I started to utilize this womb wisdom, and I healed all my feminine female health problems by utilizing and accepting and forgiving and embracing my feminine part. I completely started accepting my feminine nature. Friends, so we need to educate all the women by sharing the right wisdom, my dear friends. So every woman, she should understand about her menstrual cycle. Every woman should have the right practical wisdom, right wisdom. So if I can heal myself, you can also heal yourself, my dear friends. And I shared about this experience in the PMC channel in this year, in the January month. By listening to my experiences, so many women called me, like from many countries, and they started to share their depression stories, relationship issues, and started asking me how to heal all these relationship issues, how to heal our womb. So this is a time of feminine conscious awakening, my dear friends. Every girl, every woman should understand about this feminine side, and they should start to accept their feminine part, my dear friends, because individual healing of this feminine consciousness will heal this collective female pain body. So we need to heal ourselves. So when we heal ourselves, we are healing this collective female pain body, my dear friends. So this femininity is all about integration, my dear friends. Men is all about the logic, but because of so many conditioned belief system, women have been suppressed and developed so many physical wounds, like physical abuses, and so they are experiencing so much of shaming, not allowing themselves, and so much of programming has been done on this feminine part on the woman, like woman is weak, she can't do anything. And by listening all to this, we are unconsciously repressing our feminine part, my dear friends. So we started to compete with the men. We wanted to go out and make money, but why it is happening is because we are rejecting our femininity. But we need to remember, women are so strong, and also so many women have so many taboos and phobias about these periods, like so many don'ts, like hating the periods, why I have to get periods, and if I get periods I can't go to any work, I can't do this thing. We don't have no right knowledge on this period, my dear friends. So, and also we have so many belief systems, like when we get periods, no one should touch us, and we should not go to temples. But you should remember that period times or menstrual times, they are the complete rest and reset time for the woman. So we need to educate every girl child in the right way, that it is a great time of creations, because our daughters are our futures, my dear friends. If they have right wisdom, they will give birth to the very wonderful enlightened masters. So we need to educate them about this healthy feminine. Healthy feminine is about multitasking, accepting, intuitive, being empathetic, being receptive, being creative. See, the feminine is fully circular, my dear friends. Masculine is very linear, and feminine is very circular. So everything is there in the female body. No need to go out. Men need to travel to explore. Why Patri sir always ask women only to become vegetarians? We need not do anything, just be vegetarian, my dear friends, and start accepting all the rejected parts in you. Accepting means completely accept your periods. So many ladies reject themselves by comparing with other girls. See, like, she's so thin, she's so beautiful, I'm so fat, I'm so ugly. See, we keep rejecting our bodies, we keep rejecting our emotions, and all these emotions will get piled up in our emotional body, and finally manifesting as PCOD, irregular periods, and uterus problems. Friends, remember, everyone is so unique. Accept you as you are, and accept others as they are, my dear friends. Don't expect anything from anyone. So this expectation is the root cause, and always trust your femininity, trust your feminine nature, redirect your energies to all the highest possible works on this planet earth. I'm so immensely thankful and grateful to Patriji for miraculously transforming and shifting collective consciousness on this planet Earth with this Mahila Dhyana Mahachakram energies. So For the first time when Patriji announced about this Mahila Dhyanama Chakram, I was jumping with joy, my dear friend. There was so much of inner joy, and I was feeling, yes, now it is a time for every woman to come out of their limiting belief systems. So I felt so happy, and I'm so happy about all these Mahila Dhyanama Chakrams and these energies which are created through this Mahila Dhyanama Chakram. They are completely shifting the collective feminine consciousness on this planet Earth, healing the feminine collective consciousness on this planet Earth, and helping, these energies are helping everyone to become meditators, to become vegetarians, and to become pyramid masters, my dear friends. So everyone, please be yourself. Don't fake yourself. Believe in your worthiness. So when I started believing in my worthiness, opportunities started flowing into my life, my dear friends. Be fearless. Fear is very important, but don't waste your time with illusionary fears and imaginary fears. So don't give energy to what others think about you. So now I'm completely living my life the way I wished. So when I changed my energy, as I said, when I changed my energies, all my surroundings started to change. Friends, follow your intuitions, and my intuitions always guide me in the right way. Friends, here I want to mention about this Triple One Days project. So I got an intuition, my dear friends. I got this intuition in the July 2020, and immediately when I got connected with my intuition, I called to Patriji and asked, and I informed about this project. Patriji sir said yes, proceed, and we successfully completed this Triple One Days of global goddess meditation with Triple One feminine masters across the globe, my dear friends. Wow, what a great event it was, my dear friends. And I was so happy that Patriji sir liked it very much, and he appreciated me, and he encouraged me, and he motivated me. Patriji is a driving force, my dear friends. He's a driving force for all of us. We are all the instrument in his hands, and we just have to surrender to SAR guidance, and SAR guidance and love in every phase of my life. It was really blessing, my dear friends. No words to express about his unconditional love. Whenever I am in need or whenever I'm doing any wrong, SAR immediately corrects me, my dear friends. Yes, this Triple One Days was super success, and so many senior masters from our society, they called me and expressed me their joy and their happiness, and they said that it was like a mini Dhyana Mahachakram, and I felt so happy because Dhyana Mahachakram is like our heart of the soul for this PSSM movement. When they compared this Triple One Days with this Dhyana Mahachakram, I felt like yes, I'm so grateful for choosing me for doing this great work on this planet Earth. Because, my dear friends, so many senior masters expressed that there was a great shift happened through this Triple One Days project. And as this Triple One Days project was started with the intention of connecting with all the feminine masters across the globe from
Sukhamaya pranayamam, anapanasati. ధ్యానమే భోగము, ధ్యానమే భాగ్యము. భోగ భాగ్యాలు ఎక్కడున్నాయా అంటే ధ్యానం దగ్గరే ఉన్నాయి. ధ్యానము మహాభోగము, ధ్యానము మహాభాగ్యము. ధ్యానం వలన జ్ఞానము, జ్ఞానం వలన ముక్తి. ఎక్కడ దుఃఖం లేదో అది ముక్తి. వేర్ దేర్ ఇస్ నో సఫరింగ్ ఆఫ్ ద మైండ్, దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ ఎన్లైటన్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ద మైండ్, దట్ ఈస్ నిర్వాణ. Mind suffers because of ignorance. When you remove the ignorance, the mind doesn't suffer. When the mind does not suffer under all circumstances, the mind has become enlightened. Appo deepo bhava. We have to enlighten ourselves. ఎవరిని వారే ఉద్ధరించుకోవాలి. ఉద్ధరేద్ ఆత్మనాత్మానం ఆత్మానం అవసాదయేత్ ఆత్మవ్య ఆత్మనో బంధు ఆత్మైవ విపరాత్మనః. We have to enlighten our own selves. We have to enlighten our own minds. We have to enlighten our own intellects. We are our own responsibility. Our responsibility is squarely upon ourselves. The final statement of Gautam Buddha is Appo Dipo Bhava. Be a light unto yourself. How can you be a light unto yourself? Only through meditation. The more you do meditation, the more you become a light unto yourself. लगातार ध्यान में बैठेंगे हम किसी हिमालय योगी से कम नहीं हैं। हम किसी पतंजलि से भी कम नहीं हैं। किसी गौतम बुद्ध से भी हम कम नहीं हैं। हम किसी से भी कम नहीं हैं। हम अपने आप को उच्च स्थान में देखेंगे। मधुर संगीत के साथ ध्यान, उच्छ्वास निश्वास के साथ होते हुए, मधुर संगीत के साथ होते हुए हम अपने आप में लीन हो जाएंगे। gari ba gari de gari da 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 ni gari de ni gari de ni de ni de da ni de pa da pa ba 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 ma pa ba ma pa de ne Nida ba 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 nida ni ba nida da ba ma 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 da ba da ba ma ma ga ga pa ma ga ri da Nida ni ba ni da da ba ma ma ga pa da ba ma ga ri da ma ma ga ga ri da da pa ma pa ba ba da ba da 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 ni da ni 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 da ni da 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 ni za ni ga ni da ba da ba ma pa ma ga da ni ga ri za ni da ba da ba ga ri za मनसा राम चिंतन दो राम तेयवे मनसा राम Ramayanu Chabalagula Peru Ramayanu Chabalagula Peru Kamadula Boru Varu Veru Ramayanu Para Brahmamunatu Peru Ramayanu Para Brahmamunatu Peru Amadava Yavanadu Di Amadadu Di Nidani dari gamari di pama badala pama bagamari di gama pama gam dadara di gamari di gama जग में सुंदर राम जग में सुंदर राम हे राम हे राम जग में सुंदर जग में सुंदर जग में सुंदर जग में सुंदर राम हे राम जय राम जग में सुंदर राम जग में सुंदर राम जग में सुंदर राम जग में सुंदर राम हे राम जय राम जग में सुंदर राम जग में सुंदर राम మెల్లిగా కళ్ళ మీద చేతులు పెట్టుకుందాం. 5 4 3 2 1 0. Slowly remove your hands and open your eyes. Five minutes silence. పూర్తి నిశ్శబ్దం. ఐదు నిమిషాలు. ఏ శబ్దమూ లేదు. ఏ నాదమూ లేదు. ఏ కదలిక లేదు. After music meditation, silence meditation. సంగీత ధ్యానం తర్వాత నిశ్శబ్ద ధ్యానం. నాద ధ్యానం తర్వాత నిశ్శబ్ద ధ్యానం. No sound whatsoever. నాదం ఎంత గొప్పదో నిశ్శబ్దం అంత గొప్పది. Three minutes more. 3 minutes of silence more. ఇంకొక 3 నిమిషాలు. Two minutes more. ఆఖరి ఒక నిమిషం. Thirty seconds. Twenty seconds. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. సున్నా. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొడదాం ధ్యానానికి. ఇంకా 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 థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. My dear friends, my dear masters and my dear gods, మనం నేర్చుకోవాలి. నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఎవరి దగ్గర నుంచి నేర్చుకోవాలి? అది ఈరోజు మనం తెలుసుకుందాం. మానవులంతా జంతు ప్రపంచం దగ్గర నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఒక కుక్క దగ్గర ఎలా ఉండాలో నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఒక పిల్లి దగ్గర ఎలా ఉండాలో నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఒక కాకి దగ్గర ఎలా ఉండాలో నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఒక పిట్ట దగ్గర ఎలా ఉండాలో నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఒక చేప దగ్గర ఎలా ఉండాలో నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఈ జంతు సామ్రాజ్యం ఉన్నది మానవులకి నేర్పించడం కోసం. అవి మాట్లాడవు, చక్కగా జీవిస్తాయి. మనం ఎందుకు మాట్లాడుతున్నాం? అనవసరంగా మాట్లాడుతాం మనం. అవి వాటికి అసలు మాటలే లేవు, కానీ జీవిస్తున్నాయి, చక్కగా జీవిస్తున్నాయి. మనం ఎందుకు అలా ఉండలేం? ఆ కుక్కను చూసి నేర్చుకోవాలి, ఆ పిల్లిని చూసి నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఆ కుక్క ఎంత విశ్వాసంగా ఉంటుంది, ఆ పిల్లి ఎంత చలాకీగా ఉంటుంది, ఆ పక్షి ఎంత స్వేచ్ఛగా ఎగురుతూ ఉంటుంది. ఆ ఆవు, ఆ లేడి పిల్ల ఎంత చక్కగా ఆడుకుంటూ ఉంటాయి. ఆ జంతువులను చూస్తే ఎంత ముచ్చటగా ఉంటుంది. జంతు ప్రపంచం నుంచి మనం నేర్చుకోవాలి. మానవ ప్రపంచం. We have to learn from the animals how to live, how to enjoy life, how to be in each other's presence. We are here to learn from all the animals. All the animals are here to teach us. ఒక చీమ లైన్గా వెళ్తుంటుంది, ఒకదాని దగ్గర ఇంకోటి. అది అటు ఇటు పోతుంది ఏంటి? చక్కగా తమ పని తను చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్తుంది, తిరిగి వస్తుంటుంది. ఆ చీమ బార్లు కడుతుంది. ఎంత డిసిప్లిన్ ఉందో ఆ చీమకి. మన దగ్గర అంత డిసిప్లిన్ ఉందా? ప్రతి జంతువు దగ్గర నుంచి మనం నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఎంతైనా నేర్చుకోవచ్చు జంతువులను చూస్తే. దత్తాత్రేయులు వారు 24 జంతువుల దగ్గర నుంచి నేర్చుకున్నారు. ఆయన ఒక పాము దగ్గర నుంచి, ఒక గద్ద దగ్గర నుంచి, ఒక ఎలుక దగ్గర నుంచి. వినాయకుడు ఎలుక దగ్గర నుంచి నేర్చుకుంటాడు, విష్ణుమూర్తి గద్ద దగ్గర నుంచి నేర్చుకుంటాడు. పార్వతీదేవి పులి దగ్గర నుంచి నేర్చుకుంటుంది, పరమశివుడు నంది దగ్గర నేర్చుకుంటాడు. వాళ్ళు ఊరికే పెట్టుకోలేదు ఆ జంతువులను, నేర్చుకోవడానికి పెట్టుకున్నారు. దే లెర్న్ ఫ్రమ్ ద యానిమల్ కింగ్డమ్. జంతువులందరూ టీచర్స్ ఫర్ హ్యూమన్ బీయింగ్స్. They are silent teachers. We should be extraordinary disciples of those silent teachers. మనం టీచర్స్ కోసం వెతుక్కుంటున్నాం, ఎక్కడున్నాడు నా గురువు అని చెప్పేసి. ప్రతి జంతువు నీ గురువే. ప్రతి జంతువు తన పని తాను చూసుకుంటూ ఉంటుంది, ఇంకో పనిలో ఇంటర్ఫియర్ కాదు అది. మనం ఎంతసేపు ఇంకోటి సంగతిలో ఇంటర్ఫియర్ అవుతుంటాం, మన సంగతి మనం చూసుకోం. మై డియర్ ఫ్రెండ్స్, ఇవాళ లెసన్ ఏంటంటే మానవులంతా జంతువుల దగ్గర నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఫస్ట్ పాయింట్. సెకండ్ పాయింట్, తల్లిదండ్రులందరూ పిల్లల దగ్గర నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఇంట్లో పిల్లలు పుడతారు, ఎందుకు పుడతారు? తల్లిదండ్రులకు నేర్పించడం కోసం పుడతారు, నేర్చుకోవడం కోసం పుట్టరు. తల్లిదండ్రులు చెడిపోయిన వాళ్ళు, పిల్లలు స్వచ్ఛంగా ఉన్నవాళ్ళు. యు మస్ట్ లెర్న్ ఫ్రమ్ ద చిల్డ్రన్. The parents must learn, all the parents must learn from all the children. All human beings must learn from all the animal beings, and all parents should learn from all children. వాళ్ళు ఎంత స్వచ్ఛంగా ఉంటారు పిల్లలు, ముత్యాల్లా ఉంటారు పిల్లలు. ప్రతి ఇంట్లోనూ పిల్లలు ఉన్నారు, కానీ ఆ తల్లిదండ్రులు ముతనష్టపు బతుకుతున్నారు, కొట్టుకుంటున్నారు ఇద్దరు. ఆ పిల్లల్ని చూసుకుని నేర్చుకోరు వాళ్ళు. ఆ తల్లిదండ్రి ఆ మొగుడి పిల్లలు కొట్టుకుంటూనే ఉంటారు ఎప్పుడు. ఆ పిల్లలు చూస్తున్నారు, ఎందుకు వీళ్ళు మా దగ్గర నేర్చుకోవటం లేదని చెప్పేసి. All parents, that is all adults, should learn from all children. You must learn. If you observe them, you will learn. If you don't observe them, you don't learn. If you observe animals, you will learn so much from animals. If you don't observe them, you don't learn anything. So remember first point. మానవులంతా కూడాను జంతువు దగ్గర నేర్చుకోవాలి. Second point, all adult human beings must learn from children. That is the second point. Third point, పురుషులందరూ స్త్రీల దగ్గర నేర్చుకోవాలి. All males are stupid. All females are wonderful people. Females are the teachers for the males. Animals are the teachers for the human beings. Children are the teachers for the adults. ఆడవాళ్ళని చూసి నేర్చుకోవాలి మగవాళ్ళందరూ. ఎంత కుదురుగా ఉండాలో, ఎంత ఉదిగా ఉండాలో, ఎంత యాక్సెప్టెన్స్గా ఉండాలో, ఎంత ఇస్తూ ఉండాలో. ప్రతి మగవాడు ప్రతి స్త్రీ దగ్గర నుంచి నేర్చుకోవాలి. Third point. What is the first point? All human beings must learn from all animal beings. What is the second point? All the adult human beings must learn from all the younger human beings. The third point is every male should learn from every female. Females are the teachers for the males. Children are the teachers for the adults. Animals are the teachers for the human beings. Fourth point. మాంసం తినే వాళ్ళందరూ శాకాహారుల దగ్గర నేర్చుకోవాలి. All people, those who eat meat, must learn from those people who are vegetarians. Those people who eat meat are cruel people. శాకాహారం తినేవాళ్ళు సాత్వికులు. ఈ మాంసం తినే వాళ్ళందరికీ శాకాహారంలో ఉండేవాళ్ళు టీచర్స్. వాట్ టు ఈట్, వాట్ నాట్ టు ఈట్. దట్ ఈస్ ద 4th పాయింట్. 5th పాయింట్, ధ్యానం చేయని వాళ్ళందరూ ధ్యానం చేసే వాళ్ళ దగ్గర నేర్చుకోవాలి. Those people who don't meditate must learn from those people who meditate. All those people. The meditators are the teachers for the non-meditators. The vegetarians are the teachers for the non-vegetarians. The females are the teachers for the males. The children are the teachers for the adults. Animals are the teachers for all human beings. Sixth point. సైలెంట్గా ఉండే వాళ్ళ దగ్గర మాట్లాడే వాళ్ళు నేర్చుకోవాలి. Those people who speak, they must learn from those people who are silent. Silence is golden. After 50-100 years, ఎవడు మాట్లాడు, గుర్తుంచుకోండి. మాటలు అనవసరం. ఒక 100 సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత వాళ్ళు చెప్పుకుంటే వింతగా చెప్పుకుంటారు. 100 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి అందరూ మాట్లాడేవాళ్ళట మనుషులు అని వింతగా చెప్పుకుంటారు. ఎందుకంటే ఎవడు మాట్లాడు. Nobody will speak after 100 years. There is nothing to speak. What is there to speak? When you understand everything, you don't speak at all. When you don't understand, you keep on blabbering. After 100 years, you will see on the earth planet, nobody is going to speak. మాటలు ఉండవు ఇంకో 100 సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత. మాటలు అవసరమే ఉండదు. ఇక్కడ ఆలోచిస్తే అక్కడ అర్థమైపోతుంది, అక్కడ ఆలోచిస్తే ఇక్కడ అర్థమైపోతుంది. ఈ నోరు అవసరం ఉండదు after 100 years. You won't use the mouth to speak. You will use the mouth only to eat or to sing. నోరు మంది పాడుకోవడం కోసం, అందుకని మాట్లాడడం కోసం కాదు. సో మై డియర్ ఫ్రెండ్స్, ఈ పాయింట్లు మనం నేర్చుకుందాం. ఇంకోసారి రిపీట్ చేస్తాను. ఆల్ యానిమల్స్ ఆర్ ద టీచర్స్ ఫర్ ఆల్ హ్యూమన్ బీయింగ్స్. ఆల్ చిల్డ్రన్ ఆర్ ద టీచర్స్ ఫర్ ఆల్ ది అడల్ట్ బీయింగ్స్. ఆల్ ఫీమేల్స్ ఆర్ ద టీచర్స్ ఫర్ ఆల్ ద మేల్స్. All vegetarians are the teachers for all the non-vegetarians. All meditators are the teachers for the non-meditators. All those people who are silent are the teachers for all those people who speak. ఇప్పుడు మీకు తెలుస్తుంది నేర్చుకోవడం అంటే ఏమిటో. ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి నేర్చుకోవడం కోసం, ఎంతమంది దగ్గర నేర్చుకోవాలి. ప్రతి పిట్ట దగ్గర, ప్రతి పిల్లవాడి దగ్గర, ప్రతి ఆడదాని దగ్గర, ప్రతి స్త్రీ దగ్గర ఎంత నేర్చుకోవాలి. మనం నేర్చుకోవడం కోసం పుట్టాం, తిండి పడుకోవడం కోసం పుట్టలేదు. మానవుడిగా పుట్టినప్పుడు ఎంతో నేర్చుకోవాలి. పిరమిడ్ స్పిరిచువల్ సొసైటీ మూమెంట్లో నేర్చుకోవడం నేర్పిస్తాము. సెవెంత్ పాయింట్, ఈ ప్రకృతిని చూసి నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఆకాశాన్ని చూసి నేర్చుకోవాలి, నీటిని చూసి నేర్చుకోవాలి, భూమిని చూసి నేర్చుకోవాలి, గాలిని చూసి నేర్చుకోవాలి. చెట్ల దగ్గర నుంచి నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఆ చెట్టు అంత హాయిగా జీవిస్తోంది, పూలు ఇస్తుంది, ఫలాలు ఇస్తుంది హాయిగా. మనం కూడా అందరికీ పూలు ఫలాలు ఇవ్వచ్చు కదా, ఆ చెట్టులో హాయిగా జీవించవచ్చు కదా. మై డియర్ ఫ్రెండ్స్, నేర్చుకోవాలి. ప్రతి క్షణము నేర్చుకోవడమే. ఏ క్షణంలో ఉన్నా కూడా ఆ క్షణంలో నేర్చుకుంటూ ఉండాలి. వీ హ్యావ్ టు కీప్ లెర్నింగ్ ఎవ్రీ సెకండ్. డబ్బును కాదు సంపాదించుకోవాలి, మనం నేర్చుకోవడం సంపాదించుకోవాలి, జ్ఞానాన్ని సంపాదించుకోవాలి. జ్ఞానం కోసం మనం ఉన్నాం. ఆ జ్ఞానం మూట సంపాదించుకోవాలి మనం. ఈరోజు మన దగ్గర ఒక స్వామి గారు వచ్చారు, వీరబ్రహ్మేంద్ర స్వామి మఠాన్ని దగ్గర నుంచి. వారిని రావాల్సిందిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాను. ఒకసారి చప్పట్లు కొడదాం వారికి. వీరబ్రహ్మేంద్ర స్వామి గారి నుంచి వారు పాడతారు.
శ్రీ గురుభ్యో నమః. విరాట్ పద విఖ్యాతం సిద్ధానంద ప్రదాయకం కాలజ్ఞాన ప్రవక్తారం వీరబ్రహ్మం గురుం భజే. సభాకల్పం తరం వందే వేద శాఖోపజీవితం శాస్త్రయుక్త సమాయుక్తాం విద్వద్భ్రాణమరశోభితం. ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి 30 సంవత్సరాల బ్రహ్మర్షి పత్రిజీ గారి యొక్క ధ్యాన ప్రవేశానికి భక్తుల యొక్క ప్రవేశాలకి కరోనా కల్పించినటువంటి కార్యక్రమంలో భాగంగా ఇది దిగ్విజయమే అని భావిస్తూ స్వామివారి మఠం తరపున స్వామివారికి కాళికాంబా సప్తశతి అనేటువంటి గ్రంథాన్ని మఠాధిపతుల వారు ఇవ్వడం, గురువానిగా ప్రపంచానికి స్వామివారి యొక్క లక్ష్యాన్ని, ధ్యాన స్థితిని గురించి వారు తెలియజేసిన సందర్భంలో ఎన్నో మార్లు వారిని కలవాలని ఉత్సాహం ఉండి ఒకమారు రవీంద్ర భారతిలో PMC ఛానల్ ఓపెనింగ్లో నేను కలిశాను. కానీ అప్పుడు ఈ అవకాశం నాకు రాలేదు. అది ఈరోజు ధన్యంగా భావిస్తూ వారి యొక్క ఆశీర్వాదం తీసుకుంటూ మీ ముందు వారి అంతా గానవపరుని కాకపోయినప్పటికీ స్వామివారి భక్తితో ఒక సమయం చూసి మీ ముందు ఉంచాలనుకుంటున్నా. తిలరసములేక దీపం వెలుగదు, పువ్వులేక ఫలము పుట్టబోదు, భక్తి లేక జ్ఞాన ఫలము లభింపదు. కాళికాంబహంస కాళికాంబ. భక్తులైన వారు పరిపక్వ బుద్ధిచే ధ్యానమందునాత్మనందగలరు. ఆత్మనందు శాశ్వతానంద సంధాన సుఖము కూర్చు. భక్తులైన వారు పరిపక్వ బుద్ధిచే ధ్యానమందునాత్మనందగలరు. ఆత్మనంద శాశ్వతానంద సుఖమబ్బు. కాళికాంబహంస కాళికాంబ. రూపరహితునకు రూపము కల్పించి కర్మకాండ పెంచి కలుషమతులు ధర్మ మార్గములను ధ్వంసంబు చేసిరి. కాళికాంబహంస కాళికాంబ. కోతి పిల్లరీతి గురువుతో నుండిన. కోతి పిల్లరీతి గురువుతో నుండిన శిశునకు చింత చేడు రాదు. నమ్మకున్న దుమ్ము పాలగుదురు. కాళికాంబహంస కాళికాంబ. సుందరులను జోసి సుఖభోగముల జూచి ధనము జూచి గొప్ప ధనము జూచి కన్నుగుట్టెనేని మనౌను మనజుండు. కాళికాంబహంస కాళికాంబ. బావిలోని జలము పైకి జిమ్మెడి రీతి ఎచ్చుగాను దానమీయవలెను. ఇచ్చి నొచ్చుకున్న ఏయంబు నరకంబు. కాళికాంబహంస కాళికాంబ. దానమడుగువాడు ధరలోన గదముండు. దానమీయడేని దైవసముడు. దానమీయని వాడు ధన్యుండుగాడయా. కాళికాంబహంస కాళికాంబ. ఈ రెండు పద్యాల యొక్క పరమార్థం ఏమిటంటే, బ్రహ్మర్షి స్వామివారు ఇక్కడ ఒక కైలాస్ పిరమిడ్ను స్థాపించడానికి వారి యొక్క తపన ఎంత గొప్పదంటే, ఈ ప్రపంచమంతా ఏకమై వచ్చినా అంత తపన ఉంటుందో లేదో తెలియదు. కానీ వారు పడుతున్నటువంటి తపనలో ఒక్కసారి మీరు ఆలోచిస్తే, దానం అడుగు వారి కోసం కాదు, దానం ఆ యొక్క లక్ష్యాన్ని నెరవేర్చడం కోసం ప్రతి వారు దానికి సంబంధించినటువంటి స్థితికి మీరు ఇవ్వండి అని వారు ఎల్ల వేళలా ఎప్పుడు చూసినా ఆ ఛానల్ కానీ వారి మాటలు కానీ విన్నప్పుడు ఇట్లా ఒళ్ళంతా, అంటే అది ఎందుకొరకు తీసుకుంటున్నారనే దానిపైన అందరికీ ఒకసారి కనుక గుర్తు చేస్తే, దానమడుగువాడు ధరలోన గదముండు. దానమీయడేని దైవసముడు. దానమీయని వాడు ధన్యుండుగాడయ. కాళికాంబహంస కాళికాంబ. బావిలోని జలము, బావి లోపల ఉన్నటువంటి జలమంతా రోజు తీసి పొలానికి పెట్టకపోతే అది తిరిగి ఆ ఊట రాదు. అలానే బావిలోని జలము పైకి చిమ్మెడి రీతి హెచ్చుగాను దానమీయవలెను. ఇచ్చి నొచ్చుకున్న ఏయంబు నరకంబు. కాళికాంబహంస కాళికాంబ. పత్రిజీ గారికి నేను 1,00,000 రూపాయలు ఇచ్చాను, కానీ నా పేరు ఎక్కడా చెప్పలేదు స్వామివారానికి బాధపడే వాళ్ళు చాలా అదో స్థితిని పొందుతారని చెప్పారు. అంటే 1,00,00,000 రూపాయలు ఇచ్చినప్పటికీ కూడా నీవు గురువుకు అంతర్గతంగానే ఉండాలి, వారి కటాక్షం నీకు దొరుకుతుందని వారు చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఇది సాక్షాత్తు వీరబ్రహ్మేంద్ర స్వామి వారు, మీరు దానం ఎవరికి ఇవ్వాలి అంటే అది ధర్మ కార్యమైతే, అది విశ్వశాంతి కార్యమైతే, అది ప్రపంచ కార్యమైతే, అది అందరికీ అవసరమైనటువంటి కార్యానికైతే 1,00,00,000 రూపాయలు ఇచ్చినా నష్టం లేదు అనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని వారు తెలియజేశారు. కోటీశ్వరునికైన 1,00,00,000 చింతలు ఉండు, చింతలేని బతుకు వెతకాలిరా అనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని తెలియజేశారు. అటువంటి చింతలకు దూరం అయ్యేటువంటి విషయాన్ని వారు ప్రతి జీవికి కావాలనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని చెప్పారు. అలానే శాకాహారులుగా మారమని వారి సంకల్పం ఎంత గొప్పదంటే, జీవులను వధించి జీవికి వేసేన జీవదోషములను చిక్కుబడును, జీవహింస చేత చిక్కునా మోక్షంబు కాళికాంబహంస కాళికాంబ. జీవిని వధించి మరొక జీవికి వేసి తినుమని చెప్పేటువంటి వారు 8 మంది ఘాతకులు ఈ ప్రపంచంలో ఉన్నారని స్వామివారు తెలియజేశారు. చంపుటకు సలహానిచ్చేవాడు, వండువాడు, వడ్డించేవాడు, తినుమని చెప్పేవాడు, ఈ 8 మంది వస్తారు. కొంతమంది అనుకుంటున్నారు నేను తినడం లేదు కానీ మా చుట్టాలు వస్తే మేము సాటుకైనా పెట్టుమంటున్నాము అని చెప్తున్నారు. అది అత్యంత కిరాతకమైనటువంటి పాపమని శాస్త్రం ఘోషిస్తున్నది. ఎందుకంటే ఎవరినైనా మర్డర్ చేసినప్పుడు చేసిన వాడికంటే చేయించిన వాడికే మొదటి ముద్దాయిగా కోర్టు నిలబెడుతుంది. అలానే వేమన వర్యులు అంతరంగమందు అపరాధములు చేసి మంచివాని వలె మనుజుడుండు, ఇతరులెరుగకున్న ఈశ్వరుండెరుగడా విశ్వదాభిరామ వినురవేమా. లోపల చేయకూడని పాపాలన్నీ చేసి కేవలం పత్రిజీ గారు ఏమైనా అంటారేమోనో లేదా ఇంకెవరైనా ఏమైనా అనుకుంటారేమోనే మీ అనవసరమైన యాక్టింగు భగవంతుడి ముందు పనికిరాదు. కాబట్టి వీలైనంత వరకు యథార్థమైనటువంటి కార్యాన్ని, యథార్థమైన ధర్మాన్ని, యథార్థమైనటువంటి విశ్వాసాన్ని కలిగి ఉండి అందరూ ధ్యాన స్థితిని కనుక అవలంబించినట్టయితే చేసిన తప్పులన్నీ వెళ్ళిపోతాయనేటువంటి విషయం ద్వారా వారు ఈ పిరమిడ్ ధ్యాన కేంద్రాన్ని ఏ సంకల్పంలో చేశారో కానీ ఇది రాబోయే కాలంలో కేవలం వెజిటేరియన్ అయితేనే దేవుడైతాడా అనేటువంటి విషయం చాలామందిలో సందేహం ఉండొచ్చు. జివ్వ రుచుల కొరకు జీవిత లక్ష్యమే, జివ్వ రుచుల కొరకు జీవిత లక్ష్యమే, విడుచువాడు తత్వవేత్తగాడు, నాల్కె కట్టువాడు నారాయణుండవును, కాళికాంబహంస కాళికాంబ. ఇది 500 సంవత్సరాల క్రితమే శ్రీమద్ విరాట్ పోతులూరు వీరబ్రహ్మేంద్ర స్వామి వారి చెప్పినటువంటి విషయం. వారు సూటిగా మీరు శాకాహారులుగా మారమన్నారు. మరి శాకాహారులుగా మారినటువంటి అనేకమైనటువంటి జంతుజాలంలో పశువులను మీరు తీసుకోండి. మేకలు, ఆకులు తినేటువంటి మేకలు కొండలెక్కుతున్నాయి. మరి మేకలను తినేటువంటి మనుషులు కనీసం మంచం కూడా ఎక్కలేని పరిస్థితుల్లో ఉన్నారంటే దాని యొక్క అంతర్గతమైన లక్ష్యం ఎంత గొప్పగా ఉందో మీరు ఒకసారి ఆలోచించండి. అలానే ఈ జఠరాగ్ని అనేటువంటి ఈ దీంట్లో మన పొట్టలో ఇది శ్మశానం అనేటువంటి కార్యక్రమాన్ని ఎవరైతే తీసుకుంటారో, శ్మశానంలో మన సొంత తాత చనిపోయిన తర్వాత సమాధి చేసిన 2-3 రోజుల తర్వాత మళ్ళీ తిరిగి అక్కడికి వెళ్ళడానికి మనకు భయం వేస్తుంది. ఎందుకంటే అక్కడ దయ్యాలు భూతాలు ఉన్నాయని. మరి మీకు తెలియకుండా చేసినటువంటి అపరాధములకు ఇది శ్మశానగా మారింది. ఇకనైనా ధ్యాన స్థితి ద్వారా, జ్ఞానస్థితి ద్వారా గురూజీ గారు చెప్పినటువంటి విషయాన్ని మీరు గమనించి ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి 1,00,000 మంది ఒక్కొక్కరికి 10 మందికి చెప్తే ఎన్ని లక్షల మంది అవుతారో మీరు ఒక్కసారి ఆలోచించండి. ఒక్కొక్కరు 10 మందే టార్గెట్, ఇంకెవ్వరు అవసరం లేదు. అది నీ రిలేషనా, నీ ఫ్రెండ్సా, నీ జాబర్సా, ఎవరైనా పర్వాలేదు. 10 మందిని మీరు టార్గెట్ చేసుకుని ఆ 10 మందిని మరొక పీరియడ్ మీదకి మీరు వచ్చేటప్పుడు వారికి గిఫ్ట్గా వారిని తీసుకొచ్చి ఇక్కడ కూర్చోబెట్టగలిగితే ఈరోజు 4 కోట్ల మంది PMC ఛానల్ని వీక్షిస్తున్నట్టు ఒక చిన్న సందేహము నేను విన్నా. 4 కోట్లు కాదు, 4,000 మంది, 4,000 కోట్లు ఇది చూడాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం వస్తుంది ఫ్యూచర్లో. ఎందుకంటే వారి సంకల్పం అటువంటిది. అలానే మనమంతా ధ్యానం అంటే కేవలము కనులు మూసుకొనే ఉండాలా అని కొందరికి, మంత్రాన్ని ఖచ్చితంగా పాటించాలా అని కొంతమందికి, స్నానం చేయకపోతే ఏం జరుగుతుంది, చేస్తే ఏం జరుగుతుంది అని సందేహాలు ఇంకా ఉన్నాయి. స్నానమందు లేదు, స్నానమందు లేదు, పానమందు లేదు, మంత్రతంత్రంబున మహిమ లేదు, గుణము కుదిరేనేని గణయోగి తానవును. ధ్యానం అనేటువంటి గుణము కనుక కుదిరితే ఈ స్నానము, ఈ మంత్రము, ఈ తంత్రము, యంత్రముతో పని లేదు అనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని శ్రీమద్ విరాట్ పోతులూరు వీరబ్రహ్మేంద్ర స్వామి చెప్పారు. సర్వదేవతలకు సదనంబు దేహంబు, సర్వదేవతలకు సదనంబు దేహంబు, గుడులకేగి పాటు పడగనేల, నేను మేను నందు నిలుచును బ్రహ్మంబు, కాళికాంబహంస కాళికాంబ. ఇటువంటి విషయాల పట్ల అనేక రుగ్మతలను తెలియజేయమని చెప్పారు. కేవలం జాతరల పేరు మీద సమయాన్ని వృధా చేసుకునేటువంటి మూఢభక్తులకు కూడా జాతరలకు పోవయాతనలెన్నియో, కష్టమెంతో అంత నష్టమగును, ముక్కుసూటి పోవ ముకంటి కడుదాపు, కాళికాంబహంస కాళికాంబ. తెలంగాణ ప్రాంతంలో గొప్పగా చెప్పుకునేటువంటి సమ్మక్క సారక్క జాతరకు కోట్ల మంది వస్తున్నారు. అసలు రావాల్సిన జాతర ఇది, చేయవలసినటువంటి ధ్యానం ఇది, అతి గొప్ప యజ్ఞం ఇది. ఇటువంటి యజ్ఞము, దీనికి మీరు ఎన్ని జాతరలకు ఎంత ఖర్చు, ఎంత వెచ్చించినా పర్వాలే, అది ఈ ప్రపంచ శాంతికి, ప్రపంచ కళ్యాణానికి, విశ్వశాంతికి, ఇక్కడున్నటువంటి ప్రతి వ్యక్తి ఒక పత్రిజీ, గురుజీ లాంటి శక్తివంతుడిగా మారాలనేటువంటి వారి తపన. కేవలం వారు మాత్రమే ఇక్కడ కూర్చోవడం వారి ఉద్దేశం కాదు. ఎవరొచ్చినా ఉదయం 3 రోజులుగా మమ్మల్ని ఇక్కడికి తీసుకొచ్చినటువంటి సిద్దిపేట్ వాస్తవ్యుడు పిరమిడ్ రాజుగారు మరియు రాములు గారు, గురువయ్య గారు 100 పిరమిడ్లు నేను కట్టిస్తానని వారు వాగ్దానం చేశారు గురూజీ ముంగట. వారి యొక్క తపనలో బలంగా వారు నన్ను, మీరు ఈరోజు పర్మిషన్ దొరకకపోయినా పర్వాలేదు, మనకు మీరు రండి, వారి దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళిపోతే విషయం కనుక వస్తుంది అన్నారు. నేను ముందుగానే ఎటువంటి ప్రిపేర్ లేకుండా వచ్చాను. ఇక్కడికి వచ్చిన తర్వాత ప్రిపేర్ చేసాక నాకు చూసి చెప్పేటువంటి ఓపిక, నాకు వారి దృష్టి నుంచి ఆ పవరు నాకు తెలియకుండానే లోపలికి వెళ్ళి వచ్చేస్తున్నాయి. కాళికాంబ సప్తశతిని 701 పద్యము, అలానే భగవద్గీతలో 700 శ్లోకాలు, అది ఇది ఈక్వలే. కానీ అది సంస్కృతంలో ఉంది, అది అనువదించి జనులకు చెప్పడానికి అర్థం కాని వ్యవస్థలో అయినా ఇస్కాన్ సంస్థ ద్వారా మనకు ముందుంది. కానీ ఇది ఆటవెల్లిది రూపంలో ఉంది, ఇది సామాన్యులకు సైతం అర్థమయ్యేటువంటి భాష కనుక గురూజీ గారు గురువాణి రూపంలో కాళికాంబ సప్తశతిని ఎంతో మధురంగా ధ్యాన రూపకంగా వారు సరళయుక్తంగా పాడినప్పుడు నేను వినేటువంటి ఎప్పుడైనా సరే వారి యొక్క ఆ గురువాణిని నిత్య పారాయణంగా నేను తీసుకొని, ఇది నా గొంతుతో ఏమైనా తప్పులుంటే మరి మీరంతాతో పాటు గురువుగారు మరియు శ్రీమద్ విరాట్ పోతులూరు వీరబ్రహ్మేంద్ర స్వామి పలుకులు అవి చిలుక పలుకులుగా భావించాలి. ఎందుకంటే యథార్థమైనటువంటి పరమార్థాన్ని చెప్పేటువంటి ఎవరైనా పర్వాలే, వారు పరమ గురువుగా పూజింపబడతారు ఈ ప్రపంచంలో. అట్టి స్థితుల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి ఒక గొప్ప శక్తి మన ముందున్నారు. వీరు కేవలం ఒక కడతాలకో ఒక ఏరియాకో పరిమితం కాదు, విశ్వవ్యాప్తమైనటువంటి యూనివర్సల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి అతీతమైనటువంటి శక్తిని మన ముందు తీసుకొచ్చి ఎలా ఉంటుందో రుచి చూపిస్తున్నటువంటి ఒక బ్రహ్మజ్ఞాని గురూజీ పత్రిజీ గారు. వారి గురించి ఎందుకంటే నేను చెప్పడానికి కూడా అంత వయసు నాకు లేదు, వారి అనుభవంలో ఉన్నటువంటి వయసు కూడా లేదు. కానీ గురువుగారి యొక్క పద్యాలని వారు 2 గంటల పాటు 3 విభాగాలుగా చేసి వినిపించారు. ఒక్కొక్క పద్యాన్ని 2 మార్లు, ఎక్కడైనా మిస్ అవుతారేమో 2 మార్లు ఆ పద్యాలను వినిపించారు. మీరంతా కూడా గురువాణి కనుక కొడితే మీకు అందరికి తెలిసే ఉంటుంది. మరొక్కసారి నా బాధ అంతా దానిలో గురువుగారు ఎప్పుడో వినిపించారు, ఇంకా వినకపోతే మీరు ధన్యంగా వినొచ్చు. ఇకపోతే ఈ ప్రపంచంలో భగవంతుడికి ఆకారం లేదన్న విషయం అందరికీ తెలిసే ఉంటుందని నేను అనుకుంటున్నా. రూపరహితునకు, రూపం లేని భగవంతునికి రూపాన్ని సృష్టించి పనికి మాలిన కర్మకాండాలని చెప్పి అసలు చెప్పాల్సినటువంటి ధర్మమైనటువంటి ధ్యానం గురించి పక్కన పెట్టినంత మాత్రాన ఈరోజు ఒక ధర్మము అంటే ఒక నిజమైనటువంటి సత్యము మరుగున మడిపోతుంది. దీన్ని వెలికి తీయాలనేటువంటి తపన వారిది. ఆ తపనకు ఎటువంటి విద్య అవసరం లేదు, కేవలము వినేటువంటి శక్తి, సాధన చేసేటువంటి ఆలోచన, జ్ఞానము, గుణము కుదిరితే సరిపోతుంది అని వారు చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఇప్పటి వరకు విన్నాను, ఇంకా వినాలి. రాబోయేటువంటి యువత ఈరోజు కేవలము అంతర్జాలమైనటువంటి కేవలము 2 పలకలకు ఆధారమైపోయి ఉన్నారు. ఇది కూడా అవసరమే, కానీ దానిలో కూడా ఈ లీల కావాలి. ఇది అందరికీ అవసరమైనటువంటి విషయం. కాబట్టి అన్నమయములైన అన్ని జీవములు కూడులేక జీవ కోటి లేదు. కూడుదినడి కాడ కులభేదమేలుకో కాళికాంబ హంస కాళికాంబ. అన్నము అనే దగ్గర భేదం అవసరం లేదు, అది కులభేదం అవసరం లేదన్నారు. కులభేదం అంటే కేవలము శాకాహారి మాంసాహారి అనేటువంటి భేదాన్ని మీరు చూడాలి తప్ప ఎటువంటి భేదభావం చూడవలసిన అవసరం లేదు. వారిని మీరు శాకాహారిగా మార్చేటువంటి సందర్భంలో తీసుకోవాలని చెప్పారు. ఆజ్ఞ వచ్చింది గురూజీ ద్వారా. ఈ అవకాశం వచ్చినటువంటి భక్తజనులందరికీ, బ్రహ్మర్షి పత్రిజీ గారి పిరమిడ్ ధ్యాన కేంద్రానికి మరియు దీనికి అహర్నిశలు అనేక విధాలుగా ప్రత్యక్షంగా పరోక్షంగా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తున్నటువంటి అసంఖ్యాకమైనటువంటి భక్తజనులందరికీ పాదాభివందనం చేస్తూ జై గురుదేవ్.
సాక్షాత్ వీరబ్రహ్మణ్య స్వామి వారి మన దగ్గరకు వచ్చి ఉన్నారు. బ్రహ్మంగారి మఠ దగ్గర నుంచి ఈ యజ్ఞ ఫలం ఆయన.
Oh మాస్టర్స్ క్రిష్మ అండ్ మణికంఠ రెడ్డి నవదంపతులను అందరం అభినందిద్దాం. పత్రిజీ గారి పత్రి అమ్మ ఆశీర్వాదం కోసం మనందరి మధ్యకి వచ్చి ఒకటవుతున్న ఆ దంపతులను అందరం గట్టిగా చప్పట్లతో అభినందనలు అందిద్దాం.
రఘువంశరామయ్య సుగుణాల సీతమ్మ పరమాల దైవేచు సమయాన శివధనువు విడిచాకే వధువు మది గెలిచాకే మోగింది కళ్యాణ శుభవీణ కళ్యాణం వైభోగం శ్రీరామచంద్రుని కళ్యాణం అపరంజితరుణి మందాల రమణి వినగాని కృష్ణయ్య లీలామృతం గుడి దాటి కదిలింది తన వెంట నడిచింది గెలిచింది రుక్మిణి ప్రేమాయణం కళ్యాణం వైభోగం ఆనంద కృష్ణుని కళ్యాణం పాపమరి మామరి సా నీని పమ పాపమరి సా సరి పని పమ పాపమరి సా సరి పసిడి కాంతుల్లో పద్మావతి.
రెండు ధ్యాన కుటుంబాల మధ్యన ఈ వివాహ బంధం ఎంతో అద్భుతమైంది. ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చెప్పకూడదాం. భవానీ మేడం సీనియర్ మోస్ట్ పిరమిడ్ మాస్టర్. ఎక్కడ అన్నదానం జరిగినా ఒక రోజుకు కావలసినటువంటి అన్నప్రసాదాన్ని ఇస్తారు. అలాగే మనకి ప్రకృతి వ్యాలీలో జరుగుతున్న 7 రోజులకి 2 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి వారు పంపించినటువంటి అన్నదానమే అద్భుతంగా జరిగింది. ఇక అవతల ఆ అమ్మాయి తల్లి పేరే శాకాహార సామిలిగా మార్చుకుంది. శాకాంబరి అంటాము. విజయనగరం జిల్లా అంతా శాకాహార ప్రచారం అద్భుతంగా జరుగుతుంది అంటే కారణం ఆ అమ్మాయి తల్లి, అంటే ఈ కొత్తల్లుడు అత్త అన్నమాట. ఒకరు అమ్మాయి తరపున శాకాహారం, అబ్బాయి తరపున ధ్యానం. ధ్యానానికి శాకాహారానికి జరిగిన కళ్యాణ వైభోగం. ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పలు కొడుతూ ఇప్పుడు మనం పిరమిడ్లని మన సునీల్ పిరమిడ్స్ నెల్లూరు వారు కోటి పిరమిడ్ల యజ్ఞం చేస్తున్నారు. స్వర్గీయ పవన్ ప్రారంభించినటువంటి కోటి పిరమిడ్ల యజ్ఞం అద్భుతంగా కొనసాగుతుంది. ఈరోజు వివిధ నమూనాల్లో ఉన్న కొన్ని పిరమిడ్లని మేడం పత్రిజీ ఈ సందర్భంగా ఆవిష్కరిస్తారు. ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పలు కొడదాం. అలాగే
ఈ పిరమిడ్ మన పక్కన గానుమార్ల తండా, ట్రైబల్ తండా, ఆ సర్పంచ్ మోత్యా నాయక్ ఒక్కసారి సపోర్ట్లు కొట్టండి. చాలా మనకు ఎన్నో విధాలుగా సహకరిస్తారు. నాయక్ మీ గ్రామ పంచాయతీ ఆఫీస్లో ఈ పిరమిడ్ పెట్టాలి, మీ ఇంట్లో కాదు, అర్థమైందా? గ్రామ పంచాయతీ ఆఫీస్లో ఈ పిరమిడ్ పెట్టి మీరు దీని కింద ఎప్పుడు మీ మీటింగ్ చేసుకోవాలి.
సునీల్ పిరమిడ్స్ వారిని సంప్రదించండి. మీ వివాహ కుటుంబ శుభకార్యాలలో బంధుమిత్రులకి బహుమానాలుగా ఇచ్చే పిరమిడ్లు, అన్ని రకాల పిరమిడ్లు వారు అందిస్తున్నారు. సునీల్ పిరమిడ్స్కి ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పలు కొడదాం. ఇంకొక చక్క పిరమిడ్
కానుబాయి తండా ఉప సర్పంచ్కు ఈ పిరమిడ్ వాళ్ళ గ్రామ పంచాయతీలో పెట్టుకోవాల్సిందిగా బహుమానం ఇస్తాం.
విజయభాస్కర్ రెడ్డి గారు మరి ట్రస్ట్ కృషితో ఈ ప్రాంతంలో ఉన్న అన్ని తండాలలోనూ వచ్చే సంవత్సరం నాటికి పిరమిడ్లు రావాలని మనం అందరం గట్టిగా చప్పలు కొడదాం. ఈ నాయకులందరికీ ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పలు కొడదాం. ఈజిప్ట్ పిరమిడ్ని కొన్ని వేల సంవత్సరాల నుంచి, కొన్ని యుగాల నుంచి కాపాడుతున్నటువంటి మాస్టర్స్ ఉంటారు. వారిని కుఫూస్ అంటారు. ఆ పిరమిడ్ని ఇప్పటికీ వాళ్ళ రక్షణలో ఉంటుంది. అలా మహేశ్వర మహా పిరమిడ్ ఆచంద్రకాలం ప్రపంచ స్థాయిలో ఇది నిలబడాలి అంటే ఈ తండా వాళ్ళే దాన్ని కాపాడాలి. వీళ్ళే మాస్టర్స్. ఈ పిరమిడ్ని కాపలా కాయడానికి, ఈ పిరమిడ్ని సంరక్షించుకోవడానికి పుట్టినటువంటి వారే ఈ తండా వాసులందరూ. వారికి ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొట్టుకుంటూ వారికి ఈ పిరమిడ్, ఈ ప్రాంతము ప్రపంచ స్థాయిలో మరి వెలుగొందుతుంది. పత్రిజీ ఆ యొక్క ధ్యాన శక్తితో, జ్ఞానశక్తితో మీ అందరూ ఎంతో అదృష్టవంతులు, పునీతులు. ప్రపంచంలో ఎవరికి రాని అదృష్టం ఈ ప్రాంతానికి వచ్చింది. తండవాసులందరూ ఈ మహాయజ్ఞంలో భాగస్వాములు కావాలని కోరుకుంటూ థ్యాంక్ యూ. విజయభాస్కర్ రెడ్డి గారు. సాంబశివరావు గారు.
ఇక్కడున్న మరి చుట్టుపక్కల తండా వాళ్ళు సహకరిస్తేనే ఈ మహేశ్వర పిరమిడ్ పూర్తవుతుంది. అక్కడ వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా మరి ఇక్కడ ప్రతి వర్క్ కూడా మనకి చాలా సహాయం చేస్తున్నారు. వాళ్ళందరికీ మనం అందరం ధన్యవాదాలు చెప్తున్నాం. ఒక్కసారి చప్పట్లు. మరి ఈరోజు వాళ్ళందరికీ మనం సన్మానం చేయటం
जित बिठरावे तित ही बैठूं, जो पहरावे सोई सोई पहरूं.
ఇంకా వెయిటింగ్ దేనికోసం అన్నా? మీకు ఎప్పుడు అందాలో అప్పుడు అందుద్ది. నమ్మకం ఉంటే కూర్చోండి, ప్రశాంతంగా కూర్చోండి అమ్మా. ఓకే ఫ్రెండ్స్, అద్భుతమైన మెసేజ్ విన్నారు కదా. పొద్దున పితామా గారు చెప్పిన మెసేజ్ ఎంతమందికి గుర్తుందో చెప్పండి, వాళ్ళకి బుక్స్ ఇచ్చుకుందాం. కూర్చోండి. ప్రతిరోజు కూడా ఎంతో అద్భుతమైన మెసేజ్ ఇస్తున్నారు.